My sister lied and used my car for street racing, so I reported it stolen, and now my whole family hates me. But did she deserve it? Okay, Reddit, I need some perspective here because my family is making me feel like I'm the villain in all this, and I'm seriously questioning if I went too far. My younger sister, Emerson, she's 21, and let's just say she's not exactly known for her responsibility. I love her, I do, but she's got a bit of a history with, well, let's just say bending the truth to get what she wants. She's been looking for a new job for a while, waitressing gigs mostly, nothing wrong with that, but she talks about wanting to break into something more serious, whatever that means for her right now. Yesterday morning, she came to me, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, practically radiating fake sincerity. She asked if she could borrow my car for a job interview, said it was a really important one, downtown, corporate office, the whole 9 yards. She laid it on thick, how much this job would mean to her, how she needed to make a good impression, and how my beat-up but reliable Civic would be perfect because hers, surprise, surprise, was in the shop. Now my car is my baby. It's nothing fancy, an older model, but I've kept it in good shape, regular maintenance, you know the drill. I'm usually pretty protective of it, but Emerson was pulling out all the stops, and honestly, part of me wanted to believe her. I hemmed and hawed for a bit, reminding her about filling it up with gas, being careful, the usual brotherly nagging. She promised, Pinky swore the whole thing, said she'd be back by lunchtime. I handed over the keys, feeling a little bit of pride that maybe, just maybe, Emerson was finally getting her act together. Lunchtime came and went. No Emerson, no car. I texted her. Nothing. Called her. Went straight to voicemail. Okay, a little concerning, but maybe the interview ran long. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. By mid-afternoon, I was starting to get seriously worried. Still no word from her. I tried calling our parents, thinking maybe she'd checked in with them. Nope. Then, because I'm apparently a glutton for punishment, I checked her social media. And there it was, a grainy, shaky video on her Insta story. My car, not parked outside a corporate office building, not anywhere remotely downtown. It was at some kind of industrial park, surrounded by a bunch of other cars, all revving their engines like a swarm of angry bees. And then it hit me, the unmistakable sound of tires screeching, engines roaring, and the flashing lights in the background weren't police, but some kind of amateur video setup. Street racing. My sister was using my car for street racing. My heart sank to my stomach. I zoomed in on the video, and yeah, it was definitely her behind the wheel, hair whipping around, face grimaced in that overly serious, I'm so cool way she sometimes gets. I felt this wave of anger, betrayal, and just plain disbelief wash over me. She lied to my face. She took advantage of my trust, and she's putting my car and probably herself in danger doing something incredibly stupid and illegal. I called my best friend, Carter, yeah, confusing, I know, and just vented. He listened patiently, and then, without missing a beat, he said, dude, report it stolen. Stolen, my own sister. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind, but the more I thought about it, the more it made a twisted kind of sense. She took my car under false pretenses. She's using it for something incredibly risky and illegal, and honestly, I'm furious. I'm so beyond furious. I feel like such an idiot for trusting her, but reporting my own sister for stealing my car, that feels extreme. But then again, what she did was extreme. Lying, endangering herself, possibly damaging my car. So Reddit, lay it on me. Am I the asshole if I report my car stolen? Part of me knows I should just call her, yell at her, demand the car back. But another part of me, the angrier, more vindictive part, is thinking maybe she needs a real wake-up call. And maybe, just maybe, a night in jail and a police record is exactly what she deserves for pulling this kind of stunt. Help me out here. What would you do? A few hours after posting, the responses started rolling in, a tidal wave of opinions crashing over my phone screen. Honestly, I wasn't sure what I expected. Some people were firmly in the NTA camp, saying Emerson had crossed a line, betrayed my trust, and deserved whatever consequences came her way. They pointed out the lying, the danger of street racing, the potential damage to my car, the disrespect. Report it stolen. Teach her a lesson, one comment screamed in all caps. She's playing stupid games, she wins stupid prizes. Others were more hesitant, leaning towards Esh or even Ida. Reporting your own sister? Seriously? One person wrote. Talk to her first, maybe she's just young and dumb. Don't go nuclear right away. Another comment hit a nerve. Think about your family, dude. This isn't just about a car. This is going to blow up your whole family dynamic. And that was the thing that was really gnawing at me. My parents, while usually pretty laid back, are big on family unity. This would cause a nuclear explosion. Emerson is their baby girl, and while they get frustrated with her sometimes, they always side with her in the end. I could already picture the phone calls, the guilt trips, the "you're ruining everything" accusations. My friend Kaylee actually called me after seeing my post. Kaylee is Emerson's age but 10 times more responsible. "Carter, are you serious about reporting her?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. "I don't know, Kaylee," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. "She completely lied to me. She's using my car to do something illegal and dangerous. What am I supposed to do, just let it slide?" "No, of course not," Kaylee said quickly. "But reporting her to the police, isn't that a bit much? Maybe just go down there and get your car back yourself. Confront her. Ground her car privileges forever." "Ground her car privileges?" I scoffed. "It's asterisk my asterisk car, Kaylee, and she doesn't exactly have any car privileges to ground in the first place. She borrowed mine under false pretenses." Kaylee sighed. I know, it's just police involved, arrested sister. That's intense." "Yeah, well, so is lying to my face and using my car to risk her life and mine in some illegal street race," I retorted, my anger bubbling up again. Kaylee was silent for a moment. "Okay, look," she said finally. "What if you went down there, like right now, see what's actually happening? Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe you can just talk her out of it. Get the car back without involving the cops." Yet, it wasn't a bad idea. At least it would give me some more information. And maybe, just maybe, I could avoid total family meltdown. "Fine," I said, grabbing my keys. "I'll go, but if she gives me any lip, if she tries to play the victim, I'm calling the cops, Kaylee, I swear." Kaylee just sighed again. "Just try to stay calm, Carter, and let me know what happens." I hung up, my stomach twisting with a knot of dread and anger. Calm wasn't exactly the word I was feeling, but I knew one thing. Emerson was about to get a very unpleasant surprise, and whether that surprise involved handcuffs or just a very loud and very angry older brother, well, that was still to be decided. But honestly, right then, handcuffs were looking pretty tempting. Driving out to that industrial park felt like a slow-motion descent into a nightmare. The closer I got, the louder the roar of engines became, a chaotic symphony of recklessness. I pulled up a few streets away, parked and walked the rest of the way, wanting to assess the situation before Emerson even knew I was there. What I saw, it was worse than the video. A crowd of people, mostly young, milling around, cheering, shouting. Cars lined up, engines spitting and sputtering, and right there in the middle of it all, my Civic, gleaming under the harsh afternoon sun, ready to go. Emerson was leaning against the hood, laughing with a group of guys, looking completely in her element. The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. She looked happy, carefree, everything I wasn't feeling. I marched towards her, my blood pressure probably through the roof. She saw me coming and her smile faltered, replaced by a look of surprise, disappointment, definitely not guilt. "Carter," she said, her voice laced with fake innocence. "What are you doing here?" "What am I doing here?" I repeated, my voice dangerously low. "Emerson, what the hell is this?" She glanced around, suddenly aware of the small crowd that had gathered to watch our little family drama unfold. It's just a bit of fun," she mumbled, avoiding my eyes. "Relax, relax," I exploded, finally losing my cool. "You lied to me, you stole my car. You told me you had a job interview." Okay, calm down, everyone's looking," she hissed, trying to pull me away from the crowd. "No, Emerson, we're not going anywhere until you explain what the hell you think you're doing with my car." That's when one of the guys from her group stepped forward, all puffed up and trying to look intimidating. "Hey man, what's the problem? She's just about to race." "Don't be a buzzkill." "Buzzkill?" I practically spat the word. "This is my car, she took it without my permission." "Dude, relax," the guy said again, stepping closer. "She said it was cool, said you were totally fine with it." Emerson just stood there. Her silence was a deafening confirmation of the lie. That was it, the final straw. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking slightly, and started dialing. "Who are you calling?" Emerson asked, her voice suddenly losing its bravado, replaced by a hint of panic. "The police," I said, my voice firm, unwavering. "I'm reporting my car stolen. And you, Emerson, are going to explain to them exactly what you were doing with it." Her face went white. "Carter, no, you can't do that. It's me, it's Emerson. Don't be stupid." "Stupid?" I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Emerson, you think asterisk I'm asterisk the stupid one here. You lied, you stole, you endangered yourself and my car. You want to play grown-up games? Then you can deal with the grown-up consequences." The police arrived surprisingly quickly. I explained the situation, showed them the video on Emerson's Insta story, pointed out my sister standing there looking like a deer caught in headlights. It was surreal, watching them put handcuffs on Emerson. Her pleas, her denials, her tears, they didn't sway me. Not this time. As they led her away, she glared at me, pure, unadulterated fury in her eyes. I hate you, Carter. You've ruined my life. Maybe she was right. Maybe I had just ruined something. But honestly, in that moment, watching her get into the back of that police car, all I felt was a cold, hard sense of satisfaction and a grim certainty that this was just the beginning of a whole lot of family drama. But you know what? For the first time in a long time, I didn't care. Maybe it was time for Emerson to face the music. And maybe, just maybe, it was time for me to finally stop cleaning up her messes. Update 2: the fallout was immediate and explosive, exactly as I'd predicted, if not worse. My phone started ringing before I even got back to my car, my parents' number flashing on the screen. I let it go to voicemail, not ready to face the inevitable storm. By the time I got home, the storm had arrived in person. My parents were waiting on my porch, faces etched with anger and disbelief. "Carter, what have you done?" my mother demanded, her voice trembling with indignation. "I did what I had to do, Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "Emerson stole my car. She lied to me. She was street racing." "Stole? Street racing? You reported your own sister to the police for that? Over a car?" my dad boomed, his face turning red. "Are you insane?" "Dad, she lied to me," I argued, my own anger rising again. "She used my trust against me. She was doing something illegal and dangerous." "Oh, please, illegal and dangerous," my mom scoffed. "It's just a bit of fun, Carter. Kids do stupid things. You were young once too, you know." "Fun? Mom, she could have gotten hurt, killed, someone else could have gotten hurt. And my car could have been wrecked. So you'd rather see your sister arrested, thrown in jail, just for a little joyride?" my dad challenged, his voice dripping with disappointment. "It wasn't a joyride, Dad," I shouted, finally losing my patience. "It was illegal street racing, and she lied and stole to do it. Don't you see that she needs to be held accountable for her actions?" They didn't see it. They refused to see it. In their eyes, I was the villain, the overreacting, vindictive older brother who had betrayed his own family. The conversation devolved into a shouting match, accusations flying, old grievances resurfacing. It ended with my parents storming out, my mom tearfully declaring, "You've broken our family, Carter, just for a stupid car." Later that evening, my phone finally beeped with a text message. It was from Emerson, from jail, apparently. "Hope you're happy, Carter," it read, dripping with venom. "You got what you wanted. Enjoy being the golden child now. Hope it was worth it ruining my life over a stupid car." Golden child? Ruining her life? Seriously? I wanted to scream, to throw my phone against the wall. But instead, I took a deep breath and typed out a reply. "Emerson, you ruined your own life, not me. You made your choices. Now you have to face the consequences. Maybe this will finally teach you something about responsibility and honesty." I knew it wouldn't sink in. Not now, not ever. Emerson, in her self-absorbed world, was still the victim, and I was the cruel, heartless older brother who had wronged her. But you know what? For once, I didn't care. Let her be angry. Let my parents be disappointed. Let the whole family drama unfold. I had done what I thought was right. I had set a boundary. I had finally stopped enabling Emerson's destructive behavior. And maybe, just maybe, in the long run, it would actually be the best thing for her. Maybe this arrest, this harsh dose of reality, was exactly the wake-up call she needed. Maybe, just maybe, it would actually save her life. And maybe, just maybe, that was worth a little family drama, even if it felt like my entire family was about to implode.
My husband gambled away our son's college fund, so I made him explain to his parents why their grandson will not be attending their alma mater. My husband secretly gambled away our son's college fund, so I'm making him explain to his parents why their grandson isn't going to their alma mater. It started subtly, I guess. Looking back, the signs were there, but you don't see what you don't want to see, right? Colin and I, we've been married for 17 years, and for most of those years, he's been Colin. A little scattered maybe, prone to impulse buys we couldn't afford, but generally a good guy, a loving husband and a decent father to Weston. Weston is our only child, and he's everything to us. Bright, hardworking, kind. From day one, we started saving for his college. Colin and I both went to State University. Their business school is top-notch, and it's always been understood, I suppose, that Weston would follow in our footsteps. We even opened a 529 plan the month he was born, religiously putting away a portion of our paychecks. It wasn't always easy, especially in the early years when we were just starting out, but we were committed. We wanted Weston to have options, to not be burdened by debt right out of the gate. We pictured him walking across that stage, State U colors, proud smiles on our faces. Then came the subtle changes, little things at first. Colin started getting more insistent on controlling the finances, said he wanted to streamline things, make sure we were maximizing our savings, which, on the surface, sounded responsible, right? I work full-time as a nurse, night shifts mostly these days to help with the bills, and frankly, dealing with the household budget wasn't something I particularly enjoyed. So I let him take the reins. Big mistake. Huge. It started with withdrawing small amounts from our joint account, claiming it was for investments, a hot tip from a friend. Then it was larger amounts, always with a plausible, if vague, explanation. Stocks are dipping, Catherine. Now's the time to buy low. Or, Bitcoin is about to explode again. This is our chance. I raised an eyebrow, of course, asked for details, but he'd brush me off, saying I wouldn't understand. It was complicated financial stuff. And I, foolishly, trusted him. Trusted him because, well, he was my husband, the father of my child. Trusted him because who in their right mind would gamble away their child's future? Last week, Weston got his acceptance letter to State U. We were ecstatic. He got in. All his hard work paid off. We had a celebratory dinner, talked about dorms, classes, the whole shebang. Then the practicalities hit. It was time to actually access the 529 plan, pay the deposit, start planning for tuition. Colin, conveniently, couldn't find the paperwork. Must be misplaced somewhere, honey. I'll look for it tomorrow. Tomorrow became the next day, then the next. My alarm bells finally started screaming. I insisted we go through our files together. That's when the truth detonated like a bomb. The 529 account. It was practically empty. A few $100s left in what should have been a substantial 5-figure sum. I stared at the online statement, the stark numbers mocking me, my blood turning to ice. Colin, I said, my voice dangerously quiet. Where is the money? He stammered, he dodged, he avoided eye contact. He mumbled something about bad investments, unforeseen losses, trying to recoup it. Then, the word that hit me like a physical blow. Gambling, he'd gambled it away. Every single penny we'd scrimped and saved for Weston's future, gone, vanished into the digital ether of online casinos and sports betting sites. Years of sacrifice, of planning, of dreams for our son, reduced to nothing but a devastating absence. I didn't yell, not at first. I was too numb. I just looked at him, this man I had built a life with, and felt a cold chasm open up between us. You gambled away Weston's college fund? I asked, each word a lead weight in my mouth. He finally looked up, shame flickering in his eyes, but not, I realized with a growing fury, true remorse. Catherine, I messed up, okay, it got out of hand, but I can fix it. I'll get a loan, work extra shifts, we'll figure something out. Figure something out, I repeated, incredulous. Colin, this isn't like losing a few bucks at poker night. This is Weston's future. This is years of our hard work, and you. You just threw it all away. The argument escalated, of course. Tears, accusations, denials, feeble promises. It was a mess, a gaping, ugly mess. That night I slept in the spare room, the image of those empty account numbers burned into my brain. I couldn't even look at Colin without feeling a surge of nausea. The next morning I knew what I had to do. Not scream, not beg, not plead for him to understand the magnitude of what he'd done. No, I needed something more pointed, more impactful. Colin's parents. Margaret and Robert. They are proud State U alumni. Bleed blue and gold, that's them. They practically wallpapered their house in State U memorabilia. For years, they've been subtly and not so subtly, hinting about how thrilled they'd be if Weston followed in the family tradition, how much they looked forward to seeing him on campus, how they'd love to take him to football games, the whole shebang. They're good people in their own way, if a little, conventional, and definitely obsessed with State U. That's it, I thought. That's how I'll make Colin truly understand the weight of his actions. He can make excuses to me, minimize it, promise to fix it, but he won't be able to do that with his parents. He'll have to face the music, explain to them why their grandson, their beloved Weston, won't be attending their precious alma mater, not because he didn't get in, but because his own father flushed his future down the toilet at a digital blackjack table. So that's my plan. Sunday dinner at Margaret and Robert's. Colin always, conveniently, has a headache or suddenly remembers he needs to catch up on work and tries to get out of it. Not this time. This time he's coming, and he's going to explain everything. I'm going to sit there, silent, and watch him squirm. Maybe, just maybe, facing their disappointment, their judgment, will finally crack through his denial and make him truly understand what he's done. I know it's petty, maybe even cruel. But frankly, right now, I don't care. He stole my son's future. A little public humiliation is the least he deserves. I'll update later if I can stomach it. Update 1 okay, Sunday dinner happened. And it was intense. I'm still reeling a bit, to be honest. Getting Colin to actually go was like pulling teeth, as expected. He mumbled about being tired, having work to do, all the usual excuses. But I stood my ground. Colin, I said, my voice firm, you're coming, Weston's coming. We're all going to have a lovely family dinner at your parents'. He saw the look in my eye, the steel in my voice, and finally, begrudgingly, agreed. Weston, bless his heart, was oblivious to the brewing storm. He was excited about going to Grandma and Grandpa's, as always. He's always had a good relationship with them. We arrived at Margaret and Robert's around noon. The smell of roast beef and gravy wafted out the door, a classic Sunday dinner aroma. Margaret greeted us with her usual warm hug and fussed over Weston, asking about college, his plans, his dorm choices. Robert clapped Weston on the back, booming, "State U, huh? Smart kid, just like his old man and his grandpa." Colin just stood there, stiff and silent, a dark cloud hanging over him. The pleasantries continued through appetizers. Small talk about the weather, Margaret's garden, Robert's golf game. All the while, I could feel the tension coiling tighter and tighter in the air. Weston was chattering away about his acceptance letter, beaming with pride, completely unaware of the landmine about to explode. Finally, as we sat down to dinner, with the steaming roast and mashed potatoes in front of us, Margaret turned to Colin, a cheerful smile on her face. "So, Colin, have you been showing Weston around campus yet? He needs to get familiar with his future stomping grounds." This was my cue. I took a deep breath, put down my fork, and looked directly at Colin. "Actually, Colin has something he needs to tell you both about Weston and State U." My voice was calm, almost too calm. The cheerful atmosphere in the room instantly evaporated. Margaret and Robert exchanged a worried glance. Weston stopped mid-sentence, sensing the shift in mood. Colin's face paled even further. He shifted in his seat, cleared his throat, and started to mumble. Well, Mom, Dad, it's about Weston's college fund." His voice trailed off. Margaret leaned forward, her smile faltering. "The college fund, what about it, dear?" He took another deep breath, finally meeting their eyes, but his gaze darted around the room, anywhere but directly at them for long. It's gone." The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Robert frowned, confused. "Gone? What do you mean gone? Did the bank fail or something?" Margaret's hand flew to her chest. Colin's confession was a slow, agonizing drip of truth. He explained, in halting, shame-faced sentences, about the investments, the losses, the gambling. The more he spoke, the more the color drained from his parents' faces. Margaret's cheerful demeanor completely crumbled. Robert's jovial expression hardened into a mask of disbelief and anger. Weston, bless him, just looked bewildered, his eyes darting between his father and his grandparents, trying to understand the incomprehensible. The silence after Colin finished was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop. Margaret was the first to speak, her voice trembling. "Gambling? Colin, you gambled away Weston's college fund? All of it?" He nodded, unable to meet her gaze. Robert slammed his fist on the table, making the silverware jump. "Are you out of your mind, boy? That money was for Weston, for his future asterisk. How could you be so irresponsible?" The floodgates opened. Margaret started crying, heartbroken and betrayed. Robert launched into a furious tirade, pacing around the dining room, his voice booming with outrage and disappointment. "State U, we talked about State U, we were so proud of Weston for getting in. And now you've ruined it all. You've robbed him of his opportunity." Colin just sat there, shoulders slumped, head bowed, taking the verbal lashing without protest. He deserved every word of it and more. I watched him, feeling a cold, grim satisfaction mixed with a sickening sense of sadness. This was what I wanted, wasn't it? To make him understand, to make him face the consequences. Weston, finally understanding the gravity of the situation, looked utterly devastated. His face crumpled and tears welled up in his eyes. "Grandpa, Grandma, is it true? I can't go to State U." His voice was barely a whisper. Margaret rushed to him, pulling him into a tight hug, sobbing, "Oh, Weston, honey, I am so sorry, so sorry." Robert stopped pacing and turned to Weston, his voice softening, though still laced with anger. "It's not your fault, son. This is your father's fault. He's made a terrible, terrible mistake." He glared at Colin, his eyes blazing with disappointment and fury. Dinner was, needless to say, completely abandoned. The roast sat cooling on the table, uneaten, a symbol of the ruined occasion. Margaret and Robert focused all their attention on Weston, comforting him, reassuring him while completely ignoring Colin, who remained a hunched, pathetic figure in the corner. I stayed silent, letting them vent their anger and sorrow. It was their turn now. It was Colin's turn to face the music, to feel the weight of his betrayal, not just to me, but to his parents, to his son, to his entire family. The air was thick with anger, disappointment, and the bitter taste of shattered dreams. I'll write more later when I've processed everything. It was a lot. Update to the aftermath of Sunday dinner has been chaotic. The drive home was silent, glacial. Weston sat in the back, headphones on, staring out the window. Colin just drove, his jaw clenched, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I stared straight ahead, numb. When we got home, Weston went straight to his room and slammed the door. Colin mumbled something about going for a walk and disappeared. I just sat on the couch in the living room, the silence in the house heavy and suffocating. The phone started ringing almost immediately after Colin left. Margaret, and then Robert, and then Margaret again. They were furious. Furious at Colin, of course, but also at me. Not angry exactly, but disappointed, bewildered. Margaret kept asking in a tearful voice, "Catherine, how could you let this happen? Didn't you know? Didn't you see the signs?" I tried to explain, to tell her about the investments, the streamlining, my misplaced trust, but she didn't seem to be listening. She just kept repeating, "State you, poor Weston, all that money." Robert was more blunt. "Catherine, I'm sorry, but you've been incredibly irresponsible. How could you let Colin handle all the finances without checking on him? College fund, for God's sake. That's sacred." Their words stung, even though a part of me knew they were right, in a way. I had been negligent. I'd let Colin take over because it was easier, because I trusted him, because I didn't want to deal with the budget myself. But their judgment, their blaming tone, felt unfair, considering who was truly responsible. "Robert," I said, my voice tight, "with all due respect, I didn't gamble away Weston's college fund. Colin did. And I'm dealing with the fallout now, just like you." That seemed to shut him up, at least temporarily. Margaret was still weeping, wailing about Weston's future and Colin's stupidity. The phone calls continued late into the night. Margaret and Robert calling individually, then together, each time rehashing the same ground, asking the same questions, expressing the same outrage and sorrow. It was exhausting, emotionally draining. I finally turned off my phone and just sat in the dark, trying to process everything. Colin didn't come home until after midnight. He was subdued, quiet, almost deflated. He went straight to bed without a word to me. I stayed up for hours, staring at the ceiling, sleep refusing to come. The weight of everything, the lost money, the broken trust, the shattered dreams, pressed down on me, suffocating me. The next day was even worse. The house felt like a pressure cooker, simmering with unspoken anger and resentment. Weston was withdrawn, silent, barely eating. Colin was a ghost, avoiding eye contact, shuffling around the house like a shadow. Margaret and Robert called again, several times, their tone shifting from disappointment to something else. Something more proactive. Robert called in the afternoon, his voice surprisingly calm, almost businesslike. "Catherine, Margaret and I have been talking. We're not going to let Weston's future be ruined by Colin's foolishness. We're going to help." My heart leaped with a surge of unexpected hope. "Help? How?" I asked, my voice trembling. "We'll pay for his tuition," Robert said, his voice firm. "Every penny. We'll cover his room and board, books, everything. Weston is going to state you, no matter what. Colin's stupidity isn't going to derail his grandson's future." Tears welled up in my eyes, relief washing over me in a tidal wave. "Robert, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much." "Don't thank us, Catherine," he said, his voice hardening again. "We're doing this for Weston and for ourselves. We won't let Colin's gambling addiction tarnish the state U legacy in this family." There was a pause. "But Colin needs to understand the consequences of his actions. He needs to make amends." My hope faltered slightly. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice wary. "He needs to explain to Weston, face to face. He needs to tell his son how he messed up, how he betrayed his trust, how he almost ruined his dreams. And he needs to apologize. A real apology, Catherine, not some mumbled excuse. He needs to beg for Weston's forgiveness." My stomach clenched. This was going to be even harder than Sunday dinner. "Robert, I don't know if that's a good idea right now. Weston is already so upset." "It needs to happen, Catherine," Robert insisted, his voice unwavering. "Colin needs to face his son. He needs to take responsibility, and Weston deserves to hear it directly from his father. It won't be easy, but it's necessary for everyone." He was right, of course. It was necessary. Painful, excruciatingly so, but necessary. The real reckoning was still to come. Update 3, it's over. I think. The conversation between Colin and Weston happened last night. It was, as awful as I imagined, maybe even worse. Robert and Margaret insisted on being present, for support, they said, but I suspect it was more for control, to make sure Colin followed their script, to witness his humiliation firsthand. I stayed in the kitchen, pacing nervously, my hands clammy, every nerve ending screaming. I could hear Colin's voice, low and mumbled, then Robert's booming interruptions, Margaret's occasional tearful sobs, and Weston. Weston's silence was the most gut-wrenching of all. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about an hour. When it was over, Robert and Margaret emerged from the living room, their faces grim but with a certain satisfaction, I guess. Margaret hugged me tightly, her eyes red and puffy. "We've sorted it out, Catherine," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Weston is going to state you. Robert and I will take care of everything. You don't have to worry anymore." I managed a weak smile, my gratitude mixed with a deep sense of unease. Robert clapped me on the shoulder, his expression softening slightly. "Colin," he said, "he's going to get help. Gamblers Anonymous, therapy, the whole 9 yards. He knows he messed up, Catherine. I think he finally understands." I nodded, not sure what to say. I wanted to believe it, to cling to the hope that this nightmare could somehow lead to some kind of healing for Colin, for our family. But a part of me, a cynical, weary part of me, doubted it deeply. Weston came out of the living room last, his face pale, his eyes shadowed. He walked straight to me, his steps slow and heavy. He didn't say anything, just wrapped his arms around me in a tight, desperate hug. I held him close, stroking his hair, tears streaming down my face. In that moment, it was just me and him, mother and son, bound together by a shared pain, a shared betrayal. Colin. Colin stayed in the living room, alone. Later, he came to me, his eyes pleading, his voice choked with emotion. "Catherine, please, can we talk? I'm so sorry. I know I messed up. I know I hurt you, Weston, Mom and Dad, everyone, but I promise I'll fix it. I'll get help. I'll do whatever it takes. Please, just don't give up on me." I looked at him, at the man I had loved, the man I had built a life with, and felt nothing. Just a hollow ache, a vast emptiness where love and trust used to be. "Colin," I said, my voice flat, emotionless, "it's too late. You broke something tonight, something fundamental. I don't think I can ever trust you again. Not with money, not with our son's future, not with my heart." His face crumpled, tears welling up in his eyes. "Catherine, no, please, don't say that. We can work through this, we can." I shook my head, cutting him off. "No, Colin, we can't. You gambled away our son's college fund. You gambled away our future, and you gambled away us." I turned away, unable to watch his pain, unable to feel anything but a cold, weary resignation. He's sleeping on the couch tonight. I don't know what will happen next. Divorce papers, separation. I honestly haven't even begun to think about it. Right now, all I can focus on is Weston, making sure he's okay, that he knows he's loved, that his future is secure, thanks to his grandparents, not to his father. Colin will have to face the consequences of his actions, alone. He made his choices, and now we all have to live with them. The state you dream is still alive, for Weston, at least, but for our marriage, for our family. I fear it's irrevocably broken, gambled away on a losing hand. And this time, there's no way to recoup the losses. My stepbrother destroyed my mother's memorial garden, then threatened me when I reported him to his university. Am I wrong for exposing his cruelty? My stepbrother Carter has always been intense. Even before my dad and Victoria got married, Carter, who's just a year older than me, Karina, 21F, seemed to see me as some kind of rival. It was subtle at first, little digs and competitions that I mostly ignored. Then Dad and Victoria got engaged, and Carter's intensity just amplified. He started making comments about my house. It's always been my house. Dad inherited it from his parents, long before Victoria was in the picture, and my things, always laced with this undercurrent of resentment. But nothing prepared me for what happened to Mom's garden. My mom passed away 3 years ago. She was a force of nature, truly, and her garden in our small backyard was her sanctuary and ours. She poured her heart and soul into it, and after she was gone, it became mine. Not in a legal sense, just mine to care for, mine to feel close to her in. It's a small space, really, but she made it magical. Roses climbed the fence, hydrangeas bloomed in blues and pinks, and there were always herbs and vegetables tucked in between. It wasn't just beautiful, it felt alive, like a little piece of her was still there. This spring, I was so excited. After a long, harsh winter, everything was starting to come back to life. I'd spent weeks weeding, fertilizing, and planning out what to plant this season. The roses were budding, the first shoots of lilies were poking through the soil, and the herbs were filling the air with their scent. It was my happy place, especially when things with Dad and Victoria were complicated. Then, last week, I went out to water and it was devastation. Everything was wilted, the leaves drooping and brown, the soil looking strangely pale and dry. At first, I thought it was some kind of disease, or maybe a sudden blight. I rushed to get my gardening books, frantically flipping through pages, trying to diagnose what had happened. But nothing made sense. The wilting was too uniform, too sudden, too aggressive. It was like someone had taken a blowtorch to my little sanctuary. My heart sank when my eye landed on the water hose. It was slightly coiled in an unnatural way, and near the spigot, I saw a faint white residue, like dried powder. Bleach. My stomach dropped. Someone had used bleach. Someone had intentionally poisoned my mother's garden, my sanctuary. I felt sick. Who would do something so cruel, so pointless? My mind raced through possibilities, stray kids maybe, some kind of vandals. But it felt too targeted, too deliberate. And then, a terrible thought wormed its way into my mind. Carter. He'd been off lately, even more intense than usual. He'd been making pointed comments about the garden, about how sentimental I was being, spending so much time playing in the dirt. He'd even scoffed when I'd mentioned I was planting Mom's favorite roses, calling them dead people flowers. It was cruel and dismissive, even for him. I decided to check the security camera Dad had installed last year, mainly for deliveries, but it did cover a sliver of the backyard. I hadn't even considered checking it before. I was so focused on the physical damage to the garden, I hadn't thought about evidence. I logged into the app, nervously scrolling back to last week, to the day I last remembered the garden looking healthy. And there it was. The grainy footage, taken at dusk, wasn't perfect, but it was clear enough. There's Carter casually walking into the backyard, carrying a jug. He's obscured by the rose bushes for a few seconds, then he reappears, the jug lighter, heading back inside. He's whistling, practically bouncing with what? Satisfaction. It's chilling to watch. Then the audio. The camera wasn't great for sound, but if you turn the volume up, you can hear him talking. Not to anyone else, just to himself, or maybe to the garden. It's muffled, but there are snippets I can make out. Stupid flowers. Always getting attention. Should be gone. And then, clearest of all, yeah, that should do it. No more garden. My blood ran cold. He asterisk meant asterisk to do it. He asterisk wanted asterisk to destroy it. It wasn't some accident, some thoughtless act of vandalism. It was calculated, deliberate, and targeted. At my mother's garden. At me. I saved the video, my hands shaking. I don't even know what to do with it. Part of me wants to scream at him, to confront him right now, to show him what he's done, what he's taken away. Part of me wants to show Victoria, to show my dad. But I'm scared of what will happen. I'm scared of what Carter is capable of. Then, a different idea, a cold, sharp thought, flickered in my mind. Carter is on a scholarship at a really prestigious university. He's always been obsessed with getting into law school, with having this perfect, polished image. I know the university takes their reputation very seriously. I also know they have a student code of conduct that covers everything. Dishonesty, malicious behavior, anything that reflects badly on the institution. And I have video evidence of him intentionally destroying property that is clearly not his, admitting it was intentional, and doing it all with this disturbing glee. I have a video of him confessing to intentionally destroying my mother's garden. Should I send it to his university? Is that too extreme? Is it overkill? I need to do something. This can't just go unpunished. This can't just be okay. Reddit, tell me, am I crazy for even considering this? What should I do? Asterisk, 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 it's been a whirlwind since I posted. Reading all your comments, the support, the anger on my behalf, it's actually helped me feel a little less alone, a little less crazy for even thinking about going to the university. So many of you were saying I should do it, that Carter needs consequences, that he's clearly escalating, and that this wasn't just a kid prank. You're right. It's not. It's mean and calculated, and frankly, terrifying, so I did it. Yesterday afternoon, after agonizing over it for hours, reading and rereading your comments, I sent an email to the university's Dean of Student Affairs. I attached the video, explained the situation, laid out the context, and hit send. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. Then, I waited and waited. It was the longest day ever. I barely ate, couldn't focus on anything, just kept checking my email, refreshing. Nothing. I started to think maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe they wouldn't even care. Then, this morning, my phone rang. It was an unknown number, but something told me to answer it. It was a woman's voice, very professional, very official sounding. She introduced herself as Dean Thompson from Carter's University. My heart hammered in my chest. She said she'd received my email, reviewed the video, and wanted to get some more information. She asked me questions about the garden, about my relationship with Carter, about what I wanted to happen. I tried to stay calm, tried to explain everything as clearly and concisely as I could. I told her about Mom, about how much the garden meant to me, about Carter's behavior, and how I was genuinely worried about his capacity for cruelty. I said I wasn't looking to ruin his life, but I felt like there needed to be some kind of accountability, some kind of consequence for what he did. She listened patiently, asked clarifying questions, and then said she would be looking into the matter further and would be in touch. That was it. The call ended and I was left, suspended in this weird limbo. Had I done the right thing? Had I just made everything worse? Then the fireworks started. Around lunchtime, Victoria called. Her voice was tight, almost strangled. "Karina, what have you done?" I took a deep breath. "What do you mean, Victoria?" "You know exactly what I mean. Carter just called, he's freaking out, the university. They contacted him. About some video you sent?" "Yes," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "I sent them a video." "A video of what? What video could you possibly send them that would make them freak out like this?" "A video of Carter," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "destroying Mom's garden." Silence. A long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. Then Victoria's voice, suddenly softer, almost pleading. "Karina." "Why? Why would you do this? Why did he do it, Victoria?" I asked, my voice rising. "Why did he intentionally poison my mother's garden? Why did he destroy something that meant so much to me, and then brag about it? Did you even watch the video?" "No," she admitted quietly. "Carter he called me panicked. He said you were trying to ruin his life." "Ruin his life, Victoria. He destroyed something irreplaceable, something sentimental, something precious. He did it on purpose for fun. And now I'm ruining his life because I'm holding him accountable. He's under a lot of pressure, Karina," she said weakly. "University is hard, law school is competitive." "Oh, pressure," I scoffed. "Is that an excuse for cruelty now? Is pressure an excuse for intentionally hurting someone? For destroying their memories, their peace?" The conversation went downhill from there. Victoria kept trying to minimize it, to explain it away, to paint me as the vindictive one. She said I was overreacting, that it was just flowers, that Carter was just being a kid. "He's 22, Victoria, not 12. I hung up on her, my chest tight with anger and frustration. It's always the same with her. Always excuses for Carter, always minimizing his behavior, always somehow twisting it around to be my fault for reacting. Then, Carter himself called. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. His voice was shaking, laced with a barely controlled fury. "Karina, you are unbelievable. You are actually trying to get me kicked out of school. Over some stupid garden asterisk. It wasn't just some stupid garden, Carter," I said, my voice cold. "It was my mother's garden, and you destroyed it, on purpose." "So what? It's just plants. You're acting like I killed someone." "You killed something that was alive and precious to me, Carter. You did it intentionally, maliciously, and you were caught. Now you have to face the consequences." "Consequences? You think I'm just going to let you get away with this? You're going to regret this, Karina. You are going to seriously regret this." And then he hung up, leaving me with a chilling sense of unease. His tone wasn't just angry, it was threatening. "Dad hasn't called yet. I'm almost afraid to talk to him. I know he's going to be caught in the middle, torn between Victoria and Carter and me. I know he's going to try to mediate, to smooth things over, to make it all go away. But this isn't something that can just go away. Not for me, not anymore. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I should have just talked to Carter directly. Maybe I should have just let it go. But I can't. Not this time. This isn't just about a garden anymore. It's about respect, about boundaries, about consequences. And maybe, just maybe, it's about finally standing up for myself and for my mother's memory against Carter's intensity. I just hope I'm doing the right thing. The fallout has been intense, to say the least. It feels like my family has imploded. Dad finally called last night, his voice strained, tight. He didn't yell, didn't accuse, but the disappointment in his tone was worse than any shouting match. "Karina," he started, sighing heavily. "Victoria told me about the video, about Carter and the garden." "Yes, Dad," I said, bracing myself. "Why, Karina? Why did you send it to the university? Why didn't you talk to us first? We could have handled this, internally." "Handled it how, Dad?" I asked, my voice hardening. By telling Carter naughty boy, don't do that again, and then patting him on the head. By minimizing it, explaining it away like you always do. He was silent for a moment. That's not fair, Karina. Isn't it? Really? Dad, Carter intentionally destroyed my mother's garden. He poisoned it. He admitted it on video, and he was proud of it. This isn't some minor transgression. This is malicious, and frankly, Dad, I'm scared of him. Scared, Karina, that's dramatic. Is it, Dad? Is it dramatic to be scared of someone who is capable of that kind of deliberate cruelty? Someone who clearly gets pleasure out of hurting me, and my mother's memory. He sighed again. Look, I'm not saying what Carter did was okay. It wasn't. It was stupid and immature, and yes, maybe a little cruel. But sending it to the university, Karina, that's going to have serious consequences for him. His scholarship, his future. And what about the consequences for me, Dad? I asked, my voice cracking. What about the consequences of him destroying my garden, of him constantly belittling and undermining me, of him making my life miserable ever since Victoria came into the picture? That's not true, Karina. You're exaggerating. Am I, Dad? Am I really? Think about it. Honestly, think about it. Has Carter ever really accepted me? Has he ever been genuinely kind or supportive? Or has it always been this undercurrent of resentment, of competition, of hostility? He didn't answer. He couldn't. Because he knows it's true. He's seen it. He's witnessed it. He's probably even tried to smooth it over in his own well-meaning but ultimately ineffective way. Dad, I said, softening my tone slightly. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't. But I felt like I had no choice. No one in this family ever holds Carter accountable for anything. He gets away with everything always. And it's not fair. Not to me, and honestly, not to him either. He needs to learn that actions have consequences. That he can't just go around hurting people and destroying things without facing the music. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, his voice weary, I understand you're hurt, Karina. I do, and maybe you're right. Maybe Carter does need to learn a lesson, but I just wish you'd talk to me first. We could have figured something out. Figured what out, Dad? Another slap on the wrist, another lecture that he'll ignore 5 minutes later, another empty apology that means nothing. I shook my head. No, Dad, I'm done with that. This time, Carter has to face real consequences, and if that means his university scholarship then that's what it means. The university asterisk is asterisk taking it seriously. Dean Thompson called again this afternoon. She said they've launched a formal investigation, that Carter has been informed and is apparently not cooperating. She didn't elaborate, but I can imagine. Carter not cooperating? Shocking. Victoria is furious. She's been texting me nonstop, calling me names, accusing me of everything under the sun. She's even started bringing up Mom, saying I'm dishonoring her memory by making a scene and dragging the family name through the mud. It's twisted. Like somehow I'm the bad guy for wanting justice for what was done to Mom's garden. Carter hasn't reached out directly again, but my friends have told me he's been ranting about me online, on some forum I don't even know about. Apparently, he's painting himself as the victim, the misunderstood genius being persecuted by his evil stepsister. It's laughable, but also unsettling. I know this is going to get uglier. I know there's going to be more backlash, more family drama, more pain. But I also feel a strange sense of relief. Like I've finally done something. Like I've finally broken the cycle of Carter getting away with everything. The garden is still dead. I haven't been able to bring myself to even go back out there. But maybe, just maybe, something new can grow from all of this. Maybe some boundaries can be established, some respect can be earned, some justice can be served. It's a small hope in a whole lot of mess. But right now, it's enough.
My ex-wife told me my 15-year-old son wasn't mine after conveniently forgetting about the paternity test. But now she's trying to apologize. What do I do? It's been a bizarre few days to say the least. My ex-wife, Marie, dropped a bomb on me that's completely turned my world upside down, or at least she thought it would. We've been divorced for, let me think, almost 10 years now. Time flies when you're trying to forget parts of your life. Anyway, we share a son, King, who's now 15 and a pretty great kid if I do say so myself. Marie and I, well, we weren't great together, which is why we're exes. But we've managed to co-parent okay, mostly for King's sake. We have our moments like every divorced couple does, but mostly we keep it civil. So out of the blue, I get a call from Marie on Tuesday. Now, usually she texts, unless it's something urgent or involving King directly. A phone call from Marie. Red flag number 1. I answered, bracing myself for the usual drama, but what came next was different. Avery, she starts, her voice all shaky and dramatic, like she's rehearsed this in front of a mirror. We need to talk. Okay, I say, trying to keep my tone neutral. Talk about what? About King, she says, drawing it out for maximum effect. About his parentage. My brain short-circuited for a second. Did I hear her right? His parentage? I repeat, dumbfounded. Marie, what are you talking about? He's our son. Then she drops the bomb. Avery, she says, and I swear I can practically see her smirking on the other end of the line. King might not be yours. I laughed. I actually laughed out loud. It was a nervous, disbelieving laugh, but still a laugh. Are you serious right now, Marie? After 15 years. You're just telling me now that my son, my 15-year-old son, might not be mine. I had my doubts back then, she mumbled, her voice losing some of its dramatic flair and turning almost sheepish. And, well, recent things have made me reconsider everything. Recent things? I ask, trying to keep the incredulity out of my voice, but probably failing miserably. What recent things, Marie? Did you suddenly develop amnesia for the last 15 years and just now remembered you might have slept with someone else around the time King was conceived? She huffed. Don't be ridiculous, Avery. It's just, King is getting older and he's starting to look less like you, less like me. King has my eyes, my chin, even that annoying cowlick I used to try to flatten in high school. Anyone who's ever seen us together knows he's my kid. Marie, he's the spitting image of me as a kid, I say, exasperated. What are you even talking about? Well, he doesn't have your hair color, she says, grasping at straws, and his build is different. I wanted to scream. My hair color, my hair is brown, King's is slightly darker, closer to black maybe, and build, he's 15, he's still growing. Marie, you're grasping at straws, I say, my patience wearing thin. This is ridiculous. What is this really about? It's about King, Avery, she insists, her voice rising again. He deserves to know the truth. We both do, the truth. The truth is she's being completely and utterly insane. But then something flickered in my memory, something from a long, long time ago, back when King was born. Marie, I say slowly, my mind racing, do you remember when King was born at the hospital? There's a pause. Yes, of course I remember. What about it? Do you remember any tests they did? Routine tests maybe? Another pause, longer this time. I don't know what tests. Genetic tests, Marie, I say, the memory solidifying. Do you remember them doing genetic testing on King right after he was born? Silence. A long, heavy silence. I could practically hear the gears turning in her head. Then, finally, a week. No, I don't remember any genetic tests. That's when I knew she had forgotten. Completely, utterly forgotten. Or maybe, more likely, she was hoping I had forgotten. Marie, I say, my voice calm now, dangerously calm. They did genetic testing, Marie. Remember, it was routine for newborns. They pricked his heel, took a blood sample. They tested him for all sorts of things, including paternity. More silence. I could almost feel her crumbling on the other end of the line. Don't you remember, Marie? I press, my voice still soft, but with an edge of steel. They confirmed it right there in the hospital, remember? There was no doubt, King is my son. And you know it. The line went dead. She hung up. I stared at my phone, dumbfounded. What in the world was that about? Why, after all these years, would she pull something like this? And why did she conveniently forget about the genetic testing we did at birth? It was standard procedure, especially back then. We got the results before we even left the hospital. It was clear as day. King was mine. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, replaying the conversation in my head. Was this some kind of elaborate manipulation? Was she trying to get something from me? Money? Attention? Or was she truly, genuinely delusional? I decided to do some digging. I knew we had kept all the baby stuff stored away in boxes in the attic. Old baby clothes, photos, and, hopefully, the hospital paperwork. It was a long shot, but maybe, just maybe, I could find something that definitively proved, not just to me, but to Marie too, that she was completely wrong. And that King was, without a doubt, my son. Update 1: the attic was a disaster zone. Dusty boxes stacked to the ceiling, cobwebs thicker than Christmas tinsel, and the lingering scent of mothballs and forgotten dreams. It took me the better part of Saturday to even find the right boxes, rummaging through old Christmas decorations, forgotten photo albums from my childhood, and a box full of Marie's, well, let's just say things I'd rather not have stumbled upon. Let's just say our marriage had its interesting phases. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I found it. A faded blue box labeled King Baby Stuff. My heart thumped with a mixture of hope and dread as I carried it downstairs to the kitchen table. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight as I opened it, revealing layers of baby clothes, soft blankets, and faded photographs. I carefully sifted through everything, my fingers brushing against the soft fabric of tiny onesies and the smooth plastic of baby toys. Each item was a bittersweet reminder of a time that felt both a lifetime ago and yesterday. Then, buried at the bottom of the box, tucked inside a manila envelope, I found it: hospital paperwork, discharge papers, vaccination records, and the newborn screening results. My hands trembled slightly as I pulled out the crisp white sheet, the hospital logo still faintly visible in the corner. My eyes scanned the clinical jargon, searching for the one thing I needed to see, and there it was, under a heading labeled Paternity Confirmation Routine. Results positive. Avery Miller confirmed as biological father. Tears welled up in my eyes, a mix of relief, anger, and a strange, overwhelming sadness. Relief that I had proof, tangible, undeniable proof, that Marie was wrong or lying or delusional, or whatever her twisted game was. Anger at her for even suggesting, after all this time, that King might not be mine. And sadness. Sadness for what we had lost, for the family we could have been, for the years of co-parenting that had now been tainted by this ridiculous, hurtful accusation. I took a photo of the document with my phone, then carefully placed it back in the envelope, back in the box, and carried it all back up to the dusty attic. As I climbed down the creaking attic stairs, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Marie. "Avery, can we talk again? I think I might have overreacted." Overreacted? Is that what she called it? Telling me my son might not be mine after 15 years and conveniently forgetting about the genetic test that proved otherwise. Overreacting? I texted back a simple, "Yes, we can talk. Come over tomorrow, 2 p.m., and bring King." I needed King to be there, not as a pawn in this twisted game of hers, but because he deserved to know the truth. He deserved to see his mother confronted with her lie, to understand that he was loved, wanted, and undeniably my son. The next day was agonizing. I paced the living room, cleaned the already spotless kitchen, and reread the newspaper cover to cover 3 times. 2 p.m. felt like it would never arrive. Finally, the doorbell rang. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Marie stood there, looking nervous and uncertain, King beside her, looking confused and wary. "Come in," I said, stepping aside. They walked in and I led them to the living room. We sat down, an awkward triangle of tension and unspoken words. "So," Marie started, her voice hesitant, "about yesterday." "About yesterday?" I interrupted, my voice sharper than I intended. "Marie, you called me and told me my son might not be mine, after 15 years, and you call that overreacting?" She flinched. I know it sounds bad, Avery, but I was just thinking, doubting things, and I wanted to be honest with you." Honest. By dropping a paternity bomb out of nowhere and conveniently forgetting crucial details. "Honest," I repeated, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "Marie, you weren't honest, you were manipulative and hurtful." King shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes darting between us. "Mom, what's going on?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my anger in check. This wasn't about Marie and me anymore. It was about King. "King," I said, turning to him, "your mother called me yesterday and told me she said she wasn't sure if I was your father." His eyes widened in shock, then narrowed with confusion. "What? But you are my dad." "Yes, King, I am your dad," I said firmly, reaching out to place a hand on his shoulder, "and there's never been any doubt about that, ever." Marie shifted uncomfortably again. "Avery, please, don't involve King in this." "He deserves to be involved, Marie," I said, my voice hardening. "He deserves to know the truth, the whole truth, not just your twisted version of it." I stood up and walked over to the kitchen counter where I had placed the photo I had taken of the newborn screening results. I picked it up and handed it to King. "King, look at this," I said. "This is from right after you were born. From the hospital, it's your newborn screening, and look right here." I pointed to the line that read, "Paternity confirmation, positive." King took the photo, his brow furrowed as he read it. He looked up at me, then at Marie, then back at the photo again. His face was a mask of confusion and disbelief. "Dad, what is this?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "What's Mom saying?" I looked at Marie, waiting for her to speak, to explain herself, to somehow make sense of this mess she had created. But she just sat there, her head bowed, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "Marie," I prompted, my voice cold, "you want to explain it to him, or should I?" Update 2. The silence in the living room was thick enough to cut with a knife. King sat there, staring at the photo of the newborn screening results, his expression a mixture of hurt and bewilderment. Marie remained silent, her head still bowed, avoiding eye contact with both of us. Finally, King spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, is this Is this true? Did you really doubt if Dad was my dad? Marie finally looked up, her eyes red and watery. Oh, King, honey, she said, her voice cracking. It's not like that. It's just, it was a long time ago, and things were complicated. Complicated how, Mom? King pressed, his voice firmer now, demanding an answer. Complicated enough to make you think Dad wasn't my dad. Marie's carefully constructed facade began to crumble. Tears streamed down her face, and she started to sob. It's not that I ever really doubted it, King, she stammered. It's just, I was young and I was scared. And things weren't easy between your dad and me back then. So you lied? King asked, his voice hardening. You called Dad and told him that I might not be his son just because things weren't easy. Marie's sobs intensified. She didn't answer, but her silence spoke volumes. Mom, that's awful, King said, his voice filled with a hurt I'd never heard before. How could you do that? To Dad? To me? I watched, a strange mix of anger and pity churning within me. Pity for Marie, who had clearly made a terrible mistake, driven by, what? Insecurity. A twisted desire for attention, or something else entirely. And anger, deep, burning anger at her for putting King through this, for planting seeds of doubt and confusion in his young mind, for reopening old wounds that I thought had finally healed. Marie, I said, my voice low and steady, why did you do this? Why now, after all these years? She finally looked up at me, her eyes pleading. Avery, I don't know, she confessed, her voice choked with tears. I've been feeling lost lately. Like my life hasn't turned out the way I planned. And I started thinking about the past, about us, about King, and I don't know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. I'm so sorry. Just sorry for causing this much pain, for dredging up all this old baggage, for putting our son through this emotional ringer. All she could offer was sorry. Sorry isn't enough, Marie, I said, my voice cold. Sorry doesn't undo the damage you've done. Sorry doesn't erase what you've said to King, to me. Sorry doesn't fix this. King stood up abruptly, pushing back his chair. I need to go, he mumbled, his voice thick with emotion. He turned and walked quickly out of the living room, heading for the front door. King, wait, I called after him, but he didn't stop. He slammed the door behind him and was gone. I turned back to Marie, who was still sitting there, sobbing softly. The anger welled up inside me again, hot and bitter. Marie, I said, my voice rising, what did you expect to happen? Did you think I would just laugh it off? That King would just shrug it off? Did you even think about the consequences of your actions? Or were you just so caught up in your own whatever it is, that you didn't even consider how this would affect us, how it would affect King? She didn't answer, just continued to cry. I stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the street where King had disappeared. My son who was now out there hurting, confused, betrayed by his own mother's selfish and reckless actions. Get out, Marie, I said, my voice flat. Just get out. And don't contact me again. Not until you've figured out what you've done and why, and maybe, just maybe, then we can talk. But right now, just go. She didn't argue. She stood up, wiped her eyes, and walked out of the house, leaving me standing there, alone in the silence, with the shattered pieces of my already fractured family scattered around me. I knew I had to find King. He was hurting, and he needed his dad. I grabbed my keys and headed out the door, hoping, praying, that I could fix at least some of the damage Marie had caused. The road ahead was uncertain, messy, and painful. But one thing was clear. I would do whatever it took to protect my son, to show him that he was loved, and to make sure he knew, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that he was, and always would be, my son. No amount of forgotten genetic tests or misguided doubts could ever change that. I had to make sure he knew that. My wife's best friend tried to sabotage her surprise party by convincing her I was having an affair because she's obsessed with my wife. My wife's best friend, Mabel, is convinced I'm having an affair, and it's driving me crazy because I'm really not. It's her 35th birthday next month. Tegan, my wife, and I've been planning a surprise party for weeks, pulling in all her closest friends and family. It's been a logistical nightmare, honestly, coordinating schedules, finding a venue that Tegan won't suspect, and keeping it all a secret from her. I've been sneakier than a ninja, deleting texts, making hushed phone calls in the garage, and inventing elaborate excuses for disappearing for hours at a time for errands. Apparently, all this secrecy is reading as something entirely different to Mabel. Tegan mentioned it to me last night, a little hesitant, but I could tell something was bothering her. Mabel asked me if everything is okay with us, she said, fiddling with her coffee cup, avoiding eye contact. She's just concerned, I think. I raised an eyebrow, playing it cool. Concerned about what? Tegan sighed, finally meeting my gaze, her brow furrowed. Just, you've been different lately, Jack. Distracted, always on your phone, going out all the time. She just wondered if maybe there was someone else. My stomach dropped. Someone else? Seriously. I'm practically living on caffeine and stress, fueled by spreadsheets and party supply orders, not clandestine rendezvous. Tegan, honey, I said, reaching for her hand. There's no one else, I swear. I've just been busy, really busy with work. Work, my go-to excuse. It's technically not a lie. The party planning asterisk is asterisk work, just unpaid and driven by love and a desire to see my wife absolutely light up with happiness. But it feels like a lie because it's not the asterisk full asterisk truth. Tegan looked unconvinced, her eyes searching mine. Mabel said, she saw you having lunch with a woman last week downtown. She said you looked cozy. Downtown, lunch with a woman. My mind raced. Last week, downtown. Oh crap. That was Mrs. Henderson, the caterer. We were finalizing the menu for the party at that little bistro Tegan adores. Cozy probably meant we were leaning over menus, discussing dietary restrictions and napkin colors with the intensity of Cold War diplomats. Tegan, listen, I started, trying to sound reassuring but also vague enough not to give anything away. That was just a client, a business lunch, completely professional. Mabel said she was blonde, Tegan continued, still looking doubtful, and younger. Mrs. Henderson is blondish in a sophisticated business owner kind of way. Younger, definitely younger than asterisk me asterisk, but probably around Tegan's age. And cozy could easily be misconstrued if you're actively looking for something to be suspicious about. Honey, it's literally my job to have lunch with clients, I said, trying to inject some humor into the situation. They pay me to be charming over salads. It's called networking. Tegan forced a small smile, but the worry lines around her eyes didn't soften. Mabel's just looking out for me, she said softly. She cares. I know she does, I said, squeezing her hand, and I appreciate that, but you need to trust me, Tegan. There's nothing going on, absolutely nothing. She nodded slowly, but I could still sense the uncertainty lingering. After Tegan went to bed, I grabbed my phone and scrolled through Mabel's Instagram. There she was, all smiles and sunshine, radiating best friend energy. Beneath the surface, though, I could feel the subtle undercurrent of suspicion, the subtle digs disguised as concern. Mabel has always been protective of Tegan, almost possessive sometimes. They've been friends since kindergarten, practically sisters, I get it, but this feels different. This feels like she's actively trying to sow seeds of doubt, to create a problem where there isn't one. Is she jealous? Insecure? Does she genuinely think I'm capable of cheating on Tegan? It's baffling and, frankly, a little insulting. I love Tegan more than anything. The thought of hurting her, of betraying her trust, is sickening. And here's Mabel, her best friend, painting me as some kind of philandering monster based on, what? A lunch with a caterer and some hushed phone calls about cake flavors? It's ridiculous. I want to confront Mabel, to tell her to back off and stop poisoning Tegan's mind with these ridiculous accusations. But I also don't want to jeopardize the surprise. The party is in less than 2 weeks. If Tegan even suspects something is up, the whole thing will be ruined. And worse, it'll hurt Tegan, make her feel like I'm being even more secretive, further validating Mabel's crazy theories. So, Reddit, what do I do? Do I ignore Mabel and hope this blows over? Do I subtly try to shut down her suspicions without revealing the surprise? Do I confront her directly and risk everything? I'm lost and, frankly, a little angry. I'm pouring my heart and soul into making Tegan's birthday special, and her best friend is trying to sabotage it all based on nothing. Help. Asterisk asterisk update 1 asterisk asterisk things escalated faster than I expected, and honestly, not in a good way. Tegan cornered me this morning, armed with more concerns from Mabel. Apparently, Mabel had been doing some investigating. I swear, it sounds like a bad sitcom plot. Mabel said she saw you at the jewelry store last weekend, Jack, Tegan said, her voice tight, laced with a mixture of worry and hurt. She said you were looking at rings. Rings. Okay, this is officially spiraling into absurdity. Yes, I was at the jewelry store. I was picking up the necklace I ordered for Tegan's birthday, a beautiful, delicate silver piece with her initial on it, a thoughtful, heartfelt gift, not some declaration of infidelity. Tegan, I was looking at cufflinks, I stammered, completely unprepared for this line of questioning. Cufflinks? Seriously, Jack? Smooth. Yeah, cufflinks for my dad's birthday. It's coming up. My dad's birthday is in December. It's May. I know, terrible lie. Panic brain. Tegan's expression hardened. Cufflinks? in a jewelry store that specializes in engagement rings. Damn it, Mabel. She's really going all in on this, isn't she? Tegan, honey, it was a multi-purpose store. They had watches too. I was just browsing, thinking about getting Dad something nice. Mabel said you looked stressed, Tegan pressed, ignoring my pathetic attempts at deflection. She said you seemed agitated when you left the store. Stressed and agitated. Probably because I was trying to discreetly pick up Tegan's birthday present without Tegan asterisk seeing asterisk me at the jewelry store and ruining the surprise. It's a delicate dance of deception, this surprise party planning business, and Mabel is throwing grenades into my carefully constructed illusion of normalcy. I was just rushing, I said weakly, late for a meeting. You know how it is. Tegan just stared at me, her silence more accusing than any words could be. Jack, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper, just, please be honest with me. If there's something going on, I deserve to know. Honest, she wants honesty. Irony is a cruel mistress. I'm bursting with a secret, a good, loving, celebratory secret, but I can't tell her not yet. It's like being gagged with joy. Tegan, I swear to you, there is nothing going on, I repeated, my voice strained with the weight of the unspoken truth. I love you. You're my world. Please just trust me. Tears welled up in her eyes and my heart ached. This is exactly what I didn't want. Mabel's meddling is actually hurting Tegan, causing her real pain and anxiety, all based on fabricated suspicions and misinterpreted situations. I want to trust you, Jack, she said, her voice trembling. But Mabel, she's my best friend, she wouldn't make this up. Mabel is mistaken, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and even. She's seeing things that aren't there. She's overthinking. Please just ignore her. Let me show you. Give me a little time and I'll explain everything. Just trust me until then. She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine for any flicker of deceit. Finally, she nodded, a fragile, hesitant nod. Okay, she whispered. Okay, Jack. I'll try. Thank you, I breathed, pulling her into a tight hug, desperate to reassure her, to erase the doubt from her eyes. After Tegan left for work, I paced the living room, fuming. Mabel, this is all Mabel's fault. She's actively undermining my marriage, all in the name of concern. I need to talk to her. I need to shut this down now, before it causes any more damage. I grabbed my phone and dialed Mabel's number, my heart pounding with a mixture of anger and frustration. She answered on the third ring, her voice bright and cheerful. Hey, Jack, what's up? Mabel, we need to talk, I said, my voice tight with barely suppressed anger. About what? She asked, her cheerfulness faltering slightly. About you and Tegan, I said, my voice hardening. About you filling her head with lies and suspicions. There was a beat of silence on the other end. Then Mabel's voice, suddenly icy. Lies, Jack, I'm just concerned about my best friend. You've been acting weird. Tegan's worried. Anyone can see something's going on. Nothing is going on, Mabel, I said, my voice rising. Except for you actively trying to destroy my marriage based on, what? Some misinterpreted lunches and a trip to a jewelry store. I saw what I saw, Jack, she retorted, her voice sharp. And Tegan deserves to know if you're not being honest with her. I am being honest with her, I exploded, finally losing my cool. I'm being more honest than you are, Mabel. You're twisting everything, making things up, and causing Tegan real pain, all because you can't stand the thought of her being happy with someone who isn't you. The line went dead. She hung up. Fantastic. Now I've alienated Mabel and Tegan is still suspicious, and I still can't reveal the surprise. This is a disaster. Maybe I should just tell Tegan the truth. Spill the beans about the party, explain the secrecy, the lunches, the jewelry store visit. It would clear everything up instantly. But then, no surprise, no joy on her face when she walks into a room filled with everyone she loves, all there to celebrate her. No moment of pure, unadulterated birthday magic. Is it worth sacrificing that for the sake of Mabel's ego? Absolutely not. I'm sticking to the plan. Surprise party, then damage control with Tegan and, hopefully, eventually, Mabel. But right now, all I feel is a simmering anger and a deep, gnawing worry. This surprise might end up being a surprise for all the wrong reasons. Update 2 well, Reddit, it's been a day. A day of emotional whiplash, awkward apologies, and a surprise reveal that landed somewhere between heartwarming and hilariously disastrous. The party. It happened last night. Against all odds, against Mabel's sabotage attempts, against my own mounting anxiety, it actually happened. Tegan was supposed to be going to a girls' night with Mabel and a couple of other friends. Mabel had been surprisingly enthusiastic about it, pushing Tegan to relax and have fun, which, in hindsight, feels incredibly manipulative and cynical. Like she was trying to distract Tegan, keep her occupied while ran off with my imaginary mistress. The sheer audacity of it still makes my blood boil. Anyway, Tegan, bless her heart, was still a little down, a little quiet, but she agreed to go. I played my part, acting completely normal, kissed her goodbye, and then frantically made a beeline for the party venue, a local art gallery we rented out, transforming it into a warm-tone garden party wonderland, just like the wedding dress code she jokingly set years ago. Everything was set. Friends and family were hidden. Cake was gleaming under soft lighting. Decorations were perfect. I was standing by the entrance, heart pounding, waiting for Tegan to arrive, my phone buzzing nervously in my pocket with last-minute texts from our party planner, confirming details, reassuring me everything was perfect. Then a car pulled up. It was Mabel's, but Tegan wasn't in it. Mabel got out alone, a smug, almost triumphant look on her face. My stomach plummeted. Something was wrong. "Where's Tegan?" I asked, my voice tight with apprehension. Mabel smirked, a truly unpleasant, unsettling smirk. "She's not coming, Jack." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean she's not coming?" "The party." Mabel cut me off, her voice dripping with a venomous satisfaction. "She finally saw the light, Jack. She finally realized what kind of man you really are. She's done with your lies, your secrets, your affairs. Still with the affairs." "Mabel, what are you talking about? This party?" I gestured to the beautifully decorated gallery, the hushed anticipation hanging in the air. "This is asterisk for asterisk Tegan. It's her surprise birthday party." Mabel laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Surprise party? Seriously, Jack? Do you really think that's going to make up for everything? For asterisk her asterisk." She spat out the word her like it was poison. "There is no her, Mabel," I yelled, my voice echoing in the suddenly silent gallery. "There's only Tegan. This whole thing, the lunches, the jewelry store, everything you twisted into some crazy affair. It's all been about asterisk this asterisk. About celebrating Tegan, making her feel loved and special on her birthday." Mabel stared at me, her smirk faltering for the first time. Doubt flickered in her eyes, a brief spark of uncertainty in the smug darkness. "You're lying," she said, but the conviction in her voice was gone. "Lying?" I scoffed, pulling out my phone, my hands shaking with anger and adrenaline. "Look around, Mabel, look at this. This is a surprise birthday party. For Tegan, caterer, decorations, guest list, everything. I've been planning this for weeks, and you manipulative, self-righteous friend, you almost ruined it all with your ridiculous jealousy and baseless accusations." I shoved the phone in her face, scrolling through party planning emails, venue contracts, caterer invoices, anything to prove my point, to shatter her wall of smug self-assurance. Mabel's face paled as she scanned the screen, her triumphant smirk dissolving into a look of dawning horror. Then, the door behind us opened. Tegan walked in. She looked confused, disoriented, like she'd been dropped into the wrong reality. And she had, in a way. "Tegan!" I cried, rushing to her side, my voice thick with relief and a lingering tremor of anger. "Honey, you're here, happy birthday!" And then everyone yelled, "Surprise!" The lights flickered on, music swelled, and a wave of cheers and applause washed over us. Tegan's eyes widened, her jaw dropped, and a slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. She looked around, taking it all in the decorations, the faces of her loved ones beaming at her, the birthday cake glowing softly on a table in the center of the room. Tears welled up in her eyes, but this time they were happy tears. Tears of joy, relief, and overwhelming love. She turned to me, her eyes shining, and launched herself into my arms, burying her face in my chest. "Jack," she sobbed, her voice muffled by my jacket. "Oh, Jack. Happy birthday, my love," I whispered, holding her tight, the tension finally draining out of my body, replaced by a wave of pure, overwhelming relief. The rest of the evening was a blur of birthday cheer, laughter, and heartfelt congratulations. Tegan was radiant, glowing with happiness, finally understanding the secrecy, the stress, the hushed phone calls. She apologized profusely, her voice thick with emotion, for ever doubting me, for letting Mabel's suspicions cloud her judgment. And Mabel, she slipped away, unnoticed in the chaos of the party reveal, leaving behind a trail of awkward silence and simmering resentment. I haven't heard from her since, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Tegan is happy, that's all that matters, but the whole Mabel incident, it's left a stain, a lingering sense of unease. Friendships, especially long, deep ones, are fragile things, and Mabel, in her misguided concern, almost shattered something truly beautiful and precious. I just hope, for Tegan's sake, that this can be repaired. But right now, all I want to focus on is my wife, her birthday, and the relief of finally being able to breathe. And maybe, just maybe, enjoy a slice of birthday cake without the bitter aftertaste of suspicion and betrayal. The surprise was worth it, even with all the unexpected drama. My stepmother tried to steal my inheritance and threatened my sister. Now she's in jail, and I have recordings of her vile threats. It started subtly, like mist in the morning, barely there but undeniably damp. My dad remarried Deanna about 5 years ago, a little too soon after my mom passed, if you ask me, but no one did. I was 17 then, buried in grief and teenage angst, so I mostly just nodded along to whatever grown-ups said. Deanna was nice enough. Polite smiles, bland conversation, the kind of stepmother you read about in slightly depressing magazine articles, not evil, just present. She didn't try too hard to replace mom, for which I was grateful, but she also didn't really try to connect, which, looking back, was probably fine too. My dad, he seemed happy, or at least as close to happy as I figured he'd ever be again. He deserved that. So we all navigated this new, slightly rearranged family dynamic with a cautious, fragile peace. Then, a few months ago, Dad passed away. Suddenly, a heart attack, just like that, gone. It hit me like a freight train, even harder than losing Mom, maybe because I was older, more aware of the gaping hole it would leave. Deanna, predictably, was devastated. We both were. We were a smaller family now, just her, me, and my younger sister, Phoebe. Phoebe's only 10, too young to really understand the permanence of it all, but old enough to feel the shadow. That's when things started to shift. Deanna changed. The polite smiles became sharp edges, the bland conversation. Well, it became less bland, more pointed. It started with little comments, seemingly innocuous. You know, Ethan, your father always worried about you being directionless. Or, this house is a lot for just us two, isn't it, Phoebe? And Ethan, of course, but he'll be moving on soon. Moving on. That's what she kept saying, moving on. And then it became more direct. Ethan, dear, she said a week ago, sitting me down at the kitchen table, her voice all honeyed sweetness that felt like it was dripping poison. Now that your father's gone, we need to talk about practicalities. Practicalities, in Deanna speak, apparently meant my inheritance. My dad, bless his pragmatic soul, had left everything meticulously organized. The house, thankfully mortgage-free, was in my name. A trust set up for Phoebe's future education and care was also under my control until she turned 18. And there was a decent chunk of money, life insurance, savings, all of it, designed to set both Phoebe and me up. Deanna wanted it, not outright, not at first. It was couched in concern, in sensible planning, in what's best for the family. Ethan, darling, she'd started, her hand fluttering over mine, a touch that made my skin crawl. This house. It's a lot of responsibility for a young man like you, and the finances, managing investments, it can be so overwhelming. Wouldn't it be easier for all of us if I took care of it? I'd stared at her blank. Easier for who, exactly? For her, certainly. I mean, she'd continued smoothly, as if reading my silence as agreement, I have experience. I handled your father's business affairs, you know, and this house, well, it was always our asterisk house, wasn't it? A family home. It would be a shame to lose it. How exactly was I going to lose a house I owned outright, unless she was planning on losing it for me? Deanna, I said slowly, pulling my hand away, Dad left the house to me, the money for Phoebe and me, it's for us. She'd blinked, that saccharine smile wavering. Of course, darling, but think of Phoebe. She's just a child, she needs stability, and you're starting your life. Don't you want to travel? Invest in your future, your own future, away from all this responsibility. She waved a hand vaguely around the kitchen, encompassing the house, the yard, presumably my entire existence. It was then, right then, that a cold knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't about practicality. This was about power, about control, about something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on yet, but it felt wrong, deeply, unsettlingly wrong. I mumbled something about needing to think about it, excused myself, and retreated to my room. Later, after Phoebe was asleep, I found myself pacing, restless. I had this gnawing feeling, this instinct that screamed danger, and that's when I thought about recording her. Stupid, maybe, paranoid even, but my gut was screaming. So I downloaded a voice recording app on my phone, tucked it into my pocket, and the next time Deanna called me for a chat about the practicalities, I hit record. It wasn't long before she did. This morning, in fact, she cornered me in the living room as I was trying to get out the door for my part-time job. Ethan, we haven't really talked about things properly, have we? She said, her voice laced with that unsettling sweetness. About your father's wishes. We talked, I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. My heart was hammering against my ribs. The phone was warm in my pocket, recording. But did you really listen she pressed, stepping closer, her eyes too bright, too intense. Your father wanted what was best for his family, Ethan, for all of us. And sometimes what's best isn't always what's immediately apparent. I think I know what's best for me, Deanna, I said, trying to sidestep her, needing to get out, needing air. Do you? She said, her voice hardening, the sweetness evaporating like morning mist in the midday sun. Because I'm not so sure you do. You're young, Ethan, impulsive, you haven't had to make difficult decisions yet. Decisions that impact everyone around you. I'm not making any decisions right now, I said, my voice sharper than I intended. I need to go to work. She blocked my path, her smile vanishing completely now. Her eyes, hard and cold, pinned me. This isn't a request, Ethan, she said, her voice low, almost a hiss. This is an understanding. You'll sign the papers, you'll make things easy. Papers? I asked, playing for time, my mind racing. What papers? The transfer documents, darling, she said, that horrible sweet tone creeping back in, but now laced with something else, something sharp and threatening. For the house, for the investments, so I can manage them properly. For all of us. And if I don't? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, but the phone in my pocket I knew was catching every word, every nuance, every subtle shift in tone. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Then things will become very difficult, Ethan. Very difficult indeed. And then she patted my cheek, a gesture that felt like a brand. Don't be foolish, darling. Just sign. It's for the best, for everyone. I managed to get past her, stumbled out the door, and practically ran to my car. I sat there for a moment, hands shaking, the recording app still running, the weight of her veiled threats pressing down on me. She wanted me to sign, to give it all up. But why? And what would happen if I didn't? Reddit, tell me. Am I crazy to feel this way? Is it paranoia? Or is something really wrong here? I'm listening to the recording now and her voice. It just chills me to the bone. I don't know what to do. Asterisk. It's only been a few hours since I posted, and already the responses are pouring in. A lot of trust your gut, red flags, get a lawyer. Some people are even suggesting she's planning something more nefarious. Honestly, I hadn't even considered that. My brain was stuck on manipulation and greed. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Deanna. Ethan, darling, I hope you're not letting this morning's little misunderstanding spoil your day. Perhaps we can have a proper chat tonight over dinner. Phoebe would love that, I'm sure. Misunderstanding. Threatening me was a misunderstanding. The audacity was breathtaking. I didn't reply. Later, I showed the recording to my best friend, Rodrigo. He's always been the pragmatic one, the voice of reason in my sometimes chaotic life. He listened, his brow furrowed, his expression growing darker with each passing second. When it finished, he took a deep breath. Ethan, he said, his voice serious, this isn't right, this isn't normal stepmother behavior, this is predatory. Predatory. The word hung in the air, heavy and cold, predatory. It fit. It described that unsettling feeling, that wrongness I couldn't articulate before. She wasn't just being pushy, she was hunting something. Me, my inheritance. You need to get a lawyer, man, Rodrigo said, shaking his head. Immediately. Don't sign anything. Don't even talk to her alone again. Record everything. And tell Phoebe to be careful around her. Phoebe, my stomach clenched. Phoebe was still living in that house with Deanna. My protective instincts, dormant since Dad died, flared to life. I don't want to scare Phoebe, I said, my voice tight. She's already lost so much. You don't have to scare her, Rodrigo said. Just be aware. Keep an eye on her, and maybe get her out of there for a while. Stay with you or with your aunt, anyone but Deanna. He was right. Phoebe's safety, her well-being, was paramount. The inheritance, it was just money, property. Phoebe was irreplaceable. I spent the rest of the afternoon researching lawyers online, my anxiety growing with every click. Rodrigo stayed with me, offering quiet support, making sure I ate something, even though food felt like sawdust in my mouth. That evening, Deanna was all smiles and forced cheeriness at dinner, like nothing had happened that morning. Phoebe, bless her heart, was her usual bright self, oblivious to the tension crackling in the air. I tried to act normal to play along, but every smile from Deanna felt like a viper coiling, every darling a subtle threat. After dinner, when Phoebe was doing homework in her room, Deanna cornered me again in the kitchen, her sweet smile back in place. So, Ethan, she began, leaning against the counter, too casual, too close. Have you thought about what we discussed this morning? I met her gaze, trying to keep my face neutral, my fear hidden. I'm thinking about it, Deanna. I said, my voice steady, surprisingly calm. But I have some questions. Of course, darling, she said, her eyes gleaming, sensing a shift, sensing victory. Ask away. Why? I asked, the question blunt, direct. Why do you want me to sign everything over to you? Her smile faltered for a fraction of a second, then hardened. I told you, Ethan, for practicality, for stability, for Phoebe, you're not equipped to handle all this. Is that really it? I pressed, my voice still calm but now laced with steel. Or is there something else? She laughed, a short, brittle sound. What else could there possibly be, Ethan? I'm your stepmother. I'm looking out for your best interests. Are you? I said, my gaze unwavering. Because it doesn't feel like that, Deanna. It feels like you want something from me, something more than just practicalities. She stepped back, her smile vanishing completely, her eyes narrowing. You're being ridiculous, Ethan, she snapped, her voice losing all pretense of sweetness. You're being ungrateful and suspicious. I'm trying to help you and you're acting like I'm some kind of villain. Are you? I asked again, the word hanging in the air, unanswered. She stared at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable, then turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, the silence in the room suddenly heavier, thicker than any threat she could have uttered. Something is definitely wrong, and whatever it is, it feels like it's closing in. I need to act. I need to protect Phoebe, and I need to figure out what Deanna is really after before it's too late. Update coming as soon as I have more to share and hopefully some answers. Asterisk, 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 things escalated quickly. Overnight, it felt like the air in the house thickened, became charged with a cold, unspoken tension. Deanna was different. No more saccharine smiles, no more honeyed words, just cold, assessing stares, clipped responses, and almost palpable hostility. I spent the next day in a blur of anxiety and frantic activity. I called a lawyer, a recommended one from the Reddit thread, and managed to schedule a consultation for the next morning. I contacted my aunt, mom's sister Eden, and explained the situation, the recording, Deanna's threats, my growing unease. Aunt Eden didn't hesitate. Get Phoebe out of there, Ethan, she said immediately, her voice sharp with concern. Bring her here, we have plenty of room. Don't wait, don't argue. Just bring her. That afternoon, I went to Phoebe's school and checked her out early, telling them it was a family emergency. Phoebe, initially excited to be leaving school early, became subdued when she saw my face, sensed my tension. I just told her we were going to stay with Aunt Eden for a bit, that it would be fun, like a sleepover. She seemed okay with that. Kids are resilient, thankfully. When we got home, Deanna was waiting, sitting in the living room, legs crossed, a glacial calm radiating from her. Where have you been, Ethan? She asked, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. Picking up Phoebe, I said, trying to keep my voice even, to not betray the knot of fear in my stomach. We're going to stay with Aunt Eden for a few days. Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something raw, something ugly, beneath the carefully constructed mask of civility. Staying with Eden, she repeated, her voice dripping with disdain. Why, just easier, I said vaguely, grabbing Phoebe's backpack, trying to move past her to get us out of there to safety. Easier for asterisk you asterisk, she sneered, rising to her feet, her voice rising with her. Or easier for your little asterisk scheme. What scheme? Had she found out about the recording? My blood ran cold. There's no scheme, Deanna, I said, trying to keep my voice steady though my hands were shaking. We just need some space. Space, she laughed, a harsh, grating sound. You think you can just run away, Ethan? You think you can take Phoebe and hide? It doesn't work like that, darling. I won't let it. Let what happen, Deanna? I asked, my voice dangerously low, the fear giving way to a cold, simmering anger. What are you planning to let happen? She stepped closer, her face inches from mine, her breath cold on my cheek. You will sign those papers, Ethan, she hissed, her voice barely above a whisper, but vibrating with a venomous intensity that made my skin crawl. You will make this easy, or you will regret it. You will regret ever defying me. And then, she did something that finally, truly broke through the fog of confusion and fear, solidified my resolve. She reached out, not to pat my cheek this time, but to grab my arm, her fingers digging into my skin, her nails sharp and painful. She squeezed hard, her eyes burning into mine. Sign them, Ethan, she repeated, her voice a low, menacing growl, or you will lose everything. Everything. I wrenched my arm away, shoving past her, grabbing Phoebe's hand and practically dragging her out of the house, out of that suffocating, poisonous atmosphere, and into the blessed, clean air of the outside world. We drove straight to Aunt Eden's, neither of us speaking, the silence heavy with unspoken fear and a dawning realization. Deanna wasn't just manipulative, she was dangerous. And she wanted something so badly she was willing to threaten, to intimidate too. What else? I shuddered to think. At Aunt Eden's, surrounded by her warm, comforting presence, Phoebe finally started to relax, to laugh again, to be a kid. I, however, was a raw nerve ending, stretched taut with anxiety, waiting for the inevitable fallout. The lawyer's appointment the next morning was a lifeline. Miss Walker, sharp, efficient, no nonsense, listened to my story, listened to the recording, her expression grim. "This is concerning, Ethan," she said, her voice firm. "Very concerning. The threats, the intimidation. This isn't just about money anymore. This is about control." "What should I do?" I asked, my voice hoarse, desperate for guidance. "First, don't contact her directly," Miss Walker said. "Everything goes through me from now on. Second, we're going to file a restraining order, both for you and Phoebe. And third, we're going to file a motion to contest any claims she might have to your inheritance. And we're going to use that recording, Ethan. That recording is gold. Gold, irony, bitter and sharp. Deanna wanted gold, my inheritance, but she'd inadvertently gifted me something far more valuable, the evidence to protect myself, to protect Phoebe, to finally break free from her poisonous grip. I left Miss Walker's office feeling a sliver of hope, a fragile sense of control returning. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for the first time since Dad died, I felt like I was fighting back, like I wasn't just adrift in a storm, but finally steering the ship. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that Deanna's threats were about to backfire spectacularly. She wanted to make things difficult for me. She had no idea just how difficult things were about to become for her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The restraining order was served 2 days later. Deanna's reaction was predictable. Rage, furious phone calls to my aunt, who promptly hung up, vitriolic text messages, all screenshot and forwarded to Miss Walker, even a couple of unannounced visits to Aunt Eden's house, where she was politely but firmly turned away. The legal wheels started turning, slowly at first, then gathering momentum. Miss Walker was a force to be reckoned with. She filed motions, subpoenas, requests for financial disclosure, systematically dismantling Deanna's carefully constructed facade. Turns out, practicality had a very different meaning for Deanna than it did for anyone else. She wasn't just concerned about managing my inheritance. She was drowning in debt, deeply, catastrophically drowning. Years of lavish spending, ill-advised investments, and a secret gambling habit had left her teetering on the brink of financial ruin. My inheritance, our inheritance, was her lifeline, her desperate attempt to stay afloat. The recording of her threats, played in court during the restraining order hearing, was devastating. Deanna, cool, composed, manipulative Deanna, crumbled under the weight of her own words. She tried to deny them, to twist them, to claim they were taken out of context, but the cold, clear audio, her own voice, her own threats, spoke for themselves. The restraining order was granted, extended for a year. The judge, visibly appalled by Deanna's behavior, made it very clear that any further attempts at contact, any form of harassment, would have serious consequences. The fight for the inheritance is still ongoing, but now it feels less like a battle and more like a formality. Deanna's desperate grab for control, her veiled threats and intimidation, have exposed her, laid bare her desperation and deceit. The truth, like sunlight, has burned away the mist, revealing the cold, hard reality beneath. Phoebe and I are still at Aunt Eden's. Phoebe is thriving. She's happier, more relaxed, free from the tension that had become the background music of our lives with Deanna. She even started calling Aunt Eden Auntie Mom, which makes my heart ache and swell at the same time. As for me, I'm still processing everything. The betrayal, the manipulation, the realization that someone I thought I knew, someone who was supposed to be family, could be so predatory. But I'm also starting to feel a sense of relief. Relief that it's over, or at least the worst of it is. Relief that Phoebe is safe, that I'm safe, that we're finally free from Deanna's shadow. The inheritance, it's just money, property in the end. What truly matters is family, loyalty, and the strength to stand up for what's right, even when it's terrifying, even when it feels like you're facing down a monster. And in that fight, in that terrifying, necessary confrontation, I found something more valuable than any inheritance: my own strength, my own voice, and the unwavering love and support of the real family who stood by me through it all. The mist is gone. The sun is shining. And for the first time in a long time, I can finally breathe.
My brother stole my app idea and my parents funded it. Now he's begging me to save him, but I'm taking it all for myself instead. It started subtly, like most family dramas do. I guess I should give some background first. I'm Casey, and for as long as I can remember, I've been the ideas person in our family. My brother Ryder, he's different, charming, definitely. Good-looking, undeniably. But ideas, not so much. Ryder's more of the execution type, though honestly, he's even a bit shaky on that part. He's good at selling himself, that's his real talent. And apparently, selling my ideas too. It began with casual mentions around the dinner table. I was working on this app concept, something to streamline local community event information. Think everything from farmers markets to town hall meetings, all in one place, easily searchable, user-friendly, location-based. I called it Local Flow. I'd even mocked up some wireframes in my spare time, late nights after my day job as a graphic designer. I was excited about it, genuinely thought it could fill a real need. I'd talk about it at dinner, just brainstorming out loud mostly. My parents are both supportive types, always encouraging, but not tech people themselves. Ryder, he'd listen, nod, sometimes throw in a generic, sounds cool, Casey. At the time, I didn't think much of it. He's my brother, right? We share everything, sort of. Then, about a month ago, I got a weird call from my mom. She was unusually enthusiastic, almost giddy. She started going on about this incredible opportunity Ryder had and how proud they were of him. Confused, I asked what she was talking about. Casey, honey, have you heard about Ryder's new venture? It's amazing. He's finally taking the initiative, you know? I didn't know. I hadn't heard anything. I asked her to explain, and that's when it started to unravel. Turns out, Ryder had pitched Local Flow, or rather, his version of it, to our parents. He'd presented it as his brainchild, his vision, his big idea, and our parents, bless their hearts, had eaten it up. Hook, line, and sinker. They'd even agreed to invest. Not a small amount either, I later found out. They were talking about using their retirement savings, their nest egg as they called it, to fund Ryder's startup. I was floored, betrayed, furious, but mostly just incredibly deflated. It wasn't just the money, although that stung. It was the sheer audacity of it. The complete disregard for my work, my time, my actual idea. He'd just taken it, repackaged it, and presented it as his own to our parents of all people. I confronted Ryder that night. I tried to stay calm, reasonable, you know, adult. It didn't last long. Ryder, Mom told me about Local Flow, I started, my voice tight. He looked up from his phone, that charming smile flickering across his face. Oh yeah, pretty cool idea, huh? Cool idea. My blood pressure spiked. My idea, Ryder. My idea that I've been talking about for weeks, that I've shown you sketches for. That idea. He shrugged, still infuriatingly casual. Well, yeah, you mentioned something. But, you know, ideas are a dime a dozen, Casey. It's all about the execution. And I'm the one who's going to execute. Execute? You stole my idea, Ryder. You literally stole it and told Mom and Dad it was yours. I was losing it now, my voice rising. He finally dropped the charming act, his smile vanishing. Hey, don't get all dramatic, Casey. I'm just taking initiative. You're always talking about ideas, never actually doing anything with them. I'm finally putting one into action. You should be happy for me. Happy for him. He'd stolen my hard work, my concept, my potential future, and he expected me to be happy. I couldn't even articulate the level of anger and disappointment bubbling inside me. Happy? Ryder, you lied to our parents. You're using their retirement money to fund my idea that you stole. How can you even justify that? He just scoffed. Look, they're happy to invest. They believe in me. Maybe they believe in me more than they believe in you, Casey. Have you ever considered that? That stung, probably more than it should have. Was it true? Did they think I was incapable, less worthy of their investment, less capable of success? The thought gnawed at me. So that's it, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper now, the fight draining out of me. You're just going to do this, take my idea, take their money, and pretend it's all yours. Basically, yeah, he said, turning back to his phone, dismissing me. It's business, Casey. Toughen up, business. He called stealing from his own sister business. That's when I knew things were really, truly messed up. I haven't spoken to him properly since. I tried talking to my parents, explaining that Local Flow was my idea, showing them my sketches, the timelines of when I'd been working on it. But they were already in Ryder's camp. They said things like, it doesn't matter who had the idea first, Casey, it's about who can make it happen, and Ryder is so enthusiastic, we just want to support him. They even hinted that maybe I should be happy for him and offer to help him. Help the guy who stole my idea and then twisted the knife by suggesting I was somehow less deserving. Absolutely not. So here I am, furious, hurt, and feeling completely betrayed by my family. I'm considering just walking away, cutting my losses, letting Ryder crash and burn with my stolen idea and my parents' retirement fund. But part of me, a very stubborn, maybe petty part of me, wants to fight back. I just don't know how. Update 1 wow, okay, Reddit, you guys are something. I posted that rant last night feeling completely defeated, and waking up to all your responses has actually been helpful in a weird, internet stranger sort of way. Thanks for that. Seriously. Especially those of you who shared similar stories. Misery loves company, I guess. Or maybe it's just validating to know I'm not completely insane for being this upset. A lot of you are saying I need to protect my idea legally. Copyright, trademarks, all that jazz. Honestly, I hadn't even thought that far ahead. I was so focused on the family betrayal aspect that the actual business implications sort of went over my head. I'm a graphic designer, not a business mogul. So, first thing this morning, I did some frantic Googling and contacted a lawyer specializing in intellectual property law. Turns out, just having the idea isn't enough, especially since I haven't officially registered anything. But, and this is a big but, because I have sketches, wireframes, and even timestamps on digital files showing I was working on the concept asterisk before asterisk Ryder pitched it, I might have a case. It's not a slam dunk, the lawyer said, but it's definitely worth exploring. The lawyer, Emerson, by the way, seems pretty sharp. She suggested I send a cease and desist letter to Ryder immediately, demanding he stop using local flow or any similar name and concept. It's a shot across the bow, basically. Shows I'm serious and starts building a legal paper trail. I drafted the letter with Emerson's help, and it's strong. It lays out everything: the timeline of my idea development, Ryder's theft, the potential legal ramifications. It felt empowering, actually, hitting send on that email to Ryder, CCing my parents and Emerson, of course. Predictably, Ryder's response was Ryder-esque. A short, dismissive text. Lol, good luck with that, Casey. Ideas are free, remember? He's still playing it cool, still acting like he's done nothing wrong. It's infuriating, but also somehow reassuring. Like he's actually rattled but too arrogant to admit it. My parents' response was worse. A joint email, all hurt and bewildered. Casey, we're so disappointed. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to sabotage Ryder's dream? We thought you were better than this. Family should support each other, not attack each other with lawyers. We're very hurt. Hurt. They're hurt. They're funding my brother's theft of my intellectual property, and they're hurt because I'm defending myself. The level of cognitive dissonance is astounding. I didn't even bother replying to that email. What's the point? Emerson advised me not to engage directly with Ryder or my parents for now. Let the lawyers handle it. She's drafting a more formal legal letter to my parents as well, outlining their potential liability if they continue to fund Ryder's venture knowing it's based on stolen intellectual property. Apparently, it's a thing called contributory infringement, or something equally legal-sounding and intimidating. Honestly, just taking these steps, getting a lawyer, sending the letters, it feels better. Like I'm actually doing something instead of just simmering in resentment. It's still a long way to go, I know, but for the first time in days I feel a tiny spark of hope, maybe even revenge. Okay, maybe revenge is a strong word. Let's call it justice. Yeah, justice, that sounds better. I'm still working through the emotional side of it, the family betrayal, the feeling of being undervalued. But at least now I'm also actively fighting back, and that Reddit feels pretty damn good. I'll keep you all updated. Thanks again for the kick in the pants. Update 2 okay, things have escalated, fast, and, well, let's just say the karma bus might be running a little ahead of schedule. Remember that contributory infringement thing Emerson mentioned? Turns out it's a bigger deal than I initially realized. Her legal letter to my parents definitely got their attention. Like, really got their attention. I got a frantic call from my mom yesterday morning, voice trembling. Casey, please, you have to stop this. Your father is having chest pains. This stress is killing him. Oh, the drama, I sighed. Mom, tell Dad to take deep breaths. I'm not trying to kill anyone, I'm just trying to protect my work. But Ryder, he's already started spending the money. He's hired developers, designers. He's going full steam ahead. If you shut him down now, he'll lose everything, and we'll lose our investment. Please, Casey, for your father's health, just drop it. Drop it, after everything. Mom, you and Dad knew this was my idea. You knew Ryder stole it. You still gave him money to proceed. Now you're surprised there are consequences. She started crying then, full-on sobbing. Casey, we just wanted to support our son. Ryder is so passionate about this. You have your stable job, your good life. He's always struggled. We thought this was his chance to finally succeed. We didn't mean to hurt you, honey. We really didn't. Oh, the crocodile tears. Honestly, it was hard to feel sympathy. They'd chosen Ryder, they'd actively supported his dishonesty, and now they were reaping the consequences. Mom, I said, trying to keep my voice even, I'm sorry Dad's stressed, but this isn't my fault. Talk to Ryder. Tell him to stop. Tell him to come clean. Maybe then things can be salvaged, but I'm not dropping anything. Emerson will be in touch. And I hung up. Later that day, something completely unexpected happened. I got an email from Ryder. Not a dismissive text this time, an actual email. Subject line: urgent meeting request local flow. Okay, color me intrigued. He proposed meeting for coffee, just him and me, no lawyers, no parents, no drama. Just us. I was wary, but Emerson said it might be worth hearing him out, even if just to gather more information. So, reluctantly, I agreed. We met this morning at a neutral coffee shop. Ryder actually showed up on time looking haggard, like he hadn't slept. The usual charming grin was gone, replaced by something that almost looked like panic. He started talking almost before I sat down. Casey, look, I messed up. Badly. Color me shocked again. Ryder admitting he messed up. This was new territory. I raised an eyebrow, waiting for the but. Okay, yeah, local flow was your idea, he continued, fidgeting with his coffee cup. I know that now. I mean, I knew it all along, but I convinced myself it was, inspired by you or something. Whatever. The point is I was wrong and I'm screwed. Now he had my attention. Screwed how? He sighed, running a hand through his already messy hair. Remember those developers and designers Mom mentioned? Yeah, they're expensive. Asterisk really asterisk expensive. And, turns out my vision wasn't as, concrete as I thought. They started asking questions. Technical questions. Business questions. Questions I couldn't answer. He went on to explain, in a rambling, increasingly panicked manner, that he was completely out of his depth. He'd hired these professionals expecting them to just build the app. He hadn't actually considered the asterisk how asterisk, or the asterisk what asterisk, really. Beyond the vague concept I'd been tossing around at dinner. Turns out, building a successful app is more complicated than charming your parents into giving you their life savings. Who knew? The money's almost gone, he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. I've blown through most of Mom and Dad's investment, and I have nothing to show for it. Nothing working, nothing even close. He looked up at me then, his eyes actually pleading. Casey, please, you have to help me. You're the ideas person. You know how this app is supposed to work. If you don't help me, I'm going to lose everything. And Mom and Dad. His voice trailed off, choked with emotion, or maybe just self-pity. Hard to tell with Ryder. Help him after everything. After stealing my idea, betraying me to our parents, and basically laughing in my face about it. My initial reaction was a resounding asterisk hell no asterisk. But then, a tiny, insidious thought crept into my mind. He's bankrupting himself, he's failing spectacularly with my stolen idea, and I hold the key. I have the knowledge, the understanding of local flow that he so desperately lacks. And suddenly, a different kind of revenge started to form in my mind. Not just shutting him down, not just watching him fail, but asterisk taking asterisk it, owning it, turning his failure into my success. I looked at Ryder, still pleading, still desperate. A slow smile spread across my face. Ryder, I said, my voice dangerously calm, maybe we can talk business. This is going to be interesting. Stay tuned. Asterisk update 3 resolution, asterisk okay, everyone, buckle up. This is going to be a wild ride to the finish line. Remember that coffee meeting with Ryder in update 2? Yeah, that turned out to be pivotal, to say the least. Turns out, Ryder's desperation was genuine. He was, as he so dramatically put it, screwed. He'd blown through almost all of my parents' investment, had nothing to show for it, and was facing a rapidly escalating financial disaster. My initial instinct was still to tell him to pound sand, but that little seed of opportunity, it had taken root. Emerson, my lawyer, had pointed out that even with a cease and desist, legally shutting down Ryder's venture completely could be a long, drawn-out, and expensive process. And honestly, part of me wanted to see local flow come to life. Just on my terms. So I played it cool with Ryder. Business? I'd said, all mock business-like. All right, Ryder, let's talk business. What followed was a whirlwind of negotiations, legal maneuvering, and frankly, some seriously awkward family dinners, or rather, separate family dinners, as I was still firmly not speaking to my parents. Emerson was a rock star through it all. She helped me craft a deal that was, frankly, pretty damn sweet. Here's the gist. I agreed to bail out Ryder's failing venture. but not as a gift. Oh no. In exchange for me injecting a relatively small amount of my own savings, much less than my parents had poured in, thankfully, Ryder would transfer all ownership of local flow to me. Every single bit of it. The name, the limited code he'd had developed, the domain name, everything. He'd essentially sell me his stolen startup for pennies on the dollar. He balked at first, naturally. Arrogance dies hard, even in bankruptcy. But Emerson laid it out for him, legally speaking. Cease and desist order looming, potential lawsuit for intellectual property theft, his parents facing contributory infringement. Suddenly, my offer started to look a lot more appealing. And my parents? Oh, they were thrilled. Suddenly, I was the savior, the responsible one, the one rescuing Ryder from his own mistakes. The cognitive dissonance was truly something to behold. They were practically tripping over themselves to thank me, to praise my generosity, to express their relief that everything was going to be okay. They even offered to reimburse me for my investment. I politely declined. This wasn't about the money for me. It was about something else. So, long story short, I now own Local Flow. Officially. Legally. 100%. Ryder is out of the picture, though I did agree to give him a very minor, non-management consulting role, mainly to keep my parents happy and to ensure he didn't try to sabotage things out of spite. He's surprisingly compliant, almost subdued. The bankruptcy, the public failure, the legal pressure, it seems to have knocked some of the wind out of his sails. I've brought in a new team, experienced developers and marketers who actually know what they're doing. We're rebranding slightly, refining the concept, and building Local Flow from the ground up, properly this time. We're aiming for a beta launch in a few months. It's been intense, stressful, exhausting, but also, incredibly, satisfying. There's a certain kind of triumph in taking something that was stolen from you, that was meant to be your downfall, and turning it into your own success story. My relationship with my parents is complicated. They're still grateful, still effusive in their praise, but there's a distance now, a subtle layer of discomfort. They know they screwed up. They know they chose Ryder over me, and it almost cost them everything. We're working on it slowly. Time, I think, will tell. As for Ryder, I almost feel sorry for him. Almost. He got a harsh lesson in business ethics and consequences. He's lost money, reputation, and possibly some of our parents' trust. He's also working for me now, technically, though I mostly just ignore him and let my team manage his minimal contributions. Karma's a bitch, huh? Local Flow is my baby now. My creation. My company. And that, Reddit, is a feeling that is priceless. Thanks for listening, for the advice, and for the support. I guess sometimes, even family drama can have a, sort of, okay ending. Or at least, a satisfyingly ironic one. I'll let you know how the launch goes. Maybe download Local Flow when it's live and let me know what you think. Who knows, maybe you'll even see a Reddit best of updates post about it someday. Stranger things have happened, right?
My stepmother is claiming my deceased father abused her. I found a video of her practicing her lies, and she was trying to steal everything my dad worked for. My dad, Anthony, was always a planner. He planned his business moves years in advance, his vacations down to the minute, and even his retirement, which, tragically, he never got to enjoy. He passed away unexpectedly last month. Heart attack. Perfectly healthy, or so we thought. It's still surreal, like waiting for him to walk back through the door, tell us it was all a drill, and then launch into a meticulously detailed explanation of why he faked his own death as some kind of bizarre test of our emotional resilience. That's the kind of guy he was, logical to a fault, prepared for everything. Except for Isla, I guess. Isla is my stepmother. She came into our lives about 5 years ago after Mom passed. Dad was lonely, we were lonely. It seemed like a good thing at the time. Isla was nice enough. She kept the house clean, cooked decent meals, and was generally agreeable. To my dad, at least. With me and my sister, Amia, it was always a little distant, polite but distant. Like we were lodgers in her house, not family. Which, technically, we were before she married Dad, but you get what I mean. Anyway, Dad's gone now, and things have gotten weird, really weird. The will reading is next week, but honestly, I'm not expecting much. Dad always said he wanted to make sure Isla was taken care of, and rightly so. She's alone now, and Dad was a good man. He'd want to make sure she was okay. Amia and I are both doing all right. I have my own business. She's a doctor. We're not exactly hurting for money. We just miss him. Terribly. But Isla, she's acting like she's already won the lottery. It started subtly. A new car, designer handbags, things that are completely out of character for the Isla we knew. The one who clipped coupons and only bought store brand cereal. Now suddenly, she's flashing a diamond the size of a robin's egg and acting like she's the Queen of Sheba. Then the whispers started, from family friends mostly, things like, Isla's saying some concerning things, about what? Nobody would tell me directly, just vague hints and worried looks. Finally, Uncle Julius, Dad's older brother, called me. Julius is blunt, no nonsense, exactly what I needed. Joshua, he said, his voice low, like he didn't want to be overheard even on the phone, Isla's been suggesting things about your father, about how she was treated. My blood ran cold. Treated, Dad was. Dad could be demanding, meticulous, sometimes even a little rigid, but abusive, never, absolutely never. He was the most gentle, kind-hearted man I knew. He worshipped Mom, and even with Isla he was always patient, considerate, almost to a fault. What kind of things, Julius? I asked, my voice tight. He hesitated, then sighed. She's hinting at emotional abuse, control, isolation, saying he kept her under his thumb. Made her life miserable. I almost laughed. Miserable? Isla went on more cruises in the last 5 years than I've had vacations in my entire life. Dad practically bent over backwards to make her happy. He indulged her every whim, even the ridiculous ones. That's insane, I said, anger rising in my chest. Dad was never like that. He was devoted to her. That's what I told her myself, Julius said, his voice gruff with indignation. But she just doubled down, said we didn't see the real Anthony. Said she suffered in silence. Said she deserves compensation. Compensation. That's what this is about, isn't it? It's always about the money. Dad was successful, I won't lie. He built his business from the ground up, and it was worth a considerable amount. He always promised Amia and me that we'd be taken care of, but he also wanted Isla to be secure. I get that, but this feels like something else entirely. Julius then said something that really got my attention. You know, Anthony always was a bit paranoid about security. Remember those cameras he had installed around the house a few years back? Cameras? Yes, he did. He said it was for insurance purposes after a neighbor's house was broken into. Discreet little things, tucked away in corners, barely noticeable. I'd almost forgotten about them. They're still there, right? I asked, a thought starting to form in my mind. As far as I know, Julius said. Why? I'm going to check something, I said and hung up. Dad's house. Isla still lives there. Technically well, I don't know who legally owns it right now. Probate, lawyers, it's all a blur. But Isla is still living there, surrounded by Dad's things, our memories, and those cameras. They're probably still recording. I haven't been back to the house since the funeral. It's too painful. But now I have a reason to go back, a reason to see what those cameras might have captured, a reason to find out what exactly Isla has been saying and why she's suddenly acting like Dad was some kind of monster. Because I know my father. And he was no monster. He was the best man I ever knew. And I won't let anyone, especially Isla, tarnish his memory with lies. Update 1: getting back into Dad's house was strange. It felt both familiar and alien, like stepping into a time capsule that had somehow gone slightly wrong. Everything was just as he'd left it, but empty. His presence, the quiet hum of his energy, was gone, leaving a hollow echo in its place. Isla wasn't there when I went. Julius had somehow managed to get the spare key from her under the pretense of needing to check the plumbing. A blatant lie that Isla, surprisingly, swallowed whole. Maybe she was too preoccupied with her newfound wealth and plans to notice. The security system, surprisingly, still active. Dad really was meticulous. I found the DVR tucked away in a dusty corner of the basement, exactly where he said it would be. It took me a while to figure out the archaic interface, but eventually, I managed to pull up the recent recordings. Days blurred into weeks into the last month since Dad left us. Nothing particularly stood out at first, just everyday life. The mailman, the gardener, Isla coming and going, mostly going, it seemed. Lots of shopping trips, lunches with friends, even a couple of dates if I was reading the body language right. Which, frankly, good for her. Life goes on, but it still felt disrespectful somehow. Too soon. I fast-forwarded, skipped ahead, searching for anything that would shed light on these concerning things Isla was supposedly saying. I saw her on the phone, pacing in the living room, her voice muffled and indistinct. I saw her arguing with Julius on the porch, her face tight with anger, Julius shaking his head in disbelief. Still nothing concrete, nothing to explain these accusations of abuse. Then, late one night, about 2 weeks after Dad's funeral, I saw it. Isla was in the living room, alone. It was late, past midnight. The house was dark except for a single lamp casting long shadows across the furniture. She was dressed in a silk robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked agitated, restless. She paced back and forth, her brow furrowed, muttering to herself. At first, I thought she was just talking on the phone, rehearsing a conversation, maybe. But then I realized there was no phone. She was talking to herself, or rather, she was talking asterisk at asterisk something. She stopped pacing and turned towards the empty armchair opposite the sofa, Dad's armchair. The one no one was allowed to touch, the one that held the imprint of his body, his scent, his very essence. She was facing that empty chair, and she started to speak. "Anthony," she began, her voice low, almost a whisper but clear enough for the camera to pick up. "You always did this, always controlling, always suffocating." I frowned. What was this, some kind of therapy, talking to his ghost? It was weird, unsettling, but not necessarily incriminating. Then it took a darker turn. "You never let me breathe," she continued, her voice gaining strength, becoming sharper, more accusatory. "You kept me trapped, in this house, in this gilded cage." She gestured dramatically around the living room at the expensive furniture, the Persian rugs, the crystal chandeliers, the things Dad had worked his whole life to provide. "You think these things made me happy?" she sneered, her lip curling. "You think money can buy happiness? It can't buy freedom, Anthony. It can't buy back the years you stole from me." My stomach churned. This wasn't therapy. This was acting, a performance, and it was aimed at Dad or at someone else. She went on, her voice rising, becoming more emotional, more theatrical. "I was miserable, Anthony, miserable. You made my life a living hell. And now it's my turn. It's my turn to finally be free." She paused, took a deep breath, and then she glanced directly at the camera, a flicker of something, calculation, in her eyes, just for a split second. Then she dropped her gaze, lowered her voice again, and continued her performance, softer now, more plaintive, almost rehearsed. "I deserve everything, Anthony, everything you have. After what you put me through, it's the least you owe me." She finished her little monologue, then stood there for a moment, staring at the empty armchair, her chest heaving. Then she turned away, switched off the lamp, and disappeared upstairs. I sat there in the basement, staring at the screen, my blood cold, a knot of dread tightening in my gut. I watched the recording again, and again, and again, each time feeling more sick, more betrayed, more utterly disgusted. This wasn't grief. This wasn't some kind of coping mechanism. This was practice. She was rehearsing her lines. Lines for what? For whom? The will reading, of course. It all clicked into place. The sudden change in her behavior, the expensive purchases, the whispers, the accusations. It was all a carefully orchestrated performance designed to, what? To influence the will, to contest it, to extract more money, and those accusations, emotional abuse, control, isolation. Lines from a script she was practicing in the dead of night in front of an empty chair and, perhaps for the cameras, knowing somehow that they were still there, still watching, still recording. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone. I needed to call Amia. She needed to see this. We needed to figure out what Isla was planning, and we needed to stop her, whatever it was. Update 2: Amia didn't believe me at first. Cameras, rehearsing. "Joshua, are you sure you're not just grieving?" I get it. It sounded crazy even to me as I was describing it, but I insisted. I sent her the clip. I told her to watch it, really watch it, and tell me what she thought. She called me back an hour later, her voice low and shaken. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I see it. That's not normal, Joshua. That's calculated, cold." We spent the rest of the night dissecting the footage, frame by frame, word by word. We watched it over and over, each time finding new layers of manipulation, calculation, something deeply disturbing. It wasn't grief. It was greed disguised as grief, weaponized as grief. The emotional abuse narrative. It was so insidious, so carefully crafted. It played on every societal trope, every media portrayal of controlling husbands and victimized wives. It was designed to evoke sympathy, to garner support, to justify whatever Isla was planning to do. And the cameras, the way she glanced at them, that fleeting moment of awareness, it was chilling. It was like she knew they were there and she was performing for them, playing to an audience of lawyers, judges, family members, us. We had to find out what she was planning. And we had to be prepared. The will reading was still a few days away. We decided to play it cool, to act normal, to not let Isla suspect we knew anything. We didn't want to spook her, not yet. We needed to gather more information to understand her in-game. I went back to the DVR, spent hours sifting through more recordings, searching for clues, for patterns, for anything that would help us understand Isla's motivations. I saw more of her phone calls, more of her pacing, more of her rehearsing. Different lines now, different scenarios, different emotional registers. Sometimes she was tearful and fragile, the victimized widow. Sometimes she was angry and defiant, the wronged woman finally speaking her truth. It was like watching a one-woman show, a dark and twisted drama unfolding in our living room. Then I found something else, something even more disturbing. It was a recording from a few days ago. Isla was on the phone again, pacing, her voice low and conspiratorial. I strained to hear what she was saying. The audio was muffled, but I caught snippets, fragments of sentences that made my blood run cold. Lawyer, contesting, undue influence. Mental capacity, undue influence, mental capacity. She wasn't just planning to claim emotional abuse. She was going after Dad's will. She was going to try to invalidate it. She was going to claim that Dad wasn't in his right mind when he made it, that she had been manipulated, controlled, isolated, into what? Leaving her everything. It was audacious. It was monstrous, and it was potentially brilliant. If she could convince the right people, if she could weave her web of lies convincingly enough, she could steal everything. Everything Dad had worked for. Everything he had intended for Amia and me. Everything he had wanted to leave to his children, his family, his legacy. And she was going to do it by trashing his name, by painting him as an abuser, a monster, a tyrant. The man who had loved her, cherished her, given her everything. She was going to destroy his memory for her own selfish gain. That's when the anger truly hit me. A cold, burning rage that consumed me, that made my hands clench into fists, that made my teeth grind together. I couldn't let her do this. I wouldn't let her get away with it. I called Amia. I found it, I said, my voice tight with fury. I know what she's planning. She's going to contest the will. She's going to say Dad was incapacitated, abused her, used undue influence. Amia was silent for a moment, then she said, her voice hard, resolute, then we fight back. We fight back with everything we have. We're not going to let her desecrate Dad's memory. We're not going to let her steal what's rightfully ours. We're going to expose her for what she is, a liar, a manipulator, a fraud. And that's exactly what we did. Resolution the will reading was tense to say the least. Isla arrived in full widow regalia, black dress, veiled hat, the whole 9 yards. She looked pale and fragile, the picture of grieving widowhood. Amia and I were there, of course, along with Uncle Julius and a few other close family members. The lawyer, Mr. Henderson, a dry, efficient man in his 60s, started reading the will. It was as Dad had always intended. Amia and I were to inherit the bulk of his estate, split evenly. Isla was to receive a generous sum, enough to live comfortably for the rest of her life, along with the house, rent-free, for as long as she wished to live there. Fair, generous, exactly what Dad would have wanted. But then Isla spoke up, her voice trembling, tearful, perfectly pitched for maximum dramatic effect. Mr. Henderson, she said, I don't think Anthony was himself when he made this will. Here it comes, I thought, my heart pounding in my chest. The performance, the lies. I believe, Isla continued, her voice cracking, that he was under undue influence. He wasn't mentally sound. In the months leading up to his death, he was very unwell, and he treated me badly, emotionally abusive, controlling. I suffered terribly. She looked around the room, her eyes wet with manufactured tears, seeking sympathy, seeking validation, seeking justification. But she didn't find it. Not in our faces, not in Julius's grim stare, not in Mr. Henderson's professional impassivity. That's when Amia spoke. Her voice calm, steady, cutting through the manufactured drama like a knife. Isla, she said, we know. Isla blinked, her carefully constructed facade faltering for a moment. No, what? She stammered, her voice losing its practiced tremor. We know about your plan, Amia said, her gaze unwavering. We know about the accusations of abuse. We know about the lies. Isla's face paled, her eyes widening in alarm. Lies? What are you talking about? I stepped forward then, my voice hard, devoid of emotion. We have proof, Isla, we have. Recordings. I nodded to Julius, who stepped forward and handed Mr. Henderson a USB drive. Mr. Henderson raised an eyebrow but plugged it into his laptop. A few clicks, and then Isla's voice filled the room, echoing from the laptop speakers. Her rehearsed monologue, her practiced tears, her carefully crafted lies, laid bare for everyone to hear. The silence in the room was deafening. Isla's face had gone from pale to ashen, her carefully applied makeup stark against her skin. She stared at the laptop, at the screen, at her own image, her own voice, betraying her, exposing her. When the recording finished, Mr. Henderson cleared his throat. Mrs. Isla, he said, his voice dry, professional, perhaps you would like to reconsider your earlier statement. Isla didn't say anything. She just sat there, frozen, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fury. Then, slowly, deliberately, she stood up. She didn't look at Amia, or at me, or at Julius, or at anyone in the room. She just turned and walked out, her black dress swishing around her ankles, her veiled hat casting a shadow over her face. She didn't say a word. She didn't contest the will. She didn't try to deny the recordings. She just left, vanished, as if she had never been a part of our lives at all. Later, Julius and Amia and I sat in Dad's living room, the same living room where Isla had practiced her lies, where Dad's armchair still sat empty, still holding the ghost of his presence. We were silent for a long time, the only sound the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. "Well," Julius said finally, breaking the silence, his voice gruff, "that was something." Amia and I nodded, neither of us able to find the words to describe what we had just witnessed, what we had just endured, what we had just survived. It wasn't a victory, not really. We hadn't won anything. We had just defended ourselves, defended Dad's memory, defended our truth against a web of lies and deceit, and in doing so, we had lost something too. Lost the illusion of who we thought Isla was, lost the last vestige of hope that she might have genuinely cared for Dad, for us, for our family. But we had also gained something, gained a deeper understanding of our father's foresight, his meticulous planning, his almost preternatural understanding of human nature, even its darkest corners. He had installed those cameras for insurance purposes, he had said. But maybe, just maybe, he had known on some level that he needed to protect us even after he was gone from something, from someone, from Isla. And in the end, his plan, his foresight, his cameras, they had worked. They had caught her rehearsing her story. They had exposed her lies. They had saved us, not just from losing our inheritance, but from losing something far more precious, our memories of our father, untarnished, unburdened by the stain of Isla's deceit. And for that, we were eternally grateful, even to the planner, the meticulous, sometimes a little rigid, but always loving man who was, and always would be, our dad, Anthony.
My cousin used my address to enroll her kids in my district and sign me up for a donation pledge. Now the entire family thinks I'm the bad guy. Okay, Reddit, strap in because family drama has reached a whole new level of ridiculous. And I need to vent and maybe get some outside perspective because I'm starting to feel like the crazy one here. My cousin Lola, who I've always had a kind of lukewarm relationship with, has pulled a stunt that has me seeing red. It all started innocently enough, or so I thought. About a month ago, Lola calls me up out of the blue. We haven't really spoken properly in ages, mostly just polite birthday texts and awkward hellos at family gatherings. She starts with the usual pleasantries, asks how work is going, how my dog Presley is, the usual stuff. Then she kind of casually drops in, "Oh, by the way, I was wondering, would you mind if I used your address for something?" My alarm bells immediately started ringing. Lola is not the kind of person who just asks for favors, especially big ones, without some kind of ulterior motive. I'm naturally suspicious, so I asked her to elaborate. She got all flustered and vague, mumbled something about forms and easier paperwork, and then tried to laugh it off. I pressed her because, seriously, something and easier paperwork is not an explanation, Lola. Finally, after a bit of hemming and hawing, she admits she wants to use my address to enroll her kids in the local elementary school. Now, for context, I live in a really good school district. Property taxes are astronomical, but the schools are top-notch. Lola, on the other hand, lives across town in a district that, well, let's just say it's not known for its stellar education system. My initial reaction was just a flat no. It's dishonest, it's probably illegal, and it's just not something I'm comfortable with. Lola immediately switched tactics. Suddenly, it was all about her kids. Sweet little angels who deserve the best, and it's just for a few years, and it's not hurting anyone. She laid it on thick, playing the victim, saying how hard she works, how she just wants to give her children opportunities she never had. Look, I get it. Every parent wants the best for their kids, but this felt wrong. I told her again, firmly, no. I said I wasn't going to participate in any kind of address fraud and that she needed to figure something else out. I thought that was the end of it. Apparently, I was incredibly naive. Fast forward to last week. I get a letter in the mail from the local PTA. It's a thank you note for a generous donation to the school's fundraising drive. I vaguely recall seeing something about a fundraiser, but honestly, I've been swamped at work and haven't really been paying attention. I open the letter, expecting it to be a general form letter, maybe with a generic name. Instead, it's addressed specifically to the family at my address. And then, at the bottom, it mentions thank you again for your family's continued support. and especially for your recent platinum level donation. Your generosity truly makes a difference for the students of school name. Platinum level donation. I hadn't donated a single cent. Confused, I call the PTA contact number listed in the letter. I ask if there's been some kind of mistake, that I hadn't made any donation recently, let alone a platinum level one. The lady on the phone is super nice and polite, but she's very clear. Oh, no mistake at all. Mrs. Lola's last name registered her children for the upcoming school year, and she very generously signed up for the platinum donation package as part of the enrollment process. It was very kind of her family to be so supportive right from the start. My blood ran cold. Lola didn't just use my address. She used my address and my supposed family to sign up for a donation package. Taking credit for generosity, I had absolutely nothing to do with. It's not even about the money at this point, although a platinum-level donation in this district is not pocket change. It's about the sheer audacity of it. She not only tried to commit school district fraud, but she also used my address to portray herself as some kind of philanthropic pillar of the community, basking in the glow of donations she didn't make and commitments she didn't intend to honor. And the worst part, she's done it in a way that directly involves me. Now, the school thinks I am some incredibly generous person when I'm not, and when I inevitably don't follow through with this pledge, it's going to look like I'm the one being flaky and dishonest. I am furious. I am beyond furious. I feel utterly violated. I called Lola immediately. This time, I didn't even try to be polite. I just flat out asked her, "Did you use my address to enroll your kids in school name and sign up for a donation pledge under my name?" She tried to play innocent again, of course. "Skylar, what are you talking about?" I have no idea, but I laid it all out for her, the PTA letter, the phone call, everything. And then, the most infuriating thing happened. She started to brag. She actually started to brag about how clever she was. She said she knew I wouldn't donate to the school, even though I lived here, and she thought it would look good for the family if someone at my address was seen to be supportive. She literally said, "It was just a little white lie, Skylar. Relax. It benefits everyone. The school gets the pledge, my kids get into a good school, and you get to look like a good person by association. I lost it. I told her she was unbelievable, unethical, and frankly, delusional. I told her I was going to contact the school and set the record straight. She scoffed. "Go ahead," she said. "What are they going to do? Kick my kids out? It's already done, Skylar. You can't undo it now." That's when I hung up. I'm still fuming. I feel so incredibly disrespected and manipulated. My gut reaction is to march down to the school office tomorrow and tell them the whole truth, expose her scheme, and make sure they know it has nothing to do with me. But part of me is hesitant. It's Lola's kids who will ultimately suffer. They're innocent in all this. And it's family, even if she's a deeply infuriating cousin. So Reddit, Ada if I report her for fraud, even if it potentially hurts her kids. And if I do, how do I even begin to explain this mess to the school and the PTA? I'm genuinely lost and just really, really angry. Okay, update time. And honestly, things have gotten even more complicated and messy than I initially thought. After my first post, I spent a sleepless night wrestling with what to do. The comments were really helpful. Thank you everyone who took the time to offer advice. The consensus seemed to be that Lola was way out of line, and I had every right to be angry and to report her. But the guilt about her kids kept nagging at me. I decided to take a slightly different approach, at least initially. I thought maybe, there was some incredibly twisted logic in Lola's brain that I could appeal to. Yeah, I know, wishful thinking. So the next morning, instead of going straight to the school, I called Lola again. I tried to keep my voice calm and even, which was honestly an Olympic effort at that point. I said, "Lola, about the school donation pledge. I understand you signed up for the platinum level, using my address." She cut me off, all smug and satisfied. "See, Skylar. You're getting it. Isn't it great? The school will be so happy, and it reflects well on the family." I bit back the urge to scream. "Lola," I continued, "you do realize that those pledges are actual money, right? That the school is expecting that platinum-level donation to come from someone." She waved it away like it was nothing. "Oh, that. Don't worry about that, Skylar," I figured. "Well, I just assumed that since you live in the district and have, you'd be happy to cover it. It's for the children after all." I nearly choked. She assumed I would pay for her fraudulent donation pledge. "Lola," I said, my voice finally cracking, "you are seriously out of your mind. why on earth would you assume I would pay for your donation pledge? You used my address without permission, you signed me up for something I didn't agree to, and now you expect to foot the bill and then, she did something truly breathtaking in its audacity. She started to thank me. Skylar, that's so generous of you. I knew you'd understand. I'll tell everyone how wonderfully supportive you are of the school. This is going to be so perfect. I could practically hear the self-congratulatory pats on her own back through the phone line. That's when I snapped. Lola, I said, my voice ice cold, you have got to be kidding me. You think this is okay? You think it's acceptable to commit fraud using my name, take credit for donations I didn't make, and then expect to pay for it? Are you actually serious right now? Her tone shifted instantly. The smugness vanished, replaced by a wounded, put-upon whine. Skylar, why are you being so mean? I was just trying to do something nice for my kids, and for the school, and for the family's reputation. My reputation is fine without your fraudulent schemes. Thank you very much, I retorted. And frankly, Lola, the family is going to have a much worse reputation when this whole thing blows up in your face. Blow up, she squeaked. Skylar, don't be dramatic. No one's going to find out. It's just a little address trick. Everyone does it. Maybe everyone in your circle does, Lola, I said, but I don't. And I am not going to be dragged into your mess. I'm going to contact the school and explain the situation. She panicked then. Really panicked. No, Skylar, please, don't do that. Think of my kids. Think of the shame. Maybe you should have thought of your kids before you decided to commit fraud and try to make me pay for it, I said. And finally hung up, feeling a weird mix of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. Then, because family drama apparently can never just stay contained, my phone started blowing up. It was my aunt, Lola's mother, and let's just say she was not happy. Skylar, what is the meaning of this? Lola is absolutely distraught. Are you really going to ruin everything for her and those poor children over a tiny little mistake? Aunt Carol, I said, trying to keep my voice level again. Using my address for school enrollment and then taking credit for donations in my name is not a tiny little mistake. It's fraud. Oh, please, Skylar, don't be so dramatic, she scoffed, echoing Lola's earlier words. It's just resourceful. Lola is just being a good mother, trying to give her children the best opportunities by being dishonest and involving me in her dishonesty without my consent, I asked. Skylar, family sticks together. You should be supporting Lola, not making her life harder, supporting her in committing fraud, I asked, incredulous. Is that really the family value you want to uphold? Don't be disrespectful, Skylar, my aunt snapped. Lola is your cousin. You should be helping her, not turning against her. The conversation went downhill fast after that, culminating in my aunt accusing me of being selfish, petty, and ruining the family name. I ended up hanging up on her too, feeling completely drained. Later that day, I got calls from a few other relatives, all echoing the same sentiment. I was overreacting. I was being dramatic, and I should just let it go for the sake of family and Lola's kids. It seems the entire family grapevine had been alerted, and everyone was lining up to tell me I was wrong. It's honestly baffling. Are they really all okay with Lola's behavior? Are they really going to prioritize family loyalty over basic honesty and ethical behavior? I'm starting to feel like I'm living in some kind of bizarre alternate reality where up is down and wrong is right. The pressure from family is definitely making me second-guess myself. Am I being too harsh? Am I making a mountain out of a molehill? Or am I right to stand my ground and report this, even if it means facing the wrath of my entire family and potentially causing problems for Lola's kids? I'm still leaning towards reporting, but the family pressure is intense. Help, Reddit. Tell me I'm not totally off my rocker here. Okay, Reddit, this is it. The update I didn't want to write but probably needed to. After the phone calls from my aunt and other family members, I was still conflicted, but I knew deep down that Lola's actions were simply unacceptable. I couldn't, in good conscience, let it slide. So this morning I did it. I went to the school district office. Walking into that office felt like walking into a lion's den. I was nervous, my stomach was in knots, and I kept second-guessing myself the entire way. I spoke to a very kind woman at the front desk, explained I needed to speak to someone about a fraudulent school enrollment, and she directed me to the enrollment department. There, I met with a very professional, but also understandably wary, school administrator. I explained the whole story, from Lola's initial request to use my address, to her enrolling her children using my address, to the donation pledge, and finally, to her audacity to assume I would pay for it. I showed her the PTA thank you letter addressed to my address. I played the voicemail message my aunt left me, just to illustrate the family dynamic and the pressure I was under. The administrator listened patiently, her expression becoming progressively more serious as I spoke. When I finished, she thanked me for coming in and said they would investigate. She explained that address fraud was a serious issue as it impacted school funding and resources. She couldn't promise any specific outcome, but she assured me they would look into it thoroughly and take appropriate action. I left the office feeling, well, honestly, a little sick to my stomach. I knew I'd done the right thing, the ethically responsible thing, but it didn't feel good. It felt like I'd just detonated a nuclear bomb in my family, and I was right. Within hours, the fallout began. First, I got a barrage of angry texts and calls from Lola. She was livid, hysterical, accusing me of destroying her life, ruining her children's futures, and being the worst cousin in the world. I didn't answer her calls, but I did read the texts. They were filled with insults and threats, but also a kind of desperate, panicked plea to fix it to make it go away. Then came the calls from other family members, angrier this time, more accusatory. My aunt called me again, her voice shaking with rage. "Skylar, how could you? How could you do this to your own family? Lola's going to lose everything. Her children will be traumatized. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied that you've destroyed her life?" I tried to explain again that Lola was the one who created this mess, not me. That she was the one who made the dishonest choices. That I was simply setting the record straight and refusing to be complicit in her fraud. But no one was listening. To them, I was the villain. The one who had betrayed family. The one who was too righteous and too self-important. The one who had thrown Lola under the bus for no good reason. One cousin even texted me, "I hope you're happy sleeping in your fancy school district house while Lola's kids are stuck in a failing school because of you." The irony was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. They were blaming *me* for the potential consequences of Lola's actions, acting as if I had forced her to commit fraud in the first place. It's completely twisted. As the day went on, the calls and texts became less frequent, but no less hostile. It's like they've all decided I'm the enemy now. My own parents even called, urging me to reconsider, to show some compassion, to think about family. It feels like everyone is against me. I'm completely isolated, not just from Lola, but from a significant chunk of my family. I know, intellectually, that I did the right thing, that I stood up for honesty and integrity, that I refused to be bullied into silence or complicity. But emotionally, it's incredibly painful. It feels like I've lost something valuable, something irreplaceable. My family, flawed as it may be, was still family. And now, it feels like that bond is broken, possibly beyond repair. I don't know what the school district will do next. I don't know what will happen to Lola's kids, and I definitely don't know what will happen to my relationships with my family. But I do know one thing. I couldn't have lived with myself if I had let Lola get away with this, if I had allowed myself to be used and manipulated like that. It's a lonely and difficult place to be, standing up for what's right when everyone around you is telling you you're wrong. But I have to believe, in the long run, that it's the only path worth taking. I guess this is the end of the updates for now, unless something major develops. Thanks again to everyone who offered support and advice. It really did make a difference, knowing I wasn't alone in thinking Lola's actions were wrong and that I wasn't crazy for wanting to do something about it. Wish me luck, Reddit. I think I'm going to need it.
My stepmother installed a nanny cam to prove I'm bad at babysitting, but instead revealed she's a terrible parent, and now she's asking me for help. It's always been a weird dynamic, stepping into a family that's already fully formed, like trying to fit a puzzle piece where it doesn't quite belong. My dad, Brian, remarried Mila about 3 years ago. She's fine, perfectly pleasant at family dinners and holidays, asks the polite questions about school, but there's always this underlying tension, like she's waiting for me to mess up and prove her right about whatever preconceived notions she has about stepkids. I'm Holden, by the way. I'm 19 and in my second year of community college, saving up to transfer to a 4-year program next fall. I still live at home, which is fine for now, helps with the saving part. Mila has 2 kids, Rylan, who's 10, and Kyla, who's 7. They are energetic. That's putting it nicely. Honestly, they're little tornadoes wrapped in sugar and fueled by pure chaos. Lately, Mila's been pushing for me to babysit them more, like a lot more. Initially, it was just the occasional evening if she and Dad had a date night. No problem, I get it. But then it became Saturdays. Then suddenly, she was dropping hints about needing someone reliable for after school during the week. Holden, you're home anyway, right after your classes. It would be such a huge help. Huge help for her maybe, but not for my study schedule or my sanity. Dad chimed in too, of course. Come on, Holden, it would be good for you. Responsibility, family time, you know. Right. Responsibility for kids who treat the house like a jungle gym and family time with a woman who barely acknowledges I exist except when she needs a free babysitter. I've watched Rylan and Kyla for short stretches before, and honestly, it's exhausting. They're not mean-spirited kids, not exactly, but they're intense. They don't listen at all. They run around screaming, they climb on furniture, they have this habit of playing that involves a lot of hitting and yelling. And Mila, when she's around, she's constantly yelling at them. Rylan, Kyla, stop that, behave yourselves. But it's all bark, no bite. 5 minutes later, they're back at it, and she's back to ignoring it or just raising her voice louder. It's like she's just going through the motions of parenting without actually doing any parenting. The real kicker came this week. Mila cornered me in the kitchen while I was making coffee, all smiles and sunshine. Holden, sweetie, I have such a favor to ask. My book club is having a special meeting next Friday evening. It's going to run late, and Brian has a thing at work, completely unavoidable. Would you be able to watch Rylan and Kyla just until around 10 p.m.? 10 p.m. That's practically a whole night. My internal alarm bells were ringing. This felt off. Too insistent, too frequent, too much all of a sudden. I hesitated and she jumped in. It would be such a lifesaver, Holden. They really like you, you know. Do they? Last time I babysat, Kyla drew on my college textbook with crayons and Rylan tried to flush my phone down the toilet. Maybe, I stalled, trying to think of a polite way out. She saw my hesitation and her smile widened just a little too much. Oh, and, get this, we actually installed a nanny cam in the playroom last week. Isn't that great? For peace of mind, you know, while we're out. Nanny cam, in the playroom, peace of mind for asterisk her asterisk maybe, but suddenly an idea sparked in my head. Peace of mind for asterisk me asterisk too, because something about her sudden babysitting push, coupled with the nanny cam, felt orchestrated. Like she wasn't just trying to get a free babysitter, she was trying to prove something. Prove I was bad at it, prove the kids were angels when I was in charge. I didn't know, but a tiny seed of suspicion had taken root. You know what, Mila? I said, trying to sound agreeable. Actually, yeah, Friday works. I'm free. 10 p.m. sounds perfect. Her smile was blinding now. Oh, Holden, you're a gem. Thank you so much. You're the best stepson a woman could ask for. Right, a gem to be mined for free childcare. But as I said yes, a plan started forming in my mind. If there's a nanny cam, there's footage. And if there's footage, maybe, just maybe, I can use it to finally get her to understand what babysitting Rylan and Kyla is really asterisk-like. I had a feeling Friday night was going to be interesting. Update 1: Friday night rolled around, and as promised, Mila and Dad breezed out the door around 6 p.m., all smiles, and thanks again, Holden, you're a lifesaver. Rylan and Kyla were subdued, surprisingly. Maybe they sensed my impending doom and were savoring the quiet before the storm. As soon as the door clicked shut, though the transformation was instantaneous, it was like a switch flipped. Suddenly, Rylan was scaling the bookshelf like it was Mount Everest, and Kyla was using the coffee table as a drum set with a pair of wooden spoons. Guys, I said, trying to sound calm and authoritative, hey, knock it off, okay? Blank stares. Then Rylan leaped off the bookshelf with a Tarzan yell, landing precariously close to the lamp, and Kyla just banged louder on the coffee table. Okay, deep breaths. I tried the patient approach. Rylan, why don't you come down from there? And Kyla, maybe we can find some real drums or coloring books. Want to color? Laughter. Genuine, mocking laughter from a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old. My cool was cracking fast. For the next 4 hours, it was a whirlwind of escalating chaos. They chased each other around the house screaming. They drew on the walls with crayons. Apparently the textbook incident wasn't a lesson learned. They started wrestling on the couch, and then somehow it morphed into a full-blown pillow fight that devolved into throwing pillows hard at each other and then, inevitably, at me. Dinner was a disaster. I tried to make them mac and cheese, figuring it was kid-proof. Kyla decided to help by stirring with her hands, and Rylan thought it would be hilarious to throw handfuls of shredded cheese at his sister. The mac and cheese ended up mostly on the floor, the walls, and in their hair. By 9:30 p.m., I was exhausted, covered in cheese dust and crayon marks, and my ears were ringing from the constant shrieking. They were finally, miraculously, starting to wind down, slumped on the couch, glued to some cartoon on TV. Peace, sweet, blessed peace. I slumped onto the armchair across from them, pulled out my phone, and waited for 10 p.m., praying for Mila and Dad to come home soon and relieve me from this ordeal. They strolled in right on time, all smiles and relaxed vibes. Hey, Holden, how did it go? Were they angels? Mila asked, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Angels? Angels from hell maybe. I just gave her a tight smile. Yeah, great, I mumbled, already formulating my plan. Totally fine. Dad ruffled my hair. See, told you you're a natural. I resisted the urge to point out the crayon marks on the wall and the cheese stuck to my jeans. Well, I'm beat, Mila said, yawning dramatically. Maybe we should just check the nanny cam footage tomorrow, see how it all went. Ah, bingo. She wanted validation. She wanted to see the peace of mind footage prove to herself, and maybe to me, that Rylan and Kyla were just perfectly normal kids and I was overreacting. Excellent. This was my moment. Actually, Mila, I said, standing up straighter, why wait until tomorrow? Why don't we watch it right now? She looked a little surprised, maybe a little too eager. Oh, really? Sure, that's a great idea. Dad looked confused but shrugged and followed us into the playroom. Mila grabbed her tablet, her smile still plastered on her face, clearly expecting to see evidence of my amazing babysitting skills and her kids' angelic behavior. She opened the app, found the footage from that evening and hit play. And then, the truth came out. 2 hours of unedited, unfiltered, kid-fueled mayhem played out on the tablet screen. Rylan's bookshelf climb, the coffee table drum solo, the crayon art on the walls, the cheese-throwing incident, the pillow fight gone wild, the general screaming and chaos. It was all there, in glorious, high-definition nanny cam footage. Mila's smile slowly, agonizingly, faded. Her eyes widened as she watched Rylan nearly decapitate the lamp with a pillow. Her jaw dropped as Kyla smeared mac and cheese on the curtains. Dad, bless his heart, went from mildly confused to increasingly horrified as the footage progressed. The playroom was silent except for the sounds of tiny voices wreaking havoc on the tablet speakers. When the footage finally ended, abruptly cutting off at 10 p.m., the silence was deafening. Mila's face was pale, her mouth slightly agape. Dad just stared at the tablet screen, then at me, then back at the tablet. Rylan and Kyla, oblivious to the impending parental reckoning, were still engrossed in cartoons in the living room. Mila finally found her voice, but it was a whisper. Oh, my God. She looked at me, not with that practiced stepmotherly politeness, but with something else, something akin to dawning realization. Holden, she said, her voice still barely audible, is this normal? Is this how they always are when you're watching them? I met her gaze, my own expression carefully neutral. Mila, I said calmly and evenly, that's just a typical Friday night. Update 2, the fallout from the nanny cam revelation was significant to say the least. The immediate aftermath was a mix of shock and denial on Mila's part. Dad, to his credit, looked properly horrified and deeply concerned. He actually apologized to me, right there in the playroom, a mumbled, sorry, Holden, I had no idea, which meant more than he probably realized. Mila, however, was still reeling. She kept replaying segments of the footage, zooming in on Rylan's bookshelf climb, rewinding the mac and cheese scene over and over. But, they're usually so good when I'm here, she stammered, her voice laced with disbelief. They're not usually like this, are they? It was less a question and more a desperate plea for me to say no, to somehow erase the evidence of her own eyes. Mila, I said, trying to be gentle but honest, that footage, that's toned down actually. Sometimes it's worse. Her eyes widened further, if that was even possible. She sank onto the little kid-sized table and chairs, looking utterly deflated. Dad put a hand on her shoulder, concern etched on his face. Maybe we need to rethink some things, Mila. He actually said it. Dad, usually the peacekeeper, the avoider of all conflict, actually acknowledged there was a problem. Progress. The next few days were different. Mila was quieter, more withdrawn. She wasn't yelling at the kids as much, but it was a different kind of quiet, not the bark-no-bite yelling, but a sort of muted resignation. She seemed to be watching them more closely, though her eyes narrowed in observation, like she was seeing them for the first time. It was unsettling. Then came the awkward conversations, first with Rylan and Kyla. Dad and Mila sat them down in the living room, tablet in hand, and showed them selected highlights from the nanny cam footage. I wasn't in the room, but I could hear Mila's voice, surprisingly calm, explaining, see guys, this is how you were acting when Holden was babysitting. Is this how you're supposed to behave? Apparently, Rylan, ever the showman, just shrugged and said, cool. Kyla, predictably, burst into tears, convinced she was in trouble. Dad, surprisingly, took charge, explaining to them, in simple terms, that their behavior wasn't okay, that it was disrespectful to me, and that it was exhausting. He actually used the word exhausting. For Rylan and Kyla's parents, not just for me, another sign of progress. Then came the conversation with me. Mila actually sought me out. She found me in my room, headphones on, pretending to study, mostly just scrolling Reddit if I'm being honest. She knocked softly, a hesitant knock that was nothing like her usual slightly too loud, vaguely annoyed knocks. I took off my headphones, surprised. "Holden," she began, sitting down on the edge of my bed, her voice still quiet. I owe you an apology, a big one." I just nodded, waiting. I honestly didn't realize. I knew they were energetic, but I thought you were exaggerating. I thought maybe you just weren't used to kids. I was wrong, so wrong." She actually looked genuinely ashamed. "It was unexpected. I watched that footage," she continued, "and it was eye-opening and embarrassing for me. I'm supposed to be their mother, and that's what they're like. And I just let it happen. I feel terrible, Holden, truly terrible." She actually teared up a little, which was really unexpected. Mila, emotional. It was a whole new dimension to her. It's okay, Mila," I said, surprised at how easily the words came out. "I mean, it's not okay, but I get it. Kids are kids, they're a lot." She looked up at me, her eyes still a little watery. "No, Holden," she said, shaking her head. "It's not just kids being kids, it's my parenting, or lack thereof. I've been so focused on other things, on appearances, on making sure everything asterisk looks asterisk perfect, that I haven't actually been asterisk parenting asterisk." She went on, confessing that she'd been feeling overwhelmed, stressed, trying to juggle everything, work, the book club, keeping up with the other moms, and in the process, she'd defaulted to just letting Rylan and Kyla run wild, just trying to keep them vaguely contained and mostly quiet, as long as it didn't interfere with her adult life. She admitted she'd been pushing me to babysit more because it was easier to pawn off the chaos onto someone else, even for a few hours, and pretend it didn't exist. And then came the twist, the revelation I hadn't expected. And the nanny cam," she said, her voice dropping even lower, that wasn't really for peace of mind, not entirely. I wanted to see if they were different with you, if maybe they were better behaved for someone else, if maybe it asterisk was asterisk me, if I was the problem." Wow. Mila, secretly worried she was a bad mother. It was a side of her I'd never seen, never imagined existed. Suddenly, her constant hovering, her forced smiles, her almost desperate need to project an image of perfect stepfamily harmony, it all made a little more sense. It was all a mask, a fragile facade hiding a deeper insecurity, a fear that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't actually cut out for this whole parenting thing. "Mila," I said, again surprised at my own calm, "you're not a bad mom, you're just maybe a little lost, a little overwhelmed." She actually managed a small, watery laugh. A little, "Holden, I'm drowning." And then she did something truly unexpected. She asked for my help, not to babysit, not for free childcare, but for advice. "Holden," she said, her voice surprisingly sincere, you've seen it. You've dealt with it. What do I do? How do I fix this?" Resolution. Mila's unexpected vulnerability, her genuine plea for help, it shifted things. It shifted asterisk everything asterisk. Suddenly, Mila wasn't just the polite but distant stepmother figure. She was human, flawed, insecure, and, surprisingly, willing to admit it. And to ask for help from me, the stepson she'd probably secretly judged for years. I didn't have all the answers, of course. Parenting isn't exactly my area of expertise, but I had seen it firsthand, the chaos, the lack of boundaries, the lack of actual parenting. So I started with the obvious. "Mila," I said, you gotta actually parent them, not just yell and then ignore it. You gotta set rules, real rules, and stick to them." We talked for a long time that evening, surprisingly. Mila actually asterisk listening asterisk, really listening, not just politely nodding and waiting for me to stop talking. We talked about consistent discipline, about setting clear expectations, about actually engaging with Rylan and Kyla, not just existing in the same house with them. I even suggested some age-appropriate consequences for bad behavior, things I'd picked up from watching my friends with younger siblings. The biggest change, though, wasn't just about parenting techniques. It was about Mila herself. She started trying, really trying. She signed up for a parenting class, which Dad went with her to, surprisingly. They started having family meetings with Rylan and Kyla to set house rules and consequences, and they actually enforced them. It was like watching a slow-motion train wreck turn into a slightly less chaotic, slightly more organized train. Mila started spending more quality time with the kids, not just shuttling them from activity to activity, but actually playing with them, reading to them, engaging with them. It was awkward at first for all of us, but slowly, gradually, things started to shift. Rylan and Kyla, surprisingly, responded well to the structure, to the consistent boundaries. They weren't perfect angels overnight, far from it, but the screaming and chaos lessened, the listening improved, and they even started being nicer to each other and to me. And Mila, she was different, still polite, still occasionally a little too eager to please, but less tense, less strained, more real. She actually started acknowledging my existence beyond just asking for babysitting favors. She'd ask about my classes, about my plans for transfer, even about my gaming, which Dad thought was the most shocking development of all. The transformation wasn't perfect. It wasn't neat. There were still chaotic moments, still days when Rylan and Kyla reverted to their old ways, still times when Mila felt overwhelmed and retreated into herself. But it was progress. Real progress. And it all started with a nanny cam, a gold dress, and a stepson finally showing his stepmother the raw, unfiltered truth. It wasn't a fairy tale ending, not yet, but it was a start. A messy, complicated, real-life start to a better family dynamic. And maybe, just maybe, a real relationship with my stepmother, Mila too. My stepfather tried to guilt me into selling my dead mother's house, not knowing I already sold it to myself. Now my whole family thinks I'm a monster. Okay, so this is a bit of a mess, and I'm hoping Reddit can offer some sanity or at least tell me I'm not crazy. My mom passed away last year. It was sudden, a heart thing. It's still raw, honestly. She and my dad divorced when I was pretty young, and then she met Edward maybe 10 years ago. Edward is fine, polite, always complimented mom's cooking, seemed to genuinely care about her. He's not a bad guy, I guess, but he's always been a little opportunistic. Maybe that's too harsh. Anyway, Mom left everything to me. Her house, which isn't huge, but it's ours, you know. It's been in our family for generations. And some savings, enough to be comfortable, not rich, but comfortable. Since Mom passed, Edward's been different. At first, he was all grief-stricken, which, okay, fair enough, but it shifted quickly. He remarried a woman named Megan about 6 months after Mom died. Fast, I know. Megan has 2 kids of her own, little ones, under 10. Suddenly, Edward's talking about needing more space, the house being too big for just me, things like that. Subtle at first, then not so subtle. Last week, Edward cornered me at dinner. We still try to have dinner together, sometimes at Mom's house, it feels right. Even though it's weird with Megan and her kids now. Anyway, he says, Dominic, we need to talk about the house. Here it comes, I thought. He launches into this spiel about how Megan and the kids are feeling cramped, how it would be so much better for everyone if they had a bigger place, a real family home. He's looking at me all meaningful, like I'm supposed to magically understand his unspoken desires. Then he drops it. He suggests I sell Mom's house. Sell my house, I should say. Says it's the sensible thing to do. Says I'm young, I can live anywhere, rent an apartment, whatever. But this house, it's family, it's Mom, it's everything. He goes on and on about how the money could really help Megan and the kids, set them up, you know, for the future. He even had brochures for new builds in some fancy suburb already printed out. I was floored. I told him no, flat out no. That house is not for sale. He acted all shocked, like I'm being unreasonable. He started with the guilt trips. Think of the children, Dominic, he says. They need stability, they need a proper home. Like Mom's house isn't a proper home. Like I'm somehow depriving these kids by wanting to keep the house my mother left me. He then tried the financial angle. Says the market is good, I could get a lot for it. He even started talking about managing the money for me, investing it wisely, making sure I don't squander it. Squander it? On what? Living in my own damn house. Here's the kicker, he doesn't know this. Nobody but my lawyer and I know this. A few months after Mom died, I kind of saw this coming, you know, the way Edward was acting, the quick remarriage, the suddenly pressing need for a bigger house. My gut was screaming at me, so I talked to a lawyer, a really good estate lawyer my mom used to use for her small business. Turns out, Mom had things set up pretty well, but there were still ways, loopholes, I guess you'd call them, that Edward, as her widower, could potentially try to exploit. Not directly take the house, but make things complicated, you know, lawyers and paperwork and all that nightmare stuff. So on my lawyer's advice, I did something preemptive. Technically, legally, the house isn't mine anymore. Not in my name anyway. I sold it. But I didn't really sell it, you get me? I sold it to myself, or well, to a trust. The Dominic R. Legacy Trust. Sounds fancy, right? Basically, the trust owns the house now, and guess who the sole beneficiary of that trust is? Me. It's airtight, lawyer says. Edward can't touch it. I'm protected. Mom's house is protected, but I haven't told Edward. I haven't told anyone. I just said no, the house isn't for sale. He's been hounding me ever since. Calling, texting, even showed up at my work yesterday, acting all concerned about my future and how I need to be smart with assets. He's relentless. So Reddit, what do I do? Do I tell him? Do I keep playing dumb? Part of me wants to watch his face when I tell him he's wasting his time, that he's chasing a ghost. Part of me just wants him to leave me alone. I'm still grieving, still trying to figure things out, and he's over here trying to sell my family home out from under me. Am I being unreasonable? Am I the jerk for not wanting to sell? I feel like I'm losing it a little. Help. Update 1 okay. Wow. Didn't expect so many responses. Thanks, everyone, for the advice. Reading through your comments has actually helped calm me down a bit. Feels like I'm not just shouting into the void, you know. A lot of you are saying I should just tell Edward. Show him the documents, shut him down, end of story. Part of me still really wants to do that, just for the satisfaction of seeing his face. But then another part of me thinks, what's the point? He'll just get angry, maybe even more manipulative. And you guys are right, keeping it quiet does give me leverage. Right now, he's still trying to be reasonable, I guess, playing the concerned stepfather card, but I can feel the pressure building. He called again this morning, bright and early. Said he'd been doing some more research and had found an even better development, bigger houses, bigger lots, perfect for a young man starting out with investment potential. Investment potential? He's talking about my family home. I kept it vague, just repeating that I wasn't interested in selling. He got a little sharper then. Dominic, he said, be realistic. You're rattling around in that big old house all alone. It's not practical. It's not healthy. He's now diagnosing my living situation as unhealthy. He pushed harder. Think about it, Dominic. Really think. You could have money in the bank, start your life, travel, invest. That house is just sitting there, like it's a useless lump of concrete and wood, not the place where I grew up, where Mom made every holiday special, where all my memories are rooted. I stayed calm, just kept saying no. He finally got frustrated. You could hear it in his voice. He said, Megan and the kids are really counting on this, Dominic. This would be life-changing for us. Are you really going to be this selfish? Selfish. For wanting to keep the house my mother left me. Seriously? That's when I snapped a little, not shouting or anything, but my voice got harder, colder. I said, Edward, you need to drop this. The house is not for sale. End of discussion. And I hung up. He texted a few minutes later, we need to talk face to face. Can I come over tonight? I ignored it. Then another text, Dominic, please, this is important. Ignored that too. Then, about an hour ago, he showed up at the door. Megan and the kids weren't with him, thank God. He looked strained, almost desperate. I opened the door but kept the screen door locked. Edward, I said, I told you there's nothing to discuss. He pleaded with me. Dominic, just hear me out. Just 5 minutes. I hesitated, then sighed and unlocked the screen door. Big mistake. He just barged right in like he owned the place. Sat down at the kitchen table, all casual. Dominic, he started, his voice all soft and reasonable again. I know this is hard. Losing your mother, it's a terrible thing, but you need to be practical. You need to think about your future. I cut him off. My future is in this house, Edward, the house my mother left me. He tried the guilt trip again, the think of the kids thing. He even tried to make it about Mom, saying, your mother would want you to be happy, Dominic. She wouldn't want you to be stuck in the past. That actually made me angry. How dare he presume to know what Mom would want? Then he played his trump card, or at least he thought it was. He leaned forward, lowered his voice like he was sharing some big secret. Dominic, he said, Megan is expecting. What the hell? Megan's already got 2 kids and he's pushing 50. But I kept my face blank, just waited for him to continue. Another baby, Dominic. We're going to need even more space. This is about family, Dominic. Your family. Our family. He gestured around the kitchen, like we were all one big happy family, crammed into this kitchen and yearning for a bigger house. He actually expected that to sway me. Like the news of a surprise baby suddenly makes selling my childhood home the logical, compassionate thing to do. I just stared at him. And then, maybe it was the look on my face, maybe he just ran out of steam, but he finally shut up. He just sat there looking defeated. And in that moment, something shifted in me. The anger, the frustration, it just kind of evaporated. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Then I said it. calmly, quietly, like I was just stating a fact. "Edward," I said, "the house isn't mine to sell." He blinked, confused. "What are you talking about? Of course it's yours. Your mother left it to you." "Legally," I said, "it's owned by the Dominic R. Legacy Trust." He frowned. "The what now?" And that's where I left it. I didn't explain, didn't show him any documents, just let him sit there in his confusion and dawning realization. He sputtered, asked me to explain, but I just stood up and said, "I think it's time for you to go, Edward." He looked at me, really looked at me, maybe for the first time since Mom died, and I saw it in his eyes. Not understanding, not acceptance, but something like fear, or maybe just pure, unadulterated frustration. He finally stood up, mumbled something about looking into this, and walked out. I locked the door behind him and just stood there for a minute, breathing. He's probably freaking out right now, trying to figure out what a Dominic R. Legacy Trust even is. Let him stew, let him Google it, let him realize he's been played, or, well, outmaneuvered at least. I still don't know if I should have just told him from the start. Maybe it would have saved me some grief, some stress. But seeing that look on his face, maybe it was worth it just for that. What do you guys think? Did I do the right thing? Should I brace myself for the fallout? Update 2. Okay, so the fallout. Yeah, it started big time. Edward hasn't called or texted me directly since the trust reveal. Smart man, maybe he finally realized he wasn't going to get anywhere with me, but he's gone nuclear in other ways. First, Megan called, sounded like she'd been crying. Said Edward told her everything about the trust, about the house being gone. She started yelling at me, calling me names, saying I was cruel, heartless, that I was ruining their lives. I tried to explain calmly about my mom, about the house being family, about how I felt pressured. She didn't want to hear it, just kept screaming about the baby, about the kids, about how unfair life was. I hung up on her, blocked her number. Then my phone started blowing up with calls and texts from relatives I barely even knew, Mom's side of the family mostly. Aunts, uncles, cousins I haven't seen in years, all saying the same thing. Edward is devastated, Megan is distraught, the kids are upset. How could I be so selfish and cruel to deprive them of a better life? Apparently, Edward has been painting me as some kind of monster, hoarding all the family wealth while his poor, pregnant wife and stepkids suffer in cramped conditions. It's like he's turned the whole family against me. And the thing is, some of them, they're buying it. They're actually believing his sob story. I got a particularly nasty voicemail from my Aunt Carol, who I used to be close to. She said she was ashamed of me, that Mom would be disgusted by my behavior, and that I was destroying the family legacy. Family legacy. By keeping the family home, seriously, I called Aunt Carol back, tried to explain about the trust, about Edward's pressure, about how I was feeling. She cut me off, said she didn't want to hear my excuses, and hung up. It's like talking to a brick wall. Nobody wants to listen to my side of the story. They've all decided I'm the villain, and that's that. I talked to my lawyer again, told her about the family backlash. She just sighed, said this is pretty typical in these situations. Power plays, manipulation, emotional warfare. She reiterated that the trust is solid, legally bulletproof, and that Edward can't force me to do anything. She advised me to ignore the family drama, block numbers if necessary, and focus on protecting myself. Good advice, probably, but it's still hard. It hurts, feeling like everyone is against you, like you're the bad guy for just wanting to hold on to what's rightfully yours. But then, I think about Edward, about his greed, his manipulation, his entitlement. And I remember why I did this, why I set up the trust in the first place. It wasn't just to protect the house, it was to protect myself, to protect Mom's legacy from being exploited, from being used to fund Edward's new life, his new family, his new baby. And maybe that's the real reason Edward is so angry, not just because he didn't get what he wanted, but because he realizes I saw through him. I saw his true colors from the start, and I outsmarted him. He probably hates that more than anything. I'm bracing myself for more drama, more family calls, maybe even some legal threats, who knows. But I'm standing my ground. This house is mine, it's my inheritance. And no amount of guilt trips, manipulation, or family pressure is going to change that. I did sell it to myself, in a way, didn't I? And that's the best kind of sale, the one where you keep everything and lose nothing. Right? At least that's what I'm telling myself to get through this. Wish me luck. My wife planned a studio with her yoga instructor in the space I bought her and was shocked when I said I owned it. What does she expect? It started with a scent, not lavender or sandalwood, the usual yoga studio aroma Louise would bring home clinging to her clothes, but something sharper, almost metallic. I noticed it when she hugged me goodnight last week, a week that feels like a year ago now. I brushed it off, chalked it up to new age cleaning products they were using at her studio. Louise had been obsessed with yoga for the past year, ever since her sister, Evangeline, dragged her to a class to distress from her demanding job as a lawyer. It had started as a hobby, a way to unwind, but quickly morphed into something more. She became evangelical about it, filling our weekends with workshops, retreats, even talking about quitting her job and becoming an instructor herself. I was supportive, mostly, happy she found something that brought her joy, even if it meant our evenings now smelled perpetually of patchouli. I'm Eric, by the way, 42, and up until a week ago, happily married to Louise for 10 years, or so I thought. The metallic scent intensified over the week, less yoga studio, more gym locker room. I started paying closer attention, my stomach tightening with each whiff. Then came the late nights. Louise always worked late occasionally, the legal profession being what it is, but lately it was every night. Client meeting, she'd murmur, slipping out of bed after I was already asleep. Urgent brief, she'd text, if she texted at all, as hours stretched past midnight. I started sleeping poorly, the metallic scent now laced with a sickly sweet undertone that made my head spin. Last night was the breaking point. She said she had a partner strategy session at the studio, leaving after dinner, promising to be back late but not too late. I waited up, flipping through channels, a knot of dread twisting in my gut. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Finally, at 3:30 a.m., I heard the key in the lock. I pretended to be asleep as she slipped into bed, the now overpowering metallic sweetness washing over me. This time, mingled with the gym locker room, was something undeniably musky. I didn't sleep at all. This morning at breakfast, I couldn't take it anymore. Louise, I started, my voice tight. Are you seeing someone? She froze, mid-bite of her avocado toast. Her eyes, usually bright and laughing, flickered away. Don't be ridiculous, Eric, she said, a little too quickly, a little too forcefully. Why would you even say that? Because, I said, pushing my untouched eggs around my plate, you smell like another man's aftershave and you've been working late every night for weeks. Silence descended, thick and suffocating. Then the dam broke. Not with tears, not with denial, but with a sigh, long and weary. Eric, she began, finally meeting my gaze, her expression now a strange mix of guilt and something else. Resolution. It's complicated, complicated. That's how affairs always start, isn't it? Complicated. Turns out, complicated was a euphemism for madly in love with her yoga instructor, Jameson. Jameson, the lithe, tanned Adonis with the flowing blonde hair and the voice that could soothe a raging bull into downward dog. I'd met Jameson a few times at studio events, always polite, always radiating a sort of serene intensity that, admittedly, was a little unnerving. Louise confessed, in a rush of words that tumbled over each other, that it had started subtly, innocent adjustments in poses, whispered encouragement after class, then private sessions, late-night talks about energy and spiritual alignment. Of course it did. She painted a picture of profound connection, of finally feeling seen and understood in a way I apparently hadn't managed in 10 years. I mostly listened, numb. My anger hadn't surfaced yet, just a cold, hollow ache in my chest. She went on and on about how Jameson was different, how he got her, how this was real love, the kind she'd apparently been missing all these years with me, the kind of soulmate connection she hadn't found with her sweet, dependable Eric. Sweet, dependable Eric. It sounded like an insult. Then came the kicker, the twist of the knife that really made the metallic tang in my mouth taste like blood. Jameson and I were planning something, she said, her eyes suddenly shining with an almost manic excitement. Something big. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. We're going to open our own studio, together. My own studio, that's what she said. Asterisk our asterisk own studio, a studio she and Jameson were going to open. Together, I blinked, the fog in my brain slowly clearing. Louise, I said, my voice dangerously quiet. What studio are you talking about? She smiled, a beatific, dreamy smile that didn't reach her eyes. Serenity Space, she breathed. It's going to be incredible, Eric. We're going to create a haven, a true sanctuary for wellness and spiritual growth. Jameson has such a vision. Serenity Space, a haven, a sanctuary. My blood turned to ice. Serenity Space, the yoga studio, the one Jameson taught at, the one Louise had been spending all her late nights at, the one I had bought for her as an anniversary gift last year, the one I legally owned, lock, stock, and yoga mat, the one she and her guru were planning to open, together. She was still rambling about floor plans and branding, about chakra alignments and kombucha bars, oblivious to the thundercloud gathering over my head. She hadn't even paused, hadn't even noticed the color draining from my face. Sweet, dependable Eric, and apparently completely invisible. Right now, all I feel is a simmering, cold rage, but beneath it, a strange flicker of glee. Louise left for her early morning class with Jameson, no doubt kissing me absent-mindedly on the cheek, still chattering about Serenity Space. I sat at the kitchen table, the uneaten breakfast growing cold, the metallic scent of betrayal heavy in the air, and a slow, dangerous smile started to spread across my face. Oh, Louise, you have absolutely no idea, do you? Update 1 Reddit, you guys are amazing. The outpouring of support, the sheer disbelief, and yes, a little bit of schadenfreude in the comments on my last post has been cathartic to say the least. Thank you. I feel a little less like I'm living in a badly written soap opera now. Okay, so update time. After Louise left this morning, still blissfully unaware she was about to walk headfirst into a brick wall of reality, I did some digging. Not that it was hard. Like I said in my first post, I bought Serenity Space for Louise as an anniversary gift last year. It was a bit of a surprise, and admittedly, maybe a little extravagant, but she'd been talking about opening her own studio for ages, and when the space in the old downtown district came up for sale, I jumped on it. It wasn't cheap, but we could afford it, and I wanted to support her passion. I handled all the paperwork, the loans, the legal stuff. She was ecstatic. She poured her heart and soul into decorating it, hiring Jameson as her lead instructor, building her haven. I was happy to see her so animated, so alive. Apparently, alive, for Louise meant plotting my marital demise with a guy whose bio I just checked, and I kid you not, lists his hobbies as energy cleansing and manifesting abundance. Manifesting abundance indeed. He's about to manifest a whole lot of nothing. Anyway, back to my digging. I wanted to confirm, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Serenity Space was the Serenity Space, the one I owned, the one we or rather, she and Jameson were planning to open. I logged into the studio's business account, the one Louise used for scheduling and billing. Bingo. Under Studio Vision and Expansion Plan, a document dated just last week, was a detailed proposal outlining their plans for Serenity Space. It was all there, the kombucha bar, the chakra-aligned lighting, the exclusive wellness retreat packages, all of it under the header, Serenity Space 2.0, a joint venture by Louise and Jameson. Joint venture. Right. My blood pressure spiked just reading it. They even had a projected profit split 70/30, with Jameson getting the lion's share because, and I quote, he is the face and driving force behind the studio's spiritual direction. Spiritual direction. He's directing her straight out of our marriage and into his greasy palms. The audacity, the sheer, breathtaking gall of it all. They were planning to build their love nest, their empire, their sanctuary in my studio, using my investment completely behind my back. And the 70/30 split. For a studio I own, that's not a joint venture, that's grand theft yoga. I spent the morning in a whirlwind of furious activity. I called my lawyer, laid out the situation, and he practically cackled with glee. Oh, Eric, he said, rubbing his hands together, this is going to be beautiful. Beautiful and expensive for Louise, I suspect. We discussed my options, and let's just say they are extensive. Eviction, breach of contract, Jameson is technically an employee, potential fraud charges if we really wanted to get nasty. My lawyer suggested a more nuanced approach, at least for now. Let them build their little fantasy, he advised, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Let them invest their time, their energy, their delusions into this Serenity Space 2.0. Then, just when they think they're about to launch, to take flight, we pull the rug out from under them. Pull the rug out. I like that. So here's the plan, Reddit. I'm going to play it cool. I'm going to act like I know nothing. I'm going to let Louise and Jameson bask in their delusional bubble of spiritual alignment and joint ventures. I'm even going to encourage her. Serenity Space 2.0. Sounds amazing, honey, I might say, with a perfectly crafted air of detached interest. Let them plan their kombucha bar. Let them envision their chakra lighting. Let them dream of their 70/30 split in my studio. Because when the time is right, when they're fully invested, when their little fantasy is at its peak, I'm going to send Louise a little email. An email addressed to Louise and Jameson, Serenity Space Visionaries, CC'd to my lawyer, of course. An email containing just 3 simple words regarding Serenity Space. And then, the mic drop. I own it. I can almost hear Louise's screech from here. I can almost taste the look on Jameson's smug, manifesting abundance face when reality hits him like a week-old kale smoothie. Sweet, dependable Eric is about to become something else entirely. Something a lot less sweet and a whole lot more entertaining. Stay tuned, Reddit. This is just getting started. Update to OK, Reddit, buckle up. This is where things get really good. Remember that email I was talking about sending? The one with the 3 little words that would shatter Louise's yoga instructor-fueled fantasy. Yeah, I sent it. Yesterday afternoon. Right when I knew Louise and Jameson would be at Serenity Space, presumably finalizing their joint venture plans and, aligning their chakras. I even timed it perfectly. Sent it at 4:00 p.m., just after their supposed power yoga class finished, ensuring maximum audience for the explosion that was about to happen. And oh boy, did it explode. My lawyer, bless his wickedly brilliant heart, helped me craft the email. It was short, concise, and absolutely lethal. Subject line, regarding Serenity Space. Body, dear Louise and Jameson, it has come to my attention that you are developing plans for Serenity Space 2.0 and envisioning a joint venture regarding the studio. I am writing to clarify a point that seems to have been overlooked. I am the sole legal owner of Serenity Space. Any plans for expansion, joint ventures, or changes to the studio's operations require my explicit consent. As I have not been consulted on any of these plans, and as I do not consent to them, I must respectfully request that you cease and desist from further development of Serenity Space 2.0 and refrain from making any assumptions about ownership or control of the studio. Sincerely, Eric. Attached, just for extra impact, was a scanned copy of the studio's deed, clearly showing my name as the sole owner. Then I waited, and waited. The silence was deafening. By 7:00 p.m., no calls, no texts, nothing. Had it not gone through? Had they somehow missed it? Doubt gnawed at me. Then, at 7:30 p.m., my phone exploded. First, a call from Louise. I let it go to voicemail. Then another call, voicemail again. Then a flurry of texts, each one more frantic and incoherent than the last. Eric, what is this? Serenity Space. You own it. This isn't funny, Eric. Call me right now. I resisted the urge to reply, to gloat, to unleash the torrent of righteous fury bubbling inside me. Instead, I calmly muted my phone and ordered pizza. Victory tastes best with pepperoni and extra cheese, The real fireworks started this morning. I went into the office a little later than usual, wanting to savor the anticipation. As I walked in, my assistant, Sarah, gave me a wide-eyed, slightly panicked look. Eric, she whispered, Louise is here and she's not happy. Not happy. Understatement of the century. I braced myself and walked into my office. And there she was, Louise, looking like a hurricane had just blown through her perfectly coiffed yoga instructor facade. Her hair was a mess, her eyes red and puffy, her usual serene expression replaced with a raw, incandescent rage I'd never seen directed at me before. Behind her, lurking in the doorway like a bewildered puppy, was Jameson. His tan was a shade paler, his flowing blonde hair slightly less flowy. He looked like he'd just swallowed a whole bag of kale and realized it was actually poison ivy. Eric, Louise hissed, her voice trembling with fury, explain this. Now, she thrust a crumpled printout of my email at me, practically spitting on it. I leaned back in my chair, feigning casual nonchalance. Explain what, Louise? It seems pretty self-explanatory. Serenity Space, she shrieked, her voice echoing in the suddenly silent office. You own it, you never said anything. All this time, you let me believe, she trailed off, sputtering with indignation. Jameson, bless his spiritual direction heart, finally found his voice. Eric, he said, his tone a strained attempt at his usual soothing guru cadence, this is unexpected. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I almost laughed out loud. No misunderstanding, Jameson, I said, leaning forward, finally letting a little of my simmering rage leak into my voice. I own the studio, end of story. Louise erupted. But Serenity Space 2.0, we were going to, our joint venture? Joint venture? I echoed, raising an eyebrow. Louise, with all due respect, you were planning a hostile takeover of my business, with my employee behind my back. Joint venture is a bit of a stretch, wouldn't you say? She actually gasped, as if I was the one being unreasonable. How could you do this to me, Eric? She wailed, tears welling in her eyes, but this time no remorse, just pure, unadulterated fury and self-pity. How could you let me think, dream and plan on my dime? I finished for her, my voice now sharp and cold. Louise, you left me. You told me you were in love with another man. You plotted to build your new life in a studio asterisk I asterisk gave you. And you're asking asterisk me asterisk how asterisk I asterisk could do this to asterisk you asterisk. Silence again, but this time thick with stunned disbelief. Jameson finally seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His spiritual aura had completely evaporated, replaced by a look of dawning horror. He glanced at Louise, then back at me, his eyes wide with panic. So the studio, it's all yours, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. I nodded slowly, savoring his discomfort. Every yoga mat, every chakra-lined light bulb, every grain of sandalwood incense, all mine. Louise finally seemed to deflate, her anger collapsing into a puddle of self-pity. I can't believe you, Eric, she sobbed, sinking into a chair. You're so cruel. After everything we've been through, everything asterisk you asterisk put asterisk us asterisk through, Louise, you mean? I countered, my patience finally wearing thin. You were ready to throw away 10 years of marriage for asterisk him asterisk. I gestured dismissively at Jameson, who flinched as if struck. And now asterisk I'm asterisk cruel because I don't want you and your guru hijacking my business. She just buried her face in her hands and wept. Jameson, looking utterly lost and increasingly terrified, shuffled awkwardly in the doorway. Louise, he murmured, his voice weak, maybe we should go. She didn't respond, just continued to sob. He glanced at me one last time, a look of pure, unadulterated desperation in his eyes, and then gently guided Louise out of my office, leaving me alone in the sudden, almost surreal silence. The metallic scent of betrayal, for once, had finally faded, replaced unexpectedly by the sweet, intoxicating aroma of justice. But what happens next? That, my friends, is Update 3 territory. Stay tuned. The Karma bus is just about to arrive.
My fiancé's sister demanded my engagement ring, so I gave her a replica. But now she is calling me a gold digger, and the family is fighting. What should I do? It started out like a joke, I think. Or at least, Hannah, my fiancé Lennox's older sister, meant it as a joke. We were at his family's place for Sunday dinner, the kind they've had every Sunday since forever, according to Lennox. I'd only been joining for about 6 months, ever since Lennox finally popped the question a couple of weeks before. And let me tell you, the ring, it's perfect. It's an antique from Lennox's grandmother, apparently, though he doesn't know much more about its history than that. He just knew he wanted something special, and special it is. It's got this delicate, intricate setting, almost filigree-like, with tiny little diamonds surrounding a central, slightly warmer toned diamond. It's not flashy, not huge, but it just catches the light in this subtle, beautiful way. I'd been showing it off a little because, well, wouldn't you? Hannah was there, perched on the edge of the floral sofa in their living room, the one that probably dates back to Lennox's grandmother too, scrolling on her phone and looking generally detached. She's always been a bit aloof, Hannah. Older sister vibes in overdrive. Lennox's parents are lovely, warm, welcoming, but Hannah's different. Let me see it again, she said, not looking up from her screen, holding out her hand palm up like I was some sort of trained seal performing tricks with a shiny object. I hesitated, then walked over and held out my hand for her to look at. She barely glanced at it, her eyes still mostly glued to her phone. Nice, she murmured then, and this is where the joke started, I guess. Tradition dictates the eldest gets the family heirlooms though, right? I blinked, unsure if I'd heard her right. What? I asked, laughing a little, assuming she was teasing. She finally looked up then, a small, almost amused smile playing on her lips. Just kidding, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Though seriously, it's very traditional. I laughed again, relieved. Yeah, well, Lennox is a traditional kind of guy, I guess. Later, driving home with Lennox, I mentioned it. Hannah made a funny joke about the ring, I said. Something about eldest daughters and heirlooms. Lennox frowned, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Hannah, joking. Unusual. He didn't seem to think much of it, and honestly, neither did I, until the next Sunday dinner. It came up again, subtly, almost accidentally. Lennox's mom, Pearl, was admiring the ring while we were helping clear the table. It's just so lovely, Ava, she said, her fingers lightly tracing the setting. Your grandmother had such beautiful taste, Lennox. Grandmother, Hannah interjected from the doorway, leaning against the frame. Oh, you mean asterisk my asterisk grandmother, Mom? Pearl looked confused. Well, yes, your father's mother, darling. Who else? Hannah shrugged, a casual gesture that felt anything but, just saying, family heirlooms are family heirlooms, they stay in the family. She looked pointedly at my hand. This time, the joke didn't land so well. It felt pointed. I forced a smile. It is in the family, I said brightly. I'm about to be family. Hannah just stared at me, her expression unreadable, before turning and walking out of the room. The air in the kitchen suddenly felt thick. Pearl gave me a sympathetic look. Don't mind Hannah, dear, she said quietly. She gets ideas sometimes. Lennox, who had been stacking plates, slammed them down a little harder than necessary. Ideas, he muttered. Mom, what was that about? Pearl sighed. Oh, you know Hannah, she's just being Hannah. Being, what? Entitled? Lennox's voice was rising. Pearl put a hand on his arm. Lennox, please, let's not make a scene. I tried to smooth things over. It's okay, really, I said, even though it wasn't. I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it. But I was starting to feel a little uneasy. It was just a joke, right? Just Hannah being Hannah. But it didn't feel like a joke anymore. Update 1, it definitely wasn't a joke. It escalated. Quickly. Over the week, Hannah started texting Lennox. Random things at first. Mom says you're taking Ava to look at wedding venues. Bit presumptuous, isn't it? Don't you think you should at least consider your options? Lennox just rolled his eyes and showed me the text. Ignore her, he said. She's being ridiculous. Then came the texts directly to me, out of the blue. A simple, so about that ring, followed by a string of increasingly bold messages. Grandma's ring is beautiful, Ava. Really beautiful. It's just a shame it's on asterisk your asterisk hand. And, you know, family jewelry is meant to be passed down, too. Family, not outsiders. Outsiders. That one stung. I hadn't even married into the family yet, and already I was being labeled as an outsider by his own sister. I showed the texts to Lennox. He was furious. He called Hannah immediately, his voice low and tight as he spoke in the other room. I could hear snippets of their conversation, though not clearly. Hannah, what the hell are you doing? It's not yours to ask for. Ava is my fiancé. He came back into the living room, his face flushed with anger. I told her to stop, he said, running a hand through his hair. I told her to leave you alone. She's jealous, I think, jealous and being an idiot. Jealous? I echoed. Of your ring, he shrugged helplessly. Hannah's always been competitive, with me, with Mom, with everyone, really. She probably thinks you're getting something she should have, even if it makes no sense. It made no sense at all. I loved the ring, yes, but it was more than just the ring. It was the symbol of our engagement, of Lennox asking me to marry him. It was precious and personal, and now his sister was demanding it. It was surreal. I started feeling anxious, constantly checking my phone, wondering if another text from Hannah would pop up. I didn't want to give up the ring, obviously, but the idea of this constant, simmering family tension was exhausting already. I confided in my best friend, Julius. He listened patiently, his brow furrowed as I read him some of Hannah's texts. That's aggressive, he said finally, and frankly completely bizarre. I know, right? I said, feeling a little validated. Look, Julius said thoughtfully, tapping his fingers on the table, this might sound crazy, but have you considered getting a copy? A copy? Yeah, you know, like a really good cubic zirconia replica. You could wear that one day to day, keep the real one safe, and, if Hannah keeps pushing, well, you could offer her the copy. I stared at him. You think she'd actually want the ring? Julius shrugged. She seems to think she's entitled to it. Maybe if she asterisk thinks asterisk she's gotten it, she'll back off, and you still have the real one safe and sound. It sounded devious and a little ridiculous, but also strangely appealing. The thought of Hannah actually having the real asterisk ring made my stomach clench. But the thought of shutting her down, of deflecting her demands, of maybe, just maybe, making her think she'd won, it was tempting. Very tempting. I started researching high-quality cubic zirconia rings online that night. Just looking, you know, just in case. Update 2, I did it. I went and did it. I got the replica ring. And honestly, it's almost impossible to tell the difference. I found a jeweler online who specialized in custom replicas, explained the situation, leaving out the slightly unhinged sister-in-law part, and sent them detailed photos of my ring. They worked their magic. It arrived a few days later, nestled in a velvet box, and when I opened it, wow. It was nearly identical. The setting, the stone cut, the size, even the subtle warmth of the center stone was replicated almost perfectly with a high-grade cubic zirconia. Unless you were a jeweler yourself, examining it under a microscope, I doubt you could tell. It cost a pretty penny, more than I'd initially anticipated, but I reasoned it was worth it. Peace of mind, maybe. Or ammunition in the war I didn't want to fight but seemed to be being dragged into. Hannah's demands hadn't stopped, despite Lennox's attempts to shut her down. If anything, they'd intensified. Now she was texting Lennox with increasingly melodramatic messages. Lennox, it's just not right. Grandma's ring. It belongs with asterisk her asterisk granddaughter, not some random person you just met. And think about Grandma, she would have wanted asterisk me asterisk to have it, not asterisk her asterisk. The guilt tripping was escalating, and it was working, on Lennox at least. He was starting to get visibly stressed, pacing around the apartment, muttering about Hannah being impossible. Maybe I should just talk to her again, he said one evening, looking defeated. Try to. Explain. Explain what? I asked, trying to keep my voice level. That it's asterisk my asterisk engagement ring, that it's meant for asterisk me asterisk. How many times do we have to explain the obvious? I know, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's just, I hate this whole drama. Then tell her to stop, Lennox, I said, frustration bubbling up. Tell her to drop it, she's being completely unreasonable and you're letting her get away with it. He flinched. I asterisk have asterisk told her, he said defensively. What more do you want me to do? Physically restrain her? No, I said, softening my tone, feeling a pang of guilt for snapping at him. But you could be firmer. You could tell her that this is asterisk your asterisk relationship, asterisk my asterisk ring, and it's none of her business. He looked away, chewing his lip. I will, he mumbled, but I could hear the lack of conviction in his voice. That's when I decided to play my hand. The replica ring was burning a hole in its velvet box, tucked away in my jewelry drawer. I texted Hannah. Hey Hannah, are you free to come over for coffee tomorrow? She replied almost instantly. Sure, what's up? Just wanted to chat about family things. I deliberately kept it vague, wanting to build a little tension. The next afternoon, Hannah arrived looking almost expectant. She was wearing a slightly too tight floral dress and way too much lipstick for a casual coffee date. We sat in my living room, the replica ring safely tucked away in my pocket. I made small talk for a few minutes, the air thick with unspoken tension. Finally, Hannah leaned forward, her eyes narrowed slightly. So, you wanted to talk about? I took a deep breath. Yes, I said slowly. About the ring. Hannah's eyes lit up, a predatory gleam in them that made my skin crawl. Yes, she prompted, her voice a little too eager. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the velvet box. I opened it dramatically, revealing the replica ring, catching the afternoon sunlight just so. Hannah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Oh, Ava, she breathed, her voice suddenly soft, almost reverent. It's even more beautiful up close. I swallowed, pushing down a wave of nausea. Yes, it is, I said, forcing a smile that felt brittle and fake. And, well, I've been thinking about what you said about family heirlooms. Hannah's eyes were fixed on the ring, glittering in the box. She didn't say anything, just waited, holding her breath almost, it seemed. And, well, I continued, my voice trembling slightly, you're right, Hannah, it is a family heirloom and you're the eldest. It makes sense, really. I slid the box across the coffee table towards her. Hannah stared at the box for a long, long moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and picked it up. Her fingers brushed against the velvet, then closed around the box. She looked up at me, her eyes wide, almost disbelieving. You're giving it to me, she whispered. I forced another smile, a bigger, brighter, faker one this time. Yes, Hannah, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. It's yours. Update 3, it backfired. Spectacularly. At first, it seemed like it worked. Hannah took the replica ring, thanked me with a strange, almost tearful sincerity and left, finally seeming satisfied. Lennox came home later, bewildered. Hannah texted me, he said, his voice incredulous. She thanked me for helping her see reason about the ring. He looked at me, confused. What happened? I showed him the empty velvet box, then explained. He stared at me, his expression shifting from confusion to shock to something like disappointment. You gave her the ring? He asked slowly. Grandma's ring? No, Lennox, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. I gave her a asterisk copy asterisk, a very good copy. The real one is safe. I pulled out the real ring, still sparkling beautifully, and held it out to him. He took it, turning it over in his fingers, his expression still troubled. But, why? He asked. Why give her anything? Why not just tell her to stop? Because she wouldn't stop, Lennox, I said, my voice rising. You know she wouldn't, and this was a way to make her asterisk think asterisk she won, to shut her up, to end the drama. He looked at the replica ring box in my hand. But, you lied to her. It's not a lie, Lennox, I argued, feeling defensive. It's a strategic maneuver. She was being impossible, manipulative, frankly, a bit of a bully. What else was I supposed to do? He didn't answer, just shook his head and went into the bedroom, leaving me standing there feeling suddenly very alone. The peace lasted less than 24 hours. The phone rang the next afternoon. It was Pearl, Lennox's mom. Her voice was tight, strained. Ava, dear, can you come over? There's been a bit of a situation. My stomach dropped. I arrived at their house to find chaos. Pearl was pacing, wringing her hands. Lennox was sitting on the sofa, his face pale and grim, and Hannah was screaming. It's fake, she shrieked, brandishing the replica ring, which looked, well, like a cubic zirconia replica under scrutiny. She gave me a asterisk cheap asterisk fake after everything, after grandma's ring. She thinks she can just fob me off with this. This asterisk trash asterisk. Turns out, Hannah, either suspicious from the start or just inherently mistrustful, had taken the replica ring to a jeweler. And the jeweler, of course, had instantly recognized it for what it was. Cubic zirconia, not diamond, not an heirloom, just a fake. Hannah felt betrayed, humiliated, and apparently incandescently angry. She'd come storming back to her parents' house, accusing Lennox and Pearl of being in on it, of letting me insult her with a cheap imitation. Pearl looked utterly mortified. Ava, dear, she stammered, looking at me with bewildered disappointment. Why? Why would you do that? Why not just give her the ring? Give her asterisk my engagement ring asterisk, I repeated, my voice incredulous. Pearl, are you serious? Hannah was demanding it. She was being completely unreasonable. What was I supposed to do? Hannah's screaming intensified. Unreasonable. Asterisk unreasonable asterisk. It's asterisk my asterisk family's ring. You're the one being unreasonable. You asterisk gold digger asterisk. Gold digger, I recoiled, stung. Hannah, that's completely out of line. Lennox finally stood up, stepping between Hannah and me. Hannah, stop it, he said, his voice firm finally. Just stop. You're being ridiculous. Ava did nothing wrong. Hannah rounded on him, her face contorted with rage. Ridiculous. Asterisk I'm asterisk ridiculous. You're siding with asterisk her asterisk over your own asterisk sister asterisk. Yes, Hannah, I am, Lennox said, his voice surprisingly calm but steel in his eyes. Because you're being completely unreasonable, and Ava has done nothing to deserve this. The ring is hers, end of story. Hannah stared at him, her mouth agape, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Then she burst into tears, collapsing onto the floral sofa, sobbing hysterically. The rest of the evening was a blur of shouting, accusations, tears, and recriminations. Lennox's parents tried to mediate, to calm Hannah down, to somehow salvage the situation, but the damage was done. Hannah felt slighted, humiliated, and utterly convinced that I was some sort of manipulative ring-hoarding monster. And Lennox, for the first time, finally seemed to see his sister for who she truly was, entitled, manipulative, and deeply, deeply unpleasant. He stood by me firmly, resolutely. He defended me to his parents, to Hannah, to anyone who would listen. The wedding planning is on hold. The family dynamics are fractured, to put it mildly. Hannah is, unsurprisingly, furious with me, and with Lennox, and probably with the entire world. But me, I have my real ring safe and sound on my finger, and I have Lennox standing beside me finally, unequivocally, on my side. It's not a neat resolution. It's messy and complicated and undoubtedly will have lasting repercussions within Lennox's family. But in a strange way, it feels satisfying. Because sometimes, the best way to deal with a bully isn't to back down. It's to outsmart them. Even if it means a little bit of cubic zirconia deception along the way. My mother is trying to wear my wedding dress, and I found her Pinterest board where she pinned a picture of me in it and bridal gowns. What do I do? Okay, here we go. No title at the start, just the story. My wedding is in 2 weeks and honestly, I'm starting to dread it. It's supposed to be the happiest time of my life, right? But lately, it feels more like a slow-motion car crash I can see coming but can't stop. It's all thanks to my mother, Elizabeth. From the moment Ethan and I got engaged, she's been difficult. Not in the typical mother of the bride way, wanting to control every detail. No, it's been subtler, more insidious, and honestly, more hurtful. It started with the dress code. Ethan and I are having a fairly traditional wedding. White dress for me, suits for the guys, classic stuff. My mom, however, had other ideas. She called me a few weeks ago, all chipper, saying she'd found the perfect dress. She described it in detail, floor-length lace, delicate beading, stunning silhouette. Sounded gorgeous, right? Then she dropped the bomb. And the best part, darling, it's white. I swear, the blood drained from my face. I explained, as calmly as I could, that I was wearing white. That brides usually wear white, that it's kind of a tradition, and also, frankly, I didn't want to share my special color on my wedding day. She laughed, a bright, dismissive little laugh. Oh, honey, don't be silly. It's not asterisk pure asterisk white, it's more of an ivory. Besides, everyone knows you're the bride. Ivory is still in the white family, Mom. And yes, everyone will asterisk no asterisk I'm the bride, but the pictures, the memories, it just feels wrong. I tried to reason with her, gently, explaining how important it was to me. I even offered to help her find a beautiful dress in any other color blush, champagne, even a vibrant jewel tone. Anything but white or anything close to it. She dug her heels in. I've already bought it, sweetheart. And really, who cares anymore? It's 2024, nobody follows those old rules. I stood firm. Mom, please, this is really important to me, it's my wedding. Can't you just respect this one thing? The cheer vanished from her voice, replaced by a cold, hard edge I know all too well. Fine, she snapped. If you're going to be so old-fashioned, I just wanted to look nice for my daughter's wedding. And then she hung up. I thought that was the end of it. Foolish me. Over the next few weeks, the subtle sabotage started. Little comments here and there. Are you asterisk sure asterisk you want those flowers? They're a bit bold, aren't they? That venue is lovely, dear, but isn't it a little rustic for you? Each comment, a tiny pinprick, designed to undermine my choices to make me doubt myself. Then came the bridesmaid dresses. I'd chosen a beautiful shade of dusty blue, classic, elegant, flattering on everyone. My mom, of course, had an opinion. Blue for a wedding. Isn't that a bit somber? Perhaps something brighter, like white? She actually said it with a straight face. I just stared at her, speechless for a moment. Mom, the bridesmaid dresses are blue, they've already been ordered. Oh, she said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Well, never mind then. I'm sure they'll look lovely. The worst was last week at the dress fitting. I was so excited to finally see my dress all finished, to have my mom and my bridesmaids there to share the moment. It should have been magical, it was tense. My bridesmaids were lovely, supportive, genuinely excited for me. My mom, she sat in a chair in the corner, arms crossed, a tight little smile plastered on her face. She barely said a word. When I came out in my dress, a dress I've dreamed of since I was a little girl, her only comment was, "It's very white." And then, under her breath, just loud enough for me to hear, "Pity about asterisk your asterisk dress." My heart sank. I tried to ignore her, focusing on the genuine joy of my bridesmaids, but her negativity was like a dark cloud in the room. Afterward, when we were leaving, she cornered me. You know, she said, her voice low and conspiratorial. I saw a dress in the window at that boutique across the street. It was asterisk, stunning asterisk, pure white lace, very bridal. Perhaps you should have a look. I lost it. Mom, I said, my voice shaking, please just stop. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to ruin my wedding? She looked at me, her eyes wide and innocent. Ruin your wedding, darling, I would never. I just want it to be perfect for you. Perfect for asterisk her asterisk, maybe. Not for me, not for Ethan and me. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells around her constantly. Every conversation feels like a minefield. Ethan is trying to be supportive, but he's starting to get frustrated too. Just ignore her, he says. She's just being difficult, it's what she does. But it's my asterisk, mom asterisk. It's supposed to be different. She's supposed to be happy for me, excited for me. Not sabotaging me at every turn. I just want her to wear a dress that isn't white, be happy for me, and let me enjoy my wedding planning. Is that really too much to ask? I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. Am I overreacting? Is it really that big of a deal if she wears a slightly off-white dress? Part of me just wants to give in, to avoid the drama, to have some peace. But then I think about my wedding day, about seeing her in a white dress, and a cold knot forms in my stomach. This is asterisk my asterisk day, not hers. I just wish she could see that. Asterisk asterisk update 1 asterisk asterisk things have escalated. Big time. After my last post, I got some really helpful advice. A lot of people said I wasn't overreacting, that my feelings were valid, and that I needed to set firm boundaries. Easier said than done with my mother, but I knew I had to try. So I called her. I braced myself, took a deep breath, and laid it all out. Calmly, firmly, and yes, probably a little emotionally, I told her exactly how her actions were making me feel. I told her that I loved her, that I wanted her to be there at my wedding, but that her behavior was unacceptable. I reiterated my request about the dress, emphasizing that it wasn't about rules or tradition, but about my personal feeling, my desire to feel special and unique on my wedding day. And then I waited. Silence, for what felt like an eternity. Then she spoke, her voice low and dangerously quiet. So, she said, each word clipped and precise, you're telling me that you're choosing a asterisk dress asterisk over your own mother. I sighed. This was exactly what I was afraid of. Mom, it's not about the dress, it's about respect. It's about you respecting my wishes, my feelings, about something that's important to me. Respect, she scoffed. You want to talk about respect? You're disrespecting me after everything I've done for you, after raising you, supporting you, loving you, and now you're going to throw it all away over a piece of fabric. Mom, that's not fair. I love you and I appreciate everything you've done for me, but this is my wedding, and I'm asking you as my mother to respect my one simple request. Simple, she shrieked, her voice rising. You think this is simple asterisk? You're asking me to humiliate myself, to wear some drab, dowdy color while you parade around in your white dress like some kind of queen? I was stunned. Humiliate herself, drab and dowdy. It was like she was living in a different reality. Mom, that's ridiculous. There are millions of beautiful dresses that aren't white, and nobody is asking you to be humiliated. Oh, isn't it? That's not how it feels to me. And then she dropped another bomb. You know, she said, her voice suddenly turning dangerously sweet, maybe you're right. Maybe I shouldn't wear white. Maybe I should wear black. Black to my wedding. Mom, are you serious? Perfectly serious, she said, her voice cold as ice. If I can't wear white, then maybe I'll just wear the opposite. Black, like a funeral for your happiness. I hung up. I couldn't take it anymore. I felt sick to my stomach. Ethan came into the room, saw my face, and immediately knew something was wrong. I told him everything, the call, the black dress threat, everything. He was furious. That's it, he said, his voice tight. That's enough. We're done with this. She's not welcome at the wedding. Ethan, no, you can't say that. She's my mother. And she's actively trying to sabotage our wedding. Elizabeth, you need to see this for what it is. She's not just being difficult, she's being malicious. He was right. Deep down, I knew he was right. But the thought of uninviting my own mother to my wedding, it felt impossible. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, wrestling with what to do. Ethan, bless him, held me close, let me cry, and just listened. Later that evening, I got a text from my mom. Just one line. Don't worry, darling. I found an even better dress. You'll be so surprised. I didn't even want to imagine what she meant by that. The next day, something even stranger happened. My phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number. It read, "Don't let her wear white, trust me, you'll regret it." I stared at the message, confused. Who was this? How did they know about the dress drama? I texted back, "Who is this?" The reply came almost instantly. "It doesn't matter, just trust me, she's not doing it to be nice." And then, another message just seconds later. "Check her Pinterest board, the one she says is wedding inspiration." Wedding inspiration? My mom doesn't even use Pinterest, or at least I didn't think she did. Curiosity gnawed at me. I did a quick search online, and there it was. My mother's name linked to a Pinterest board titled Wedding Inspiration. I clicked on it, my heart pounding in my chest, and what I saw chilled me to the bone. It wasn't filled with wedding dresses, flowers, or decor ideas. It was filled with white dresses. Page after page of them. Not just any white dresses, but bridal gowns. Elaborate, extravagant, show-stopping bridal gowns, and not just random ones. Many of them were pinned from bridal boutiques in our town. Boutiques she knew I was looking at. Boutiques where she knew my dress was from. And then I saw it. One pin right at the top of the board. A dress I recognized instantly. It was almost identical to mine, except it wasn't mine. It was a picture of my dress. Yes, but with a different woman wearing it. A woman who looked eerily familiar. And then it hit me. It wasn't just any picture of my dress. It was a picture from my dress fitting, the fitting where my mom was there, the fitting where she barely said a word, the fitting where she told me my dress was very white. She'd taken a picture of me in my dress and pinned it to her wedding inspiration board, alongside dozens of other white bridal gowns. It wasn't wedding inspiration. It was dress inspiration. For her she wasn't just planning to wear a white dress. She was planning to wear my dress, or something as close to it as she could possibly find. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just about being difficult or attention-seeking. This was calculated, deliberate, and deeply, disturbingly, wrong. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking, and called Ethan. "We need to talk," I said, my voice trembling. I think my mom is trying to steal my wedding dress." Update 2 okay, so after the Pinterest discovery, I was a mess. Ethan was even more furious than before. We spent hours talking, trying to make sense of it all. Why would she do this? Was she really capable of something so insane? It felt like we were in some kind of twisted movie. Ethan was adamant. "She's not coming," he declared, his voice firm. "Absolutely not. She's crossed a line, Elizabeth. This isn't just about a dress anymore. This is about her actively trying to undermine you, to steal your day too. I don't even know what to call it, but it's not okay. And we are not going to reward that behavior by letting her be a part of our wedding." He was right, logically, but the thought of actually uninviting my own mother, it still felt like a line I couldn't cross. I was torn. Part of me wanted to just cave, to let her wear whatever she wanted, just to avoid the confrontation, the drama, the potential for a massive family blow-up. But the other part of me, the part that was starting to finally stand up for myself, knew that I couldn't. I shouldn't asterisk. This wasn't about the dress. It was about control, about boundaries, about respecting my wishes, my feelings, my wedding. I knew I needed to confront her, directly, honestly, and definitively, but I was terrified. Terrified of her reaction, terrified of the fallout, terrified of what this might do to our relationship, whatever was left of it. Ethan suggested we go to her house together. "We need to present a united front," he said. "We need to show her that we're serious, that we're not going to be manipulated or bullied anymore." So, the next morning, armed with screenshots of her Pinterest board and a heart full of dread, we drove to my mother's house. She answered the door, her smile tight, her eyes wary. "What's this?" she asked, her voice cool. "We need to talk, Mom," I said, my voice trembling slightly. We sat down in the living room, Ethan and I side by side on the sofa, my mother perched in an armchair across from us, her posture rigid, her expression guarded. I took a deep breath and began. "Mom," I said, "we need to talk about your dress." She raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "My dress, what about it?" I pulled out my phone, pulled up the Pinterest board screenshots and showed them to her. Silence. A long, heavy, suffocating silence. She stared at the phone, her face slowly draining of color. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Where did you get this?" "It doesn't matter, Mom. What matters is, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to wear white? Why are you pinning pictures of bridal gowns? Why? Why did you take a picture of me in my asterisk dress and put it on your board?" Her eyes darted away, avoiding mine. She fidgeted with her rings, her hands trembling slightly. I don't know what you're talking about," she mumbled, her voice weak. "Mom, please, don't lie to me. We both know what's going on here. Just tell me why." Tears welled up in her eyes, tears that for once actually looked real. I don't know," she sobbed, her voice cracking. I just wanted to feel special, just for once." Special? Was that really it, after all this? All the manipulation, the sabotage, the hurtful comments, the black dress threats, the Pinterest board, all because she wanted to feel special. I stared at her, my mind reeling. "Mom," I said, my voice soft, "you are asterisk special. You're my mother. You're incredibly important to me. You don't need to wear a white dress to be special." The tears flowed freely now, streaming down her face. "But I never get to be the center of attention," she wailed. "It's always about everyone else. Your father, your sister, now you. Nobody ever sees me asterisk." It was like a dam had broken. Years of resentment, of insecurity, of feeling invisible, all came pouring out. She confessed that she'd always felt overshadowed, overlooked, like she was just a supporting character in everyone else's lives. My father, a successful businessman, always the center of attention at family gatherings. My younger sister, a talented artist, constantly praised for her creativity. And me, the perfect daughter, always achieving, always succeeding, always making her proud. But also, perhaps, unintentionally diminishing her in the process. The white dress, she explained, wasn't really about stealing my wedding dress. It was about stealing the spotlight. It was about finally, for once, feeling like she was the center of attention, like she was the most important person in the room. It was twisted, warped, deeply misguided. But in its own strange way, it made a kind of sad, heartbreaking sense. She wasn't malicious. She was just profoundly insecure, lost, desperate for validation, and willing to go to extreme lengths to get it. We talked for hours that day, a raw, painful, honest conversation that went deeper than anything we'd ever had before. Ethan mostly stayed quiet, offering support when needed, letting me take the lead with my mother. By the end of it, we weren't exactly magically healed, but something had shifted. The cold, hard wall between us had started to crumble, replaced by a fragile, tentative bridge of understanding. She finally apologized, a real apology, not just the perfunctory, "sorry you feel that way" kind. She admitted she'd been wrong, that she'd let her insecurities get the better of her, that she'd hurt me deeply, and that she was truly, deeply sorry. She promised to return the white dress she'd bought. Yes, she'd actually gone out and bought one, just to prove a point, I guess. She even agreed to see a therapist to try to deal with these deep-seated issues that had been festering for so long. And she promised, most importantly, to wear a dress that wasn't white to my wedding. Not ivory, not champagne, not even cream. A beautiful, deep burgundy, she said she'd found online, something elegant and mother of the bride appropriate. I didn't know if I fully believed her. Not yet. But for the first time in weeks, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, my wedding wouldn't be a disaster after all. Maybe, just maybe, I could actually have my mother there, not as a saboteur, but as my mother, wearing burgundy. And hopefully, finally, happy for me. I guess we'll see in 2 weeks. But for now, at least, I'm breathing a little easier. And maybe, just maybe, my wedding can actually be the happiest day of my life after all. My parents left everything to my brother in their will, but in a secret video, they revoked his inheritance if he contested it, and he did. Now what? Hey Reddit, long-time lurker, first-time poster. I'm in a weird situation with my family right now, and honestly just need to vent and maybe get some outside perspective. My parents passed away unexpectedly last month. It was sudden, a car accident, the kind of thing you never think will happen to you, you know. It's been a lot. Dealing with grief is hard enough, but then you add in all the logistical stuff, the arrangements, and now the will. That's where things got really messy, really fast. My brother, Charlie, has always been, well, let's just say we have a complicated relationship. He's older by 5 years, and growing up it always felt like he was the golden child. Not that my parents didn't love me, I know they did, but Charlie just always got the benefit of the doubt, the nicer presents, less discipline, you name it. It's been a simmering resentment for years, but I've tried to put it aside. Tried being the bigger person, you know. But this is pushing me. So the will reading was yesterday. Small gathering, just me, Charlie, and our Aunt Julie, who's their sister and was always close to them. The lawyer, Mr. Henderson, was there, all formal and somber in his dark suit. He starts reading the usual legal jargon, and I'm trying to pay attention, but honestly, my mind is still a blur of grief and exhaustion. Then he gets to the part about the division of assets, and that's when Charlie starts grinning. Like a really wide, smug grin. I shot him a look, but he just ignored me, eyes glued to Mr. Henderson. And then Mr. Henderson reads, "To my beloved son, Charles, I leave the entirety of my estate, encompassing all real property, financial assets, and personal possessions." He paused, looked up over his glasses, and then directly at me and Aunt Julie. My jaw dropped. I literally couldn't speak. Julie gasped, hand flying to her mouth. Charlie just puffed out his chest, that smug grin widening even further if that was even possible. "Wait, what?" I finally managed to croak out. "Everything to Charlie." Mr. Henderson just nodded slowly, adjusting his glasses again. "That is what the will states, yes." I looked at Charlie, really looked at him. He was practically radiating smugness. "You knew?" I asked him, my voice trembling. He just shrugged, still grinning. "Parents always loved me best," he said, all casual like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Always knew they'd look after me." I felt a surge of anger so hot it was almost blinding. Years of being the lesser sibling, years of feeling overlooked, it all just crashed down on me in that moment. That's not right," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "There has to be a mistake." Aunt Julie, bless her heart, finally found her voice. "Mr. Henderson, are you sure? Is there another document? This doesn't sound like them." Mr. Henderson shuffled some papers, cleared his throat. "There is an addendum, a video recording left by your parents. It was their explicit wish that this be viewed immediately following the reading of the will." "A video? What video?" I looked at Charlie again. His smug grin faltered just for a second, replaced by a flicker of something, unease. But then it was back, replaced by a forced confidence. "Probably just them saying how much they love me," he scoffed, making it extra clear who the favorite was. But his eyes, they darted around the room, avoiding mine. Something was off. Mr. Henderson set up a laptop on the table, clicked a file. The screen flickered to life, and there they were. Mom and Dad, looking younger, healthier. It must have been filmed sometime last year, maybe even earlier. My heart squeezed. Just seeing them, hearing their voices again, it was almost unbearable. Mom started, her voice a little shaky but warm like always. "Hello, my darlings. If you're watching this, it means we're gone." Dad put his hand on hers, squeezing it gently. "We wanted to speak to you both directly one last time to explain our wishes for after we're gone." My stomach clenched. This wasn't going to be some simple message of love and favoritism. This was something else. Mom took over again, her gaze steady and serious. "We love you both very, very much. There's no question of that, but we also know We know that things haven't always been equal between you two. She glanced at Dad, who nodded in agreement, and we wanted to try and rectify that in some small way after we're gone. Rectify? What did she mean by rectify? I glanced at Charlie. His face had lost all its smugness. Now he just looked pale, and for the first time since yesterday, a tiny spark of hope flickered within me. Maybe, just maybe, things weren't exactly as Charlie thought they were. This video was about to tell us the real story. And I had a feeling, a deep, unsettling feeling, that it was going to change everything. Okay, Reddit, buckle up, because Update 1 is a wild ride. That video, it was like something out of a movie. Not just a simple message, but a full-blown, pre-recorded explanation of their wishes. And it blew Charlie's smug little world to smithereens. Mom continued in the video, getting right to the point. To Charles, she said, looking directly at the camera, we are leaving you our family home. The house you grew up in, with all its memories. We know how much it means to you, and we believe you will cherish it and keep it in the family. Charlie actually let out a relieved sigh beside me. He was still looking pale, but the smugness was creeping back in. See, he muttered, not looking at me. Told you. But then Dad spoke, and his words hit like a punch to the gut. However, Dad said, his voice firm, the rest of our estate, all financial assets, savings, investments, everything else, we are dividing equally between both of you, Charlie and Cassidy. Cassidy, that's me, he said my name. My heart leaped in my chest. Equal, they were dividing everything equally. Not just leaving it all to Charlie. I stared at the screen, barely daring to breathe. Aunt Julie let out another gasp, this one of pure shock. Charlie, though? Charlie went rigid. His face, which had been regaining its smug color, drained again, turning almost gray. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Mom continued, her voice gentle but firm. Cassidy, my darling girl, we know things haven't always been easy for you. We know you've sometimes felt overshadowed. And we are so sorry if we ever made you feel that way. It was never our intention. Tears welled in my eyes, my parents actually acknowledging it, acknowledging how I felt. It was unexpected, overwhelming. Dad took over again, his gaze softening as he looked at the camera. We want you to know, Cassidy, that we are incredibly proud of you, of the strong, independent woman you've become, of your kindness, your resilience, your heart of gold. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. And we want you to have a fresh start, a chance to build your own future on your own terms. He gestured to a folder on the table in front of them in the video. In that folder, Mr. Henderson has copies of all the relevant documents, bank accounts, investment portfolios, everything. It's all divided equally, 50-50, between the two of you. The video ended. Just like that. The screen went black, leaving us in stunned silence. I was still reeling, trying to process everything I'd just heard. Equal. They were leaving me half. Half of everything except the house, which was going to Charlie. It was more than fair, it was generous, it was validating, but Charlie was a volcano about to erupt. He slammed his fist on the table, making Mr. Henderson jump. This is bull asterisk asterisk asterisk. He roared, his face red with fury. This has to be a mistake, they couldn't have. He glared at me, his eyes burning with resentment. You did this, didn't you? You somehow manipulated them, twisted their words. You always were jealous, always trying to undermine me. Charlie, stop it, Aunt Julie snapped, finally regaining her composure. That's enough, how can you even say that? This is their will, their wishes. But Charlie was beyond reason. He was pacing the room, ranting and raving. Equal. I'm the older one, I'm the son. The house is nothing compared to all that money they promised me. They always promised me everything. Promised him. My parents never promised me anything like that. They always preached hard work, independence. But Charlie, he always acted like the world owed him something. Charlie, I said, trying to keep my voice calm despite the anger churning inside me, they didn't promise you anything. They loved us both, and they made a decision they thought was fair. Fair, he shrieked, pointing at me. This isn't fair. You don't deserve this. You've always been. Nothing, just a shadow in my light. His words were like shards of ice, cold and cruel. And suddenly, something snapped inside me. Years of buried resentment, years of feeling second best, it all just exploded. A shadow, I yelled back, finally losing my cool. You think I'm a shadow? You're the one who's been living in the dark, Charlie, the dark of your own entitlement and arrogance. Mom and Dad loved us both, but you. You just took it for granted. You never appreciated anything they did for you. You just expected it, demanded it, like you were somehow owed it all. Tears streamed down my face, hot with anger and hurt. And now that they're gone, You're still acting like a spoiled brat, throwing a tantrum because you didn't get everything you thought you deserved. It's disgusting, Charlie. Absolutely disgusting. He stared at me, his face contorted with rage, his chest heaving. For a moment, I thought he might actually hit me. But then, something shifted in his eyes. The rage seemed to flicker, replaced by something else. Confusion, hurt. It was hard to tell, it was so fleeting. And then, just as quickly as it came, it was gone, replaced by the familiar, cold anger. He turned and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him so hard the whole house seemed to shake. Mr. Henderson sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Aunt Julie put a comforting hand on my arm. "Don't worry about him, Cassidy," she said softly. "He'll come around, eventually." But I wasn't so sure. I had a feeling this was just the beginning, and that Charlie's version of coming around might be a whole lot more destructive than Aunt Julie imagined. Update 2, and things have definitely escalated just like I feared. Charlie has not come around. In fact, he's doubled down on his entitlement and now he's started making threats. The day after the will reading, I got a text from him, terse and angry. "Lawyer up, this isn't over." Lovely. Just what I needed while grieving my parents and trying to process everything. I did talk to a lawyer, like he suggested. Actually, Aunt Julie recommended her lawyer, who specializes in estate law. Smart woman, my Aunt Julie. The lawyer, Miss Davis, was very clear. The video will is legally binding. As long as it's properly witnessed and they clearly state their intentions, it holds up in court, even against a more formal written will. And ours was rock solid, she said. My parents were very thorough. So legally, Charlie doesn't have a leg to stand on. But that's not stopping him. He started calling Aunt Julie, harassing her, accusing her of somehow being behind this, of poisoning my parents against him. It's ridiculous. Julie is devastated. She was so close to Mom and Dad, and now her own nephew is turning on her, spewing all this venom. She stopped answering his calls, but he started leaving voicemails. Ranting, raving, threatening to cut her out of his life if she sides with me. It's heartbreaking to watch her go through this on top of everything else. And then there's me. Charlie hasn't called me directly, thankfully, but he's started. Other things. He's been going around to family members, aunts, uncles, cousins, spreading lies, trying to turn everyone against me. He's painting me as greedy, selfish, saying I manipulated our parents, that I'm stealing what's rightfully his. It's all the same old story, just amplified and twisted to suit his victim narrative. Some family members, the ones who have always coddled Charlie, are actually listening to him, I can tell. I've gotten a few cold calls, a few pointed texts. "Heard about the will, Cassidy. Are you sure you're doing the right thing? Maybe you should consider letting Charlie have it, dear. He's always had such a hard time." Hard time, Charlie. The guy who's been handed everything on a silver platter his whole life. It's infuriating. But the worst part is what he's doing with the house. Remember, in the video will, Mom and Dad left him the family home. He's taking that, literally, he's already moved in, changed the locks, and he's refusing to let me in. Not just me, but Aunt Julie too. It's our family home, Reddit. We all grew up in that house. It's filled with memories, with photos, with our parents' things. And Charlie is just locking us out. Like we don't even have a right to be there. I understand it's legally his now, according to the will, but emotionally, it feels like a knife in the heart. I texted him, asking if I could just come by and collect a few things. Sentimental items, photos, Mom's old recipe book, things like that. He texted back just 2 words. Lawyer contact, for sentimental family photos, for my mother's recipe book. It's insane, I'm starting to wonder. Is this about the money, or is it something else? Is it just about him wanting to hurt me, to control me, to prove once and for all that he's the better sibling, the one who deserves everything? Aunt Julie is worried. She thinks Charlie might try to contest the video will, even though Miss Davis says it's unlikely to succeed. She's worried about the emotional toll this is taking on me, on all of us. And honestly, so am I. I'm grieving my parents, dealing with this legal mess, and now battling my own brother who seems determined to make my life a living hell. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm trying to stay strong, to be the bigger person again, but it's getting harder and harder. I just want this to be over. I want my brother back. Or at least, I want the brother I thought I had back. But maybe that brother never really existed. Maybe this entitled, angry, vindictive person is the real Charlie, and I've just been blind to it all along. I don't know what to do next, but I know I can't let him win. Not just for myself, but for Mom and Dad. Their wishes deserve to be honored. And I won't let Charlie's greed and bitterness erase their final words, their final act of love and fairness from our family's history. Okay, Reddit, final update, and thankfully, There is some resolution, though not exactly the happy ending I think anyone would have hoped for. After update 2, things got even uglier. Charlie did indeed lawyer up, as he put it. He hired some aggressive attorney who sent Miss Davis a nasty letter threatening to contest the video will, claiming undue influence, that I somehow manipulated our parents in their final days, completely ludicrous, as I live in a different state and barely saw them in the months leading up to the accident. Miss Davis basically laughed it off, said it was a standard intimidation tactic, and assured me that Charlie's case was weak, bordering on frivolous. But the threat was there, hanging over my head, adding to the already overwhelming stress. The family drama also intensified. More and more relatives started calling, taking Charlie's side, urging me to compromise. 2. Think of family. 2. Just give him what he wants and avoid a messy legal battle. It was isolating and incredibly frustrating. It felt like everyone was siding with Charlie, reinforcing that old, familiar feeling of being overlooked, undervalued. Even some of my closest cousins, people I thought I could count on, started to distance themselves, not wanting to get involved. Aunt Julie, however, remained my rock. She was furious at Charlie, at the family members who were enabling him, and at the whole situation. She urged me to fight, to not back down, to honor our parents' wishes, no matter what, and she did something amazing. She remembered something Mom had mentioned to her years ago, something about an old safe deposit box. Mom had said she and Dad had set it up a long time ago, just in case, and that Julie was the only one who knew about it besides them. Julie had completely forgotten about it until all this will drama started. She spent days trying to track down the bank, and finally, after a lot of searching and paperwork, she found it. And what was inside? It wasn't money or jewels or anything material. It was another video. Older this time, grainy and slightly faded. And it started with Mom and Dad looking younger still, maybe 10 years younger. They looked worried, sad. Mom began, her voice softer, more somber than in the first video. My dearest children, if you're watching this, it means things have taken a turn for the worse, with Charlie. Dad nodded, his brow furrowed. We're worried about Charlie. We always have been, to be honest. He's always struggled, with expectations, with responsibility, with himself. My heart sank. What were they about to say? Mom continued, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We love Charlie deeply, we always have and we always will, but we also know his flaws, his tendencies. Dad took over, his voice firm but tinged with sadness. We've tried to help him, Cassidy, we really have, but sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes you have to protect others, even from the people you love. Protect others from Charlie. What were they talking about? Mom took a deep breath. In the event that Charlie should prove resistant to our wishes as stated in our will, in the event that he challenges the equal distribution, we want to make something very clear. She looked directly at the camera, her gaze piercing, unwavering. If Charlie contests the will, if he tries to take more than his fair share, then we want to revoke his inheritance completely. We want his share to revert to Cassidy, all of it, including the house. The house, even the house. My breath caught in my throat. Dad nodded in agreement. We know this is drastic, but we believe it's necessary, for Cassidy's sake and, perhaps, for Charlie's own good in the long run. He needs to learn consequences. He needs to learn respect. The video ended, leaving me and Julie speechless. Julie showed the video to Miss Davis. Miss Davis was stunned. She said she'd never seen anything like it in her career. But she confirmed, legally, it was airtight. If Charlie contested the will, he would lose everything. Everything. We decided to use it as leverage. Miss Davis contacted Charlie's lawyer, explained the situation, and Charlie caved. He withdrew his threats. He dropped the lawyer. He basically disappeared. We haven't heard from him since, and honestly, part of me is relieved. Part of me is deeply, deeply sad. Sad for the brother I thought I had, the brother who clearly never really existed. Sad for my parents, for the burden they carried, for the difficult choices they had to make. And sad for Charlie himself, for the self-destructive path he seems determined to follow. I got the house and the equal share of the estate. Julie helped me sort through Mom and Dad's things. It was painful, bittersweet, but also healing in a way. I found Mom's recipe book, just like I wanted, and countless photos filled with happy memories. I'm not sure what the future holds. I don't know if Charlie will ever come around, if we'll ever have a real relationship again. Maybe someday, maybe not. But for now, I'm focusing on myself, on healing, on moving forward. I'm going to sell the house. Too many memories, too much pain attached to it now. I'm going to use the inheritance to build a new life, just like Mom and Dad wanted for me. A fresh start, on my own terms. And maybe, just maybe, someday Charlie will find his own path to healing too. But that's his journey, not mine. Thank you, Reddit, for listening, for letting me vent, for helping me feel a little less alone in all this. It's been a lot, but I'm going to be okay. I know I am.